Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Boom, boom. The thunderous noise echoed the moment they approached Arpeado. Doflamingo immediately noticed the grinding island ahead. On the shore, Diamante and Treble were locked in a struggle with a massive black tail, muscles straining as they wrestled the beast into submission. Nora stood nearby, breathing heavily, scales trembling from exertion. Doflamingo observed them carefully. Their expressions were strained but focused. Their muscles were tight, movements controlled, so it's not just an act. They really are pushing themselves. I'm not completely useless yet, he thought. At least I know what effort looks like. He raised a hand, stopping the fight. Toribol, Diamante, Nora, Dover. Hiss. Good, Doflamingo said calmly. Hard work is never wasted. If you want to follow Golden Lion or Roger, your bodies must be forged properly. I hope that when I stand at the top, you'll still be behind me. The three lowered their heads in shame. Pleasure had once come too easily to them. After exchanging a glance, they spoke in unison. Dover will make you king. Good. He turned away without further discussion. Piker, let Treble take you to see Doctor number 15. There was no time for idle talk. He had more important matters to deal with. After tossing the golden ship behind him and handing Piker over to Diamante, Doflamingo leapt into the air, riding the vines straight toward the palace of the gods. He waved away the approaching maid the moment he landed. His body was wrong. In the quiet chamber behind the palace, he looked down at the cloud bed that now seemed almost comically small beneath him. Doflamingo frowned. I've entered a period of explosive growth, he muttered. I don't care what I look like in the end. But I refuse to become a sitting target. I have to fully master life return. This was his current dilemma. His natural strength had pushed his physique far beyond ordinary limits. His energy was so excessive that he only needed sleep once every 3 days. Bone strengthening did not simply mean harder bones. It meant the marrow as well. Bone marrow governed hematopoiesis, immunity, and defense. Strengthening it meant strengthening life itself. The result was terrifying. His adolescent body was developing at an abnormal rate. His height had already exceeded 4 meters, and there was no sign of slowing. Only life return could solve this, and life return could not exist without its foundation. The 6 powers. Their prerequisite was simple. A body that had crossed into the superhuman realm. In truth, they were a method of forcing the body into evolution. Their core lay in 3 techniques: shave, iron body, paper arts. Shave demanded that the user stomp the ground more than 10 times within 36 seconds, converting explosive recall into instant movement. Iron body was not about getting beaten, as many believed. Its essence was blood flow control, accelerated muscle vibration, and localized hardening. CP9 members like Jabra and Bluno could use it while moving. Then there was paper arts. It did not rely on observation hacking. Instead, it surrendered conscious control and allowed instinct to take over. Every pore, every hair sensed air currents, adjusting the body automatically. At high levels, the body could distort like clay. Moonwalk and Tempest Kick were extensions of shave. Finger Pistol was iron body condensed into a single point. And beyond all of them, life return. The 7th form, total bodily control. Doflamingo did not know how others achieved it. No one under his command had reached his level, but he had his own path. His breathing steadied, his heart slowed. Devil mode. True devil mode fused haki directly into the flesh, making the body itself the medium of power. His version was incomplete, but combined with the mental strength of 2 lifetimes, it was enough. His will reached outward, cell by cell. It was effortless, like water meeting water. In the outside world, his fingers trembled slightly. In the dream panel, the entries for 6 powers, armament, and observation began to shift. Slowly, his body stretched, from fingertips to arms, from limbs to spine. Every cell seemed to awaken, swaying like seaweed beneath a tide. The sensation was unbearable, as if something alive crawled beneath his skin, ready to burst. Then silence. The room returned to stillness. After a long while, Doflamingo opened his eyes. Light flashed within them. He pointed upward and leapt. His body adhered to the ceiling effortlessly, not strings, not brute strength. His paws and sweat hairs clung to the surface like a gecko's suction cups. Fufu, magnificent. Life return is self-dominion. He released the ceiling and landed softly on the bed. Cross-legged, he began redistributing energy throughout his body, prioritizing bones, organs, and muscles, the foundation of existence. Ka. A grinding sound echoed. His right arm rapidly shrank. No, not shrinking, compression. Then rip. The arm snapped back to normal size, blood seeping through the skin. Too impatient. Carbon-based life isn't steel. You can't forge it like metal. He rubbed the aching muscles, unconcerned. Before, such injuries healed overnight. Now they barely mattered. Life return granted control, not invulnerability. Still, his control had improved. Artificial muscle fibers, energy emission, both were within reach. He clenched his fist. Black light flowed over his arm, smooth and glossy, moving with his thoughts. Not dull iron, but polished obsidian. Fufu, even power needs presentation. He shook his hands, dismissing the thought, and left the quiet room. God! The 4 divine servants knelt instantly. With a laugh, Doflamingo gathered them up and returned to the far too small bed. If compression doesn't work, his clothes dissolved into silk threads, scattering across the floor. Then I'll adapt another way. The night deepened. It was time to release desire. It's fine, God. With the help of 4 half-dressed divine servants, the clothes he had removed the night before were put back on neatly. Call Treble, Diamante, Enel, Judge, and Guy here. Yes, God. As the 4 figures withdrew, Doflamingo leaned back slightly, his gaze unfocused. He felt nothing for these divine servants. They served 3 purposes. First, the release of desire. He was still human after all, and the fact that he could restrain himself until this body reached puberty was already restraint enough. Second, reassurance. To the people of Angel Island and the remnants of Shandora, the presence of divine servants symbolized stability, continuity, and divine favor. Third, legacy. Charlotte Linlin had begun giving birth at 18 and produced 85 children. Among them, Katakuri, Cracker, and Smoothie stood at the top. Nearly 20 others were strong enough to survive the new world. That was a success rate of roughly 1/4. If he favored 300 women a year, and even 1 pregnancy occurred per woman every 5 years, then in 20 years, Doflamingo would truly become the father of an era. Unfortunately, reality intervened. There were 36 divine servants assigned to the shrine, rotating in 3 shifts. At present, only 1 was pregnant. There were ways to increase efficiency. Judge's research into bloodline factors had already produced results. If applied to his own offspring and combined with inherited talent, the result would certainly be formidable. Still, some values from Blue Star remained. He would not interfere with infants or children. Dover, boss, young master. 5 voices snapped him back to the present. Doflamingo looked at the figures before him and spoke calmly. Sit. Treble, how is the excavation of the Sky Island ruins progressing? I say, Dover, at the moment, only Burker's remains are of real value. Doctor number 30 from the science group is handling the details. Treble had remained in the Sky Islands during this time, coordinating operations and maintaining contact with Kaido's forces. Doflamingo nodded, then turned his gaze. Judge, how are Arc Maxim's manufacturing and analysis coming along? With Enel's assistance, the smelting and structural strength of the gold pose no issue, Judge replied. However, the core components can only be replicated, not fully understood. As for its operating principles, we are still in the dark. He lowered his head slightly, displaying an appropriate degree of shame. That's fine, Doflamingo said. Technology advances with time. We're still young. Then, almost casually, I heard Sora is pregnant. Judge stiffened, then relaxed. Yes, boss, I've confirmed it. A healthy girl. I named her Riiju. For the first time, warmth softened Judge's otherwise rigid expression. In North Blue, it means moth, a beautiful name. Doflamingo smiled faintly. If she'd been born a few months earlier, she would have had to kneel to me, off the coast of Angel Island. Island Cloud Processing Facility. Damn you, Mont Blanc guy, look at this. More than a year of travel, and we end up doing manual labor. We're pirates, not workers. Abu hurled the island cloud in his hands to the ground. Exactly. The gold goes to others, and while they rest, we do all the work. Ha 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 ha. But this proves Sky Island really exists, Mont Blanc guy laughed, raising his hands. And since we couldn't afford the toll, this is repayment. He continued more seriously. I've contacted the remaining Shandora survivors. They're willing to pay our fine. There's even a welcome banquet planned. Don't you want to attend? 1 billion. No one would pay that for you, don't joke. Hey, guy, look. Everyone turned. A man in a white suit approached slowly, cigar clenched between his teeth. Propeller-like floral spirals extended from his head, buzzing loudly as he descended. Ha 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 ha, finally found you. Damn it, hiding in a place like this, no rest at all. He inhaled instinctively, then frowned. Though I guess I don't need to breathe. Aramaki looked at the workers with interest. I just came from Wano, and now I'm 10,000 meters up. The 5 elders really have no mercy. He took out a worn portrait. People of this unknown land, where is Donquixote Doflamingo? My only target is him, he continued coldly. Cooperate and you live. Otherwise, as a country without human rights, I can kill you all without consequence. Guy swallowed hard. We were forced to work here too. You can ask the old lady over there. He pointed toward the lighthouse. Very good, Aramaki said. I like people who understand their position. Inside the lighthouse, Amazon adjusted her posture calmly. The video shell in her hand was already recording. Beneath the table, the emergency signal had been activated. I am the surveillance officer of this country, she said evenly. Amazon Donquixote, are you here to visit or to wage war? Ha ha ha, war of course, Aramaki replied. Doflamingo, a former celestial dragon, dares to rebel against the world government and the one true God. All of this should belong to the celestial dragons. He leaned closer. Tell me where he is, and the location of the Seastone mine. Otherwise, I won't be held responsible for what happens here. Amazon raised her hand and pointed calmly. Over there, Arpiado. Aramaki paused. The workers' cooperation made sense, but a local being this compliant, strange, but irrelevant, his objectives remained unchanged. Arpiado, Palace of God. Boss, we've partially analyzed the Sky Island shell energy storage by comparing it with Arc Maxim's blueprints. The only applicable method so far is the /shell conversion. BI. A sharp alarm cut through the report. Treble's eyes narrowed. He pulled out a Den mushy and image shell and activated it. Dover! Doflamingo watched the transmitted footage and laughed softly. So the world government finally broke protocol. CP9 really didn't die thoroughly enough. So Green Bull is CP0. No wonder he worships the celestial dragon so faithfully. Admiral after 20 years. As CP0 now, he's at least warlord level, maybe higher. But this place isn't very welcoming to you. He stood. Guy, Judge, we'll discuss the lab later. Leave for now. Then, Treble, Diamante, Enel, he smiled. Let's go. Let's welcome our new guest. At Grind Island. Yes, boss. Yes, young master. Yes, Dover. Grind Island, as an island for training with Nora. The whole thing looks like a square when viewed from the sky, without any extra buildings. It's not so much an island as an island. In fact, it is more like a huge arena made of island cloud. The island in the back Arpeado, is less refined and more primitive than Angel Island. But Hyungmu didn't have time to take a closer look, because the shooting mucus and slashing blows were about to hit his head. Looking at the fat and thin monks standing together on the island, Hyungmu easily avoided the attack and went up to meet them. Wherever he passed, flowers and weeds grew rapidly at his feet, and in the blink of an eye, a dense jungle appeared on the empty grinding island. This greening effect, which is used to improve the environment, is such a beautiful thing, Doflamingo, who was standing in the sky far away watching the game, applauded and cheered loudly. Wonderful, your name is Hyungmu, right? No. After coming into contact with this strange ground, Aramaki's heart sank, but he didn't show it on his face. He pointed in the direction of Doflamingo, his tone full of pride as the CP0 of Celestial Dragon's shield. You even know my name. Sure enough, there is a hidden player of yours in Cypher Pol. Doflamingoers, a forsaken one. Offer the Seastone ore and return to the Holy Land with me. As a former Celestial Dragon, you can keep your life. Knowing what kind of person Aramaki is, Doflamingo naturally wouldn't get angry at such trash talk that lacked offensive power. But Toripol and Diamante are both loyal fans of Doflamingo. Hearing this, a strong sense of shame surged in my heart. That was their king. But the man in front of them completely ignored him. Toripol was so angry that he laughed. Thief Herihair. I'm telling you, insulting the young master. You don't take our Donquixote family seriously at all. Diamante, come on, sticky launcher, Toripol roared, turned into a huge ball of mucus, and ejected a huge amount of mucus from his chest. Funeral by the full moon, Diamante had a gloomy face, raised his sword, and began to use the highest secret of combining his swordsmanship with the fruit. The powerful wave of sword energy formed a circular sword wheel under the characteristics of the floating fruit. Breaking through the solid and hard island clouds, it rushed towards Hyungmu. Wow, what a powerful attack. Huang Mu seemed unable to dodge the combined attack, and his hands were waving around in fear. Puff. A huge amount of mucus wrapped around his body, making it impossible for him to dodge. Boom. The sword wheel that followed spun at a high speed, cutting its body in half. The high temperature directly detonated the mucus, and the ignited flames engulfed Huangmu. So easy. Looking at this scene, Toripol and Diamante looked at each other in bewilderment. After a short time together, Doflamingo discovered that Green Bull seemed to be more stupid in real life. What a bad character you have, Treble Diamant. You have committed the arrogance of underestimating the enemy again. As a punishment, let's change the training target from Nora to Enel. Observation Haki is your weak point. Aramaki is a forest man who ate the Morimori fruit. The forest is a source of life that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sea. But how could the strongest Logia be so fragile? Wang Mu, who was preparing to play a trick on the two men, turned his laughter into viciousness. Vines gathered together in the smoke, and the body quickly regenerated. Vines that had been buried in the island cloud wrapped around Haki and instantly crossed a distance of dozens of meters, shooting towards Diamante and the other man. Hearing the scolding, Toripol and Diamante turned pale, and then their faces were filled with anger of being made fun of. Slime bomb, Half Moon Cemetery. The 5 fingers of Toripol's hands turned red under the finger-grabbing technique, and the armament Haki was wrapped on them. Each knuckle turned into a small bomb and flew away. Diamante slashed out multiple times, and under the control of the floating fruit. The attack trajectory of the flying slash was tortuous and unpredictable. Covering the front, boom, smoke rises, puff. Several thick black vines emerged from the flames, spanning dozens of meters in an instant and piercing Toropol and the other man. Facing this attack, the two only had time to use Iron Body and Haki. Ouch. But they were completely defenseless, and the vines covering Haki like the anchor's eel pierced directly into the bodies of both. In the blink of an eye, Toropol became visibly thinner. Crack, sizzle, sizzle. The flash of lightning instantly turned the vines into charcoal, and both fell to the ground, cool. Diamante breathed a sigh of relief, relaxing his battered body. In just a moment, he was defeated. Whoosh. Two silk threads shot from the sky, throwing the two slightly shriveled men onto the flamingo on the shore of Arpiado. Well, you're not fast enough. Enel's sturdy body was wrapped around the electric current and sat on the cloud, holding in his hand the golden scepter given by the experimental god as a gift. Thunder Fruit Ability User. Huangmu felt the numbness in his body and the restored physical strength, staring at Enel, who was standing in the middle, his eyes gloomy as a CP0. In order to better serve celestial dragons, he must have read the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. This astonishing destructive power and speed beyond the limit are the power of thunder that humans cannot control. Danger, however. The strongest thing in the world is not only thunder, but also nature. The hatred is forbidden, Hyungmu roared, and his body quickly expanded into a giant tree man comparable to an ancient giant. The huge tree roots under his body occupied the entire Moli Island. Reaching from sky to earth, Thor, looking at the behemoth in front of him. Enel's eyes flashed with excitement, and he released his strongest secret technique in order to subdue Nora. All the lightning power stored in the body is released, and all the released lightning is surrounded by itself, thereby transforming into a giant thunder god. However, compared to the tree man's posturate, is a little smaller. In an instant the wind roseth, clouds surged, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. And a fat man with thunder and lightning and a tree man confronted each other from a distance. The forest is located on a sea with complex weather conditions and experiences numerous thunderstorms every year. However, trees are conductive, and even thunder cannot destroy them. The giant tree man roared at the sky. Raiden boy, with Doflamingo and you, I can be the admiral. Forbidden hate, Gundo Lin. Dozens of huge vines entangled armament Haki and shot straight up into the sky, piercing the enemy like spears. Really, non-conductive. Indestructible. I don't think so, Lei Yejin. A cold light flashed in Enel's eyes, and the scepter in his hand quickly transformed into a long spear under the heating. Then Thunder God's state became smaller and smaller, and the electric current flowing out of his body surrounded the high-temperature spear, making a buzzing sound that ordinary people could not bear. Gungnir, the golden spear charged to its limit, was wrapped in electricity and flames and cut through the sky. Like a scepter thrown by God to the world, boom. Along with the explosion, the golden spear crushed and burned all the vine spears blocking its way, and fell into the forest tree man below without any reduction in momentum. What? There's not even armament Haki wrapped around it. Huang Mu was surprised, but the tree man's face did not change. He reacted in an instant, and immediately inserted his hands into the ground. One after another, trees rose from the ground, forming rows, and rows of wooden walls blocking the way ahead. Ironwood strong wall, boom boom. The flashing and buzzing lightning on the spear was directed away by the trees. But this huge potential energy and high temperature can still break through the giant wood as hard as steel layer by layer. When the impact stopped, only a few layers of giant trees were left blocking Hyungmu's way. Aramaki breathed a sigh of relief. The thunder fruit was indeed very powerful. But this kid's physical strength was obviously not enough. On the Flamingo, Diamante and his companion had just taken a big gulp of water to regain some of their body shape. Faced with this astonishing, destructive power, everyone looked over in dismay, then revealed a bitter smile. They are already far behind. And Doflamingo in the sky nodded with satisfaction. This move was exactly the principle of the electromagnetic gun that he half understood, together with the efforts of Judge and Guy. It was customized for Enel, however. Enel's body is still in its developmental stage, and his fruit ability has not yet been developed to the ultimate level. Even with all his strength, he can only deliver this one attack. Enel, very good, you have passed. Next you will go to the sea with me, Enel, who was sitting on the cloud and feeling a little exhausted, showed joy when he heard this. He had wanted to go to Qinghai for a long time. Great, young master. He used a thread to wrap up the detached Enel and threw it at the two people hiding in the distance. Looking at Hyungmu, who was not hurt at all, Doflamingo slowly landed and spoke with a bit of evil taste. FFFFFFFFFF, congratulations, Hyungmu. Now you have reached the final stage of this grinding game. Hyungmu breathed slightly, his expression becoming increasingly gloomy. His feet that had turned into tentacles returned to their original state, and he subconsciously wanted to absorb water and restore his strength. But he remembered in time the feeling of just touching the ground of Grinding Island. The white cloud-like land under your feet, including the white ocean below, is filled with the same pyrobrin particles as the sea water. As soon as I touched it, not only did my strength not recover, but my legs felt weak instead. The sunlight above his head alone was not enough to sustain him in this battle. This is an unusual environment. Plus Doflamingo riding on the face. It made him a little uneasy. Come on, you be ****D, who betrayed the world government. Aramaki transformed into a giant tree man again and roared at Doflamingo in the sky. FFFFFFFFFF tilde. Doflamingo couldn't help laughing when he saw Hyungmu's stern look. What a good dog. It's a pity that your owner is not with you. You seem a little scared. What? Hyungmu was stunned when he heard this, as if his heart was touched, and his eyes were instantly bloodshot. FFFFFFFFFF, I'm talking about you. Doflamingo's smile became brighter. Hey, Hyungmu. Would you like to consider changing your master? After leaving the Holy Land, I have always admired capable and loyal dogs like you. His observation Haki had already sensed the anxiety and slight fear emanating from Hyungmu. It is obvious that Hyungmu has noticed the specialness of Daeyan. But it's too late, Doflamingo. I must take you back to the Holy Land to be punished. Hyungmu roared, and the expression of the tree man he transformed into became more hideous and distorted. Like a demon, ever since he ate the Logia Sensen fruit and became a vegetable. It was the first time that he felt so angry in the past. He was the only one who played tricks on his enemies. When have I ever been used as a whetstone to sharpen my subordinates? When have I ever been ridiculed and mocked like this? When have you ever been treated like a person at the mercy of others. He is still an inferior person who has lost his status as a god and his human rights. But what made him even more angry was that he did feel an unprecedented crisis. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected is really going to happen. Forbidden hate, endless vine spear. The tree man's huge body was like a hedgehog, with dozens of huge vines sprouting out. Then they entangled together. They gathered into an extremely thick and huge spear, covered with black and shiny armament haki, which is an armament color of the entanglement level. Further enhances the power of the spear. Bang, bang. With a huge roar, the spear broke through the speed of sound and shot towards Doflamingo in the sky. Sometimes it's not the size that counts. Doflamingo leaped high into the air to create distance. Life returned body liberated string fruit. Artificial muscless full body strengthening. This is the first time Doflamingo uses this move after learning life return. Different than before in the past. His threads could only imitate the basic structure of muscles. That is the organizational structure of muscle bundles. The muscle fibers visible to the naked eye. And now my control and observation abilities have reached a new level. Endless nanothreads emerged from his body and, under subtle control, formed a structure similar to myofibrils, and then continue to gather together. It forms blocks of muscles that look like white steel, as if he is wearing an exoskeleton armor. It's so uncomfortable, Doflamingo gasped, suppressing the desire for destruction in his heart. The new posture was a bit uncomfortable, even with his improved bone strength. Filled with violence and the desire to vent, but strong. Extremely strong. An invincible force was surging in his body. Compared with before, it is a fundamental improvement. The power is increasing rapidly, rapidly. Endless power is surging. Then vent your anger and let me teach you a lesson. Wild puppy, super strike hammer. Doflamingo raised his thick, powerful thighs. The reinforced muscles of the legs extend backwards and elongate to form a thick cylindrical whip with a huge meteor hammer at the tail. From slow to fast, the tail began to emit flames as it broke the speed of sound and crashed into the huge wooden spear. Boom, crack, there was a brief stalemate. The wooden spear that was as hard as steel and covered in the color of armed forces was broken. How is it possible? With Huangmu's incredulous look. The thick meteor hammer hit his huge tree man's face hard. Boom! The huge tree man crashed onto the grinding island with a loud noise. Do you know what the whiplash effect is? Forbidden hate, spear vine forest, after a brief pause. The tree man completely turned into a pile of vines, covering the entire grinding island as a special logia. This attack still did not hurt Huangmu's body. It only consumed his physical strength. Then, endless spears blocked all of Doflamingo's movement directions and gathered towards the center. It really looks like a bird cage opened backwards. Doflamingo looked at this move with some emotion. What makes you think you can trap me like this? Then I'll pay you back for playing with it, Aramaki puppy. String, fruit birdcage. After a short preparation, endless silk threads shot out from Doflamingo's hands in one breath, forming a huge thread cage from top to bottom, which was attached to the move made by Huangmu. Ha ha ha. You're done, Doflamingo. No one has ever escaped from this move. Looking at the vines and trees that formed into the shape of a sea urchin, Aramaki poked his head out from the vines and laughed triumphantly. Immediately urged the vines to absorb nutrients from Doflamingo. no matter how powerful the opponent is. Once his vines pierce his body, all nutrients will be drained away, and he will become a dried corpse. The defeat just now was simply due to the inability to touch Doflamingo's body. What's going on, no matter how hard he tried? The vine tree could not supply any nutrients back. No, it was Fujiki who didn't touch Doflamingo's body. Being cut open, Wang Mu's face was full of disbelief. As a forest man, trees are part of him. He could feel that the tip of the vine was being cut by a layer of fine, sharp threads, looking at the top of the vine being broken. A pink figure jumped out, looking at Hyungmu's dazed look. Doflamingo shouted coldly, "Hyungmu, you have also embarked on the evil path. Pure power is the most important. Let me take you to experience the ultimate bliss in this world. Devil mode, artificial muscle 100% success rate." The haki in Doflamingo's body merges with his physical body. The huge body, covered with external muscles, expanded another 3 points, reaching 6 meters. Black and red lightning of thoughts flashed from his eyes, and an indescribable wave swept out Conqueror's haki. Huang Mu's face, which had just recovered, turned pale, and fear grew in his heart. His current state was like a rootless person, trapped in this place with no supplies. If he flew away, he would just be a target. The method of hiding the main body in the ground is also not possible due to the characteristics of the island cloud. It can only keep wandering among the plants. I originally wanted to absorb Doflamingo's physical strength to turn defeat into victory. Now all we can do is prepare to escape Taimalin. The thick and solid ironwood wrapped Hyungmu layer by layer. But that was not enough. Hyungmu merged into the released ironwood and disappeared into the forest. Yes, that's it. Run away, Aramaic puppy. 10% success rate, fist stab. The spikes on Doflamingo's fist lengthened, and with a ferocious smile on his face, he disappeared from the spot. The current 10% success rate is not the level he had just mastered 2 years ago. His current 10% success rate is due to the force that even his strengthened bones cannot withstand. It is actually 10 times, or even more than 9 times stronger than his current normal strength. Boom, scrape, 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 with a loud roar. Each iron wood was broken directly by Doflamingo. Huang Mu walked through the ironwood and rushed towards the flamingo at the edge. He was a little dazed as he looked at the figure getting closer and closer behind him. He has already dissolved into the tree. So why can he still be locked by Doflamingo? His observation haki should not be able to sense the life breath after he has merged into the tree. He is a tree, he is a vegetable. Are you confused? Are you afraid? Because I can already smell the stench you're afraid of. Feeling the confusion and panic coming from the observation haki, Doflamingo mercifully began to explain. Why are you so arrogant? Although Hyungmu can merge into one with the plants, hiding the location of the changes and hiding the fluctuations of life. But the fluctuations in people's thoughts cannot be hidden. His observation haki was already firmly locked onto Hyungmu. Run, only run. This terrain is too restrictive for me. I can capture Doflamingo's subordinates and drain their energy. Then I can run to the island I just saw and turn the tables. Hyungmu could already see the human figure on the flamingo. Little dog, your speed is still a little lacking. Devil-like words rang out so fast. Hyungmu's pupils shrank, and the huge iron fist was right in front of him. The shiny black fist, wrapped in the color of armed forces, was like a mirror. I could even see panic written all over my eyes. At this moment, he had just moved to the trees at the edge of the island. He leaned half of his body out. preparing to jump towards the flamingo. But he had no time to make the next move. Bang! The huge iron fist went straight into his face. Ah! Hyungmu's body was thrown again and smashed towards the center of Moli Island. Damn you, Doflamingo, after letting out a roar. Huang Mu merged into the plants again, and his injuries recovered rapidly, feeling Aramaki's powerful aura again. Doflamingo was not panicked at all. This Logia sensen fruit is special. It can give birth to plants and turn them into plants. Hyungmu's true body can even be the root or seed of a vine. So it is difficult to catch his true body directly. Plus, as long as you can come into contact with the earth. Just like Antaeus defeated by Hercules in Greek mythology. Almost equivalent to an infinite health bar. But now the offense and defense have changed. There was no land for him to suck. The sen fruit cannot transform into elements and run away like other fruits. You can only use physical strength to exchange for blood. Every time he recovered from his injuries, the range of the vines on the refinement island became a little smaller. And he, Doflamingo, has plenty of time and energy. Full of consumption, birdcage. Endless silk threads emerged again and condensed into a semicircle. The difference was that this time they wrapped the entire island. Click, click, the island cloud, which was already unable to bear the weight, was cut into pieces, and the remaining plants on the island shrank into a sphere. Let me see your limits, little dog, Fret saw in the cage, accompanied by Doflamingo's evil voice. The upper and lower models of the birdcage extend silk threads, which are connected together to form a chainsaw and begin to rotate at high speed. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Time passes. The birdcage gradually shrank, and there were few island clouds left on Grinding Island. The hard ironwood was also crushed. Hyungmu had no choice but to transform some trees into rafts as a foothold. Looking at the line, getting closer and closer, and the physical strength getting lower and lower. Huang Mu's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Looking at the figure standing in the air, fear grew. What to do? In contrast, looking at the figure of Hyungmu, Doflamingo's mouth was stretched to his ears, and his right leg began to bend and accumulate strength. Aramaki puppy, it looks like you've reached your limit. Then, please take a bath in the Baby Sea first. Golden right foot, boom, puff. The strong right leg hit the birdcage, and the entire birdcage instantly deformed and wrapped Hyungmu inside and plunged into the White Sea. A long time, a piece of wood emerged from the water, and Huang Mu floated out of the wood like a drowned dog. Gasping for air, Hulai escaped. Yeah. A devilish voice sounded. Huang Mu raised his head and saw the pink figure still standing high in the sky. His exhausted body suddenly bounced up and let out a wail. No, let me go. Hyungmu knew that there was no chance of escape for him, and he began to curse the intelligence department in his heart. Damn the traitor, all the information was leaked. As a result, this damn Doflamingo knew the weakness of his fruit. So from the beginning, the battlefield was placed in a place with no land and no water. Now he is exhausted, even from his physical strength. There is nowhere to escape. Where is your previous arrogance and arrogance? Doflamingo micro-moves with his left hand. The armament haki thread wrapped around it pulled the defenseless Aramaki into a big character and hooked him up. Raise it to eye level, speak with a mocking tone. Phew, little wild dog. I still think that your arrogant look before is more suitable for your face. However, as your new master, the first lesson I want to teach you today is to not be so arrogant. Doflamingo's gigantic right fist's upper stab was extended again, and the heavy armament color condensed again. No, don't do that. Looking at the thorns, shining with black light. Huang Mu's pupils shrank. If he was hit by such thorns, he would be pierced. But he was locked tightly by the silk thread and couldn't even struggle. Don't want. Doflamingo's smile grew even more enthusiastic, and he raised his right fist high back and began to gather strength. No, Humu puppy, according to what you said. You have already lost your human rights. Learn to whom you should be loyal. Cut, cut, cut. Puff, 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 puff. The violent iron fist pierced Hyungmu's head. Teeth and blood flew, covering the face that was once full of arrogance. Hyungmu had lost consciousness from the continuous blows. Dover, you are indeed worthy of me. Torapol and his companions had already driven over in the Flamingo, their faces full of flattery. Doflamingo stopped the violence, crack. After taking out the video shell and taking a picture of Aramaki's miserable appearance, Doflamingo was satisfied and threw him onto the deck of the ship. He gave instructions to the two people behind him. Toribol asked Judge to send the seastone coffin over. Bring some water and soil, too. As for why no doctor was called, this vegetative patient was eating soil to heal his wounds, so there was no need to waste medical resources. Yes, Dover, regarding the disposal of wasteland. If he had attacked half a year ago, Doflamingo would have immediately taken the cub and exchanged it for fruit. But now Judge technology has achieved a breakthrough. This guy Hyungmu is a rare treasure. Once the forest bloodline factor is successfully obtained, the ultimate leek man who does not eat or drink and relies purely on solar energy will be created. It can be used not only for labor, but also for combat and for transforming the environment. If it can be popularized among the entire population, it will completely wipe out hunger. How wonderful! As for whether the world government has any objection, if you have the ability, fly to Sky Island first before saying this. What the hell does it mean to be in an invincible position? Return to the palace of God, Tilda with a few cries. Doflamingo lay back on the human chair, formed by the divine servants. He rubbed it comfortably and fell into thought. After being so arrogant, we still need to return to our rationality and analyze the situation. Hyungmu is not a weak species. His endurance can even be said to be among the best. If Hyungmu was not unfamiliar with the terrain, the battlefield would have been placed in a piado. It remains to be seen whether emotional resonance can lock onto the true body of Aramaki hidden in the soil. Since the fruit ability has not yet awakened, the string fruit does lack the ability to cause large-scale damage. Maybe we can win, but I don't think it will be so easy. And the destructive impact on our piado remains unknown. But now they are all mine. This is a gold mine worth developing. A few days later, Naval Headquarters, Black Arm. The high-end combat force in Marine has retired. Garp has been paddling for a long time, and the crane staff is slightly weaker in strength. Admiral Buddha, Sengoku, who is appointed as the next marshal, is slowly taking over the business. Bang! Thick stacks of files fell on the table. Crack, SHHH tilde. After taking a bite of the somewhat bland senbei, Sengoku took a sip of hot tea and rubbed his aching brow. If possible, he would like to be as cool as Garp. As Doflamingo's new secret medicine begins to circulate, the intensity of the sea struggle is gradually increasing. The Marine at the bottom is also caught in this vortex. Admiral Sengoku. The person I mentioned to you earlier about wanting to be transferred to another position has arrived. Oh, let him in. Virgo stepped over the threshold and stood there, his back straight waiting for the next question. After reading Virgo's information and considering his mushroom head, Sengoku, as the owner of an explosive mushroom head, felt a liking for him. He ignored the foreign matter on his face and spoke gently. Are you Zephyr's fifth or sixth disciple? Reporting to Admiral, the fifth term. I joined the Marines in 1494. Recommended by Chief Samus of the North Blue Branch. Thanks to my entry into the recruit training camp of Mr. Zephyr, very good. The pressure from the pirates faced by the G5 branch is more intense than that of the headquarters. You, knight, the palace of God, gurgle, gurgle. Doflamingo was pretending to be asleep. Took out the den mushy from his arms. Virgo, what's wrong? Dover, my transfer order has been issued. Virgo's voice became more and more steady. I will arrive at the Marine G5 branch in about 2 months. FFFFFFFFFF, very good, buddy. It's almost time for you to come back. Next, I will help you. Doflamingo smiled. Virgo's progress was slightly beyond his expectations. But that's a good thing. As for why Virgo wanted to join the Marine G5 branch. Because the management scope of the G5 base just covers the waters of Dressrosa. Virgo, I have prepared a gift for you. You will like it when you come back. I look forward to the day when I return to my family, Dover. Crack, now in Arpilet's lab. After Doflamingo's investment at all costs. Various instruments are densely packed. The light is bright and generous. Provide researchers with ample perspectives. But Hyungmu felt like he was in hell. Now Hyungmu is locked in a sea-stone coffin in a big character shape. There were pinholes all over his body. As a Logia Mori fruit known for its restorative power. This is a manifestation of excessive blood drawing, untimely nutrition supply, and difficulty in self-recovery. Let me go. I'm willing to do whatever you ask me to do. I want to see Doflamingo, Hyungmu muttered mechanically, with an unspeakable numbness in his eyes. He didn't expect anyone to answer him every day after he came here. No one spoke a word to him, as if they were treating him like a corpse. Only people keep drawing blood, researcher no. 18 came over, holding a thin syringe, with a metallic gleam on the slender needle tip. Hyungmu was placed in a side-lying position. Puff. The slender needle tip pierced directly between his 2 vertebrae. Light pink spinal fluid was drawn out. Woo-woo-woo. Huang Mu's pupils constricted. His fingers and toes stretched straight, and his locked limbs trembled violently. A ghost-like sound came from his throat. This is a pain that is hard for ordinary people to imagine. Bang! The sea-stone coffin was closed and then filled with a little soil and fresh water. Huang Mu eagerly used his limbshare and skin to absorb this rare nutrition. It was dark in the coffin, but he felt a rare peace. When Hyungmu was suffering, someone was caring about him. Holy Land, Mariewa. Inside the Pangu City's Hall of Power. The 5 elders all frowned, as Hyungmu had lost contact for some time. This means that the plan to control Doflamingo has been stranded for the second time. What to do, how to stop Doflamingo. The 5 elders were in a headache because they still had to use sea-stone. But they had no idea about Doflamingo's background. Until now. They still have no idea about the current Sky Island. Huang Mu's strength is enough to become CP0. So he is naturally No ordinary person. But now even Aramaki can't take down Doflamingo. How can they impose sanctions and checks and balances? Restricted by Doflamingo's status as a celestial dragon. He cannot directly send out the admiral to break the celestial dragon's extraordinary status. Damn it! He wants to make his country independent from the world government. Doflamingo has not yet taken any action to attack the member countries. He is a celestial dragon, after all. A sky island that is out of control cannot be turned into a big deal. So let's focus on New World for now. Where's Aramaki? As a Logia user, I can't just die in Doflamingo's hands like this. Indeed. Hyungwoo not only has great potential, but his loyalty to the world government and the world nobility is also commendable. We'll talk about it next time we trade with Doflamingo. Evening, north blew the white town of Freffens. Precious lead and platinum from the outside world can be found everywhere here, wrapped around the passing carriages, the outside of the house. Even every inch of the sculptures in the fountain is covered with lead platinum. Under the sunset, it is like a fairy tale world. People passing by were laughing and talking happily. Looking at this scene, Rocinante just came out of a clinic. He moved his lips not knowing what to say, and sadness flashed in his eyes, dragging heavy steps. Walked towards the next clinic in the distance. Boom, boom, crack, Trafalgar de Goo. With a bit of white, Madara put his hands on the bolt. Looking at the tall figure outside, with a dejected face. A little confused. Hello, this is Trafalgar Clinic. How can I help you? You look healthy. Doctor, do you know about lead platinum disease? Please come in. My name is Trafalgar Dagu. What's your name? Dagu's eyes suddenly became serious. My name is Rocinante, and I'm a businessman from Spadelmayers. When Doflamingo took care of many things. When I arrived at the laboratory, Huang Mu's entire body was skin and bones. Trapped in a sea-stone coffin, he stared blankly at the ceiling. His exposed arms were covered with needle holes. It's creepy to look at. Aramaki still didn't react to Doflamingo coming in front of him. He had nothing to exchange for his possessions this. The squeeze is too harsh. The sen fruit has been drained to such an extent. No wonder the weak god lord was not seen. But if this continues, he will die immediately. That would be a huge loss, thinking of this. Looking at Guy in front of him, Doflamingo asked, Guy, what are the current experimental projects and food standards of Hyungmu? 40,000 ml of blood is drawn every day 400 ml at a time, and 10 ml of cerebrospinal fluid is drawn once a day. Looking at the analysis data of Hyungmu's cerebrospinal fluid in his hand, Guy's eyes flashed with madness. After in-depth communication with Judge, he made further progress in the exploration of bloodline factors. As for his food, 50 g of soil and fresh water per day, based on Hyungmu's activity after recovery, in order to ensure the safety of the laboratory boss. I suggest shortening it by half. Wow, 40,000 ml. In the previous life, a normal person had only about 4,000-5,000 ml of blood in his body. Donating bone marrow may lead to GG. So is it really okay to extract cerebrospinal fluid? Doflamingo's mouth twitched. I found that he still has a certain gap with these scientists in terms of pervert and inhumanity. The experiment was so cruel, the food is so terrible. He just thought that there was no need to waste medical resources on this vegetative patient. But he didn't expect that these people wouldn't even give him food. Really heartbroken crazy, however. Hyungmu's strong recovery ability is really a good thing for the experiment. People's physiques cannot be generalized. As for his treatment, it can be slightly adjusted. Thinking of this, Doflamingo ordered, "Nurture him and restore him to normal shape," under the premise of ensuring his vital signs. Continue to increase the intensity of the experiment. Store a sample of his blood. The current devil fruit catching technology has not made any progress. The sen fruit is very valuable. He cannot die now. It doesn't matter to him whether Hyungmu lives or dies. This man had none of the conqueror's superstitious tendencies. It is impossible to just bow down and join his army. Now Hyungmu looked dead and his mind was in turmoil, and he wanted to eat his flesh with hatred. But the fruits of the multitude are very important. The demon fruit is not the first Logia demon fruit power from the lab, but he was the first one who could act recklessly and experiment at will. Enel can't exploit people like this. As for the capture technique of devil fruit, this was also a concept in the previous life forum. Place the esper and a bunch of fruit inside a sealed sea stone. Then kill it in this way. The fruit ability will be transferred to this pile of fruits. Naturally, he would not miss this plan, but the experimental results are unstable. Some succeeded, some failed. The judge's guess is that the purity of sea stone is not enough to block the devil fruit's ability to escape. Like the future King Luffy, Aokiji and others, can still use abilities when encountering seawater. But it is hard to say when it comes to high-purity sea stone. Understood, boss. I will make some adjustments regarding how to deal with Hyungmu. Have you seen the video recording of Sabyodi's enhancement drug test? I've analyzed it, boss. The current specifications for selling strengthening drugs are such that an average person will start to lose control if they take more than 3 pills at a time. Well, that's right. This is very suitable now, otherwise. If everyone dies in the sea, there will be no winners to come and buy again. Yes, this is all due to your wise decision, boss. Guy gave a flattering smile, took a small lick, and then changed the subject. Boss, please take a look at my plan for the Kingdom of Death. Before he could finish his words, Doflamingo interrupted him swiftly. Foolish, Geyser. Your Kingdom of the Dead is designed, of course. It has the ability to cause large-scale destruction. But the land ravaged by poison gas. How many countries that have initiated the plunder will pay for it? Geyser, the land of Qinghai, is extremely precious. You might as well think about it. Is there any way to make the enhancement drug into an inhalable form and add it to your bomb? Once it explodes, all areas covered by the bomb will be covered by reinforcing drugs. Everyone within the range will go completely crazy and kill each other to the end. Doesn't this fit with your pursuit of weapons? I have already picked a name. How about Pleasure Country? Happy Land, Guy, who was originally unhappy, listened to use words, and his eyes became brighter. He began to mutter to himself and began to calculate a new round of experimental data. Just then, Judge came up with a troubled look on his face. Seeing Judge with a constipated look on his face, Doflamingo helped him out. Judge, what problems did the experiment encounter? Boss, I have made some new progress on the bloodline factor. But there are some flaws, new progress flaws. What flaws? Please follow me, boss. As soon as you enter Judge's independent Germa Royal experimental area, Doflamingo's pupils shrank. A transparent experimental vessel stands in the center of the hall. A strange creature was lying quietly inside. It has the body and hind hooves of a horse and the head, front claws and wings of an eagle. The back is golden, and the chest and abdomen are snow white. Griffin, no. This is the Godlord fruit, and Pier's Mama fruit. A perfect combination of the bloodline factors of both. But it doesn't seem right after calming down. Doflamingo used his sensory perception to probe over. There is no pain of rejection reaction from previous test subjects. Nor is there any crazy consciousness. It's so peaceful. Calm, like a dead object. Doflamingo asked the judge beside him. Judge, what's going on? Bossy's number is 7055. And he is a prisoner from the last batch of North Blue. The difference between him and the patient was that he had already lost basic consciousness when he was sent here. There were no emotional fluctuations during the experiment. So, maintaining a stable mood during the experiment may significantly increase the probability of success. The judge paused and continued his story. In other words, people without consciousness and emotions are more likely to succeed. What a heretical idea. Doflamingo raised his eyebrows and gave guidance. According to what you said, wouldn't it be better for us to directly erase the minds of the cloned humans during the embryonic stage? You have this ability, Judge. This way we will have a large army of people with special abilities. It turned out that the boss had the same idea. The judge suddenly became excited and spoke loudly. That's right, boss. Clones are used in wars. And I have already adjusted their threshold for pain. If again, boom. The sound of the vessel exploding ended the judge's next words. The pseudo-griffin still lay there motionless, allowing the exploding fragments to scratch cracks on its body. The next moment, granulation tissue began to grow from the cut wound, which were entangled with each other as if they had life. And the wound began to heal, retracting his fist. Doflamingo looked at the vitality displayed by the pseudo-griffin and spoke slowly. You're doing the wrong experiment, Judge. What use is there for a person with special abilities created in this way in front of a truly strong person? Take one more punch, moreover. This technology will eventually be applied to you and me. Do you want to turn yourself into a dead thing? You should cherish this rare treasure. To master the possibility of strengthening this compound bloodline factor. There is a fallacy in many speculations about bloodline factors. The abilities gained through bloodline factors come at the cost of losing emotions. Sanji and his 3 brothers were estranged from each other. Judge thought emotions were unimportant and performed embryo transformation. In the future, all the unlucky people in Wano Kuni will have eaten defective devil fruit. Ryuji, who was transformed as a child, did not lose his emotions. Even the unlucky beast Peach Pig didn't get any benefit from eating the artificial fish fruit. Neither does Seraph as a modulator so. Mature bloodline factor technology does not require the loss of emotions as a cost. The light words fell into the judge's ears, making him feel like he was struck by lightning. And cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. Being a vegetable is certainly not what he wants. What he wants is to make Germa great again, moreover. He couldn't even think of turning his boss into a vegetable. I understand, boss. Come on, take me to see our future. North side of Arpeado used to build the Ark Proverbs. A large area of flat land has been cleared here. The light shells hanging on the clouds provide ample vision for people working at night. Wind shells, windspout shells, giant shells, etc. Transport wind power back and forth to maintain the temperature in the venue and prevent dizziness due to high temperatures. The huge smelting plant was ablaze with flames. The flame shells and the heat shells were stuffed into new workshops one by one. and those that had exhausted their heat energy were replaced one by one. With tilde tilde tilde, the huge steel furnace was pushed up by steam and made a whistle like a train. The hot river of molten gold flows through pipes to the forging room. Forging room, a trained scientific newcomer. Holding a cloud shell in his hand, Tian can transform into various molds and operating instruments under the control of his mind. Full of the charm of magical machinery, Note 1. But Doflamingo's focus wasn't on that. He was already attracted by the huge base of the object in front of him. The overall shape is not streamlined, which is easier to navigate but more elliptical. The side panels and bottom panel are made of steel and Sky Island ironwood, coupled and embedded together without any gaps, as if they were naturally grown together. The dragon tendons and ribs are made of ironwood. The secondary keels on both sides of the keel are provided by giant vines. The most eye-catching thing is the dragon skeleton that is 150 meters long and 10 meters in diameter. It radiates golden light and is made entirely of gold. This is the most important weapon for Doflamingo's future empire. Outside Angel Island, Cooley, Guy and others are people who were reformed through labor. Finally got off work after working for 16 hours. Dragging his tired body, he walked out of the gate of Daeyeon processing plant. As soon as I go out, Killigite saw the Shandians gathered in front of him. Different from working during the day. What appeared before his eyes now were grass skirts around their waists, and most of them had fangs taken from their prey hanging around their necks. The old man in the lead, who looked excited, was wearing a headdress made of animal heads and feathers. It was exactly the same friend as described by his ancestors. On the other sidine, the eyes of all the Shandians. The chestnut-headed figure in front of them was also extremely clear. The chief's body was shaking slightly with excitement, and his voice was trembling a little. Are you the descendant of the great philanthropist Mont Blanc Laurent? A kind person, a kind person. After seeing the real Sky Island and the remnants of Shandia, Killy Guy, who had already proved that his ancestors were not liars, thought that he would no longer be excited. But hearing these words, tears silently flowed from Guy's eyes. Yes, my ancestor is the adventurer Mont Blanc Rolando. Sorry. Bang! Just like what happened on the flying a day ago. Led by their chief, the Shandians knelt heavily in front of Kully Guy, including Karga, who had just returned from South Blue. This is an apology from all of Shandia 400 years ago. Please forgive us, Rolando. Bang! After saying that, everyone slammed heavily on the solid island cloud again, and tears fell to the ground. Ah, that's not necessary. We still need your help this time. Doflamingo saved our lives, but we still have to continue my journey. I hope you. We have learned that God is merciful. We in Cloud Shinobi Village still have a lot of what God wants. Please follow me and join the banquet. The construction site of the Ark Proverbs as time goes by. Watching the crowds coming and going gradually slow down. The energetic Doflamingo frowned and asked the sleepy judge beside him. How many people are there in the Ark Maxim project now? People from Sky Island, Shandia, and the reserve family members sent from Qinghai. A total of 3,000 people working in 3 shifts non-stop. With not enough people, long hours of labor will become mechanical and reduce efficiency. Make up to 40,006 hours per person. And add more if it's still not enough. What I want is for the Ark's motto to appear quickly. Do you understand? The judge was shocked and shook off his sleepiness. I understand, boss. I will convey your political views to Torbal. Enel's original timeline. He arrived at Arpiado in 1514 and built the Ark in 6 years. Even if I make the original version with this much labor, it should be manufactured within 6 years. 6 years later, that is 1503. The judge standing by watched Doflamingo lost in thought and wisely remained silent. Gurgle, gurgle. Treble's wretched head emerged from the den Moshi. Moshi, Torbal, that's just right. We need to add another one. 0 people to the Ark Proverbs construction project. I'll arrange it, Dover, I'm telling you. You really have to come to Cloud Shinobi Village this time. There are incredible things here. Torribal's excited voice rang out. What is it, Gold? I'll come over. By the way, Torribal, is the son of Lord Burka still here? Still in prison in Burka? FFFFFFFFFF. Let Piker go to Burkath this time, to Sabyodha take him with you. I want to make him rich, after a moment. Cloud Shinobi Village, don't get me wrong. It's not the Hokkage's Cloud Shinobi Village. It is a gathering place for the Shandia people. The island is covered with clouds, which is suitable for playing hide-and-seek with the former god's guard. The moment Doflamingo appeared, the Shandians and Torbal held their right hands against their chests and bowed their heads slightly to show respect. Welcome, God, Dover. Guy and the crew behind him were in a daze, with regret and heartache intertwined on their faces, looking at the two groups of people mixed together. Doflamingo was also a little curious, the Shandians, as the indigenous people expelled by the Angel Islanders. How much gold is hidden there? It can shock Torripol, who has seen the gold in Nora's stomach. He waved his hand, motioned for everyone to stand up, and then spoke. Guide, it looks like you can continue your adventure now. Chief, come on, take me to appreciate your collection. As the pace approaches, a huge golden pillar shaped like the Huxia character, Chinese letter, inch, with a small part missing, is placed in the center of Cloud Shinobi Village. It looks familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere. After a little thought, Doflamingo remembered. Isn't this the other half of the golden pillar in Arpiado? Note 3. It turns out that the two are integrated, and together they form the shape of a door. This is almost 1.3 times the size of the golden column. It's really amazing. Who is the richest pirates? Thinking of the wonderful thing, Doflamingo made a declaration with a smile on his face. FFFFFFFFFF, Killy Guy, you are free. Perhaps you can go to the New World to see the Lilliput country your ancestors talked about. It is in the ancestral land of my blood. The land of love and passion, Dressrosa, free, free. After gaining his freedom, Killy Guy looked at the crew members behind him and thought about their experiences over the past half-month. I thought I was going to die because of the takeoff failure, but I survived. I thought I would have to endure 10 years of hard labor, but now someone is paying for it. As a result, the gold is gone. Their faces showed expressions that looked like smiling or crying. Doflamingo ignored Killy Guy and others who were in a mess and asked the chief beside him. Chief, this is worth more than 800 trillion Baileys. What do you want? He believed that merits should be rewarded and faults should be punished. People have offered a bounty of hundreds of trillions. So of course we should give it if we can, but this was also based on the Shandia people offering gold on their own initiative. Otherwise, more than 800 trillion is worth his killing spree. God, we have received many gifts from you. We dare not beg too much. We ask you to allow us to go to the old site of Shandia to worship. Okay. I'll have Nora protect you as you go to the old site of Shandia. Besides that, your Shandia self-defense force will all get the latest weapons. Thank you for your gift. A few days later, after the party, Kili, Guy, and Karga said their final goodbyes at the end of the descending skies path. Karga, remember to contact me next time you come to Qinghai. Guy, to you too next time you want to come to Sky Island. Remember to leave me a message at the Donquixote family's base. Don't ride the monster current again. Ha 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 yok. Next time I come, Wiper should be all grown up. See you in the sea. See you at the sea. The flyby was speeding through the sky again. Everyone had smiles on their faces, and the source of their smiles was the gold ornaments given by the Shandians in their cabin. I thought all the gold was gone, but it appeared again. Gold, gold, we've become millionaires. What should I buy? Ha ha ha, Captain. This time, when we go back to the sea, we must build a stronger ship. Yes, the flying ship may not be able to hold on any longer. Of course, our next stop is the Seven Waters City. As he spoke, Kili Guy looked at the pointer in his hand. Call out with a sharp whistle. An octopus emerged from the white water. The tentacles wrapped around the flying ship tightly, and its head turned into a balloon, start to slowly descend. Sabjodi Land, the sea area near the red line. From a distance, you can even see the ascending stairs leading to Mariewa. A deal is ongoing between the world government and the Donquixote family. Sailors and slaves moved back and forth on the deck, carrying their respective cargoes. Phew, 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 foo, foo. What are you doing here this time? At the bow of the Flamingo. Doflamingo looked at the three men in white suits in front of him. A smile on his face. Hyungmu is indeed very valuable. Doflamingo Saint. The captain of the CP0 team looked respectful. Not every CP0 member is an admiral. Otherwise, they would have unified the world long ago. Aramaki, whose strength is closest to Celestial Dragon's shield, has gone offline. He doesn't want to die, and the person in front of him. Former Celestial Dragons are also Celestial Dragons. He is not a fool like Spandine, who is ignorant of the world. Holy, what an ancient word. How interesting. Doflamingo looked amused. Tell me, what is your purpose? Saint Doflamingo, we are here to ask for your forgiveness for the offense committed by Aramaki. CP0 has a very humble attitude. As a member who has just been promoted to CP0, Aramaki offended Celestial Dragons and will be taken to Impel down this time. Since it is an offense, since you want to forgive, tell me what you are prepared to pay. Sitting on the yarn chair he had woven, Doflamingo rested his chin on the back of his hand, wanting to see if there were any more foreign farts. Naturally, he didn't believe CP0's statement at all. A Logia user loyal to Celestial Dragons, world government. Will he be impelled down? The judges are all themselves. There's a ghost of credibility. And it's not up to him to decide whether to sell or not. This is a seller's market, and he's the only one there. The CP0 captain looked at the gesture made by Doflamingo. I was happy and had something to talk about. This mission has the possibility of success. Saint Doflamingo, we are willing to pay 5 billion Baileys of gold or 10 Zoan devil fruits. FFFFFFFFFF, 5 billion gold. Have you never seen my auction 10 mythical beast species? How dare you think that? The CP0 captain's face darkened. He almost couldn't hold it in. So he took a deep breath and said Kaido in a deep voice. World government always treats your industry equally. As for the fruits, there are 10 Zoan. 5 of which are ancient species, tesoro. Tell him the current price in the devil fruit market. Beside Doflamingo, Tesialoho had been ignored. Stood up and said Kaido in a deep voice. Zoan 100 million berries. Ancient species 500 million berries. Paramecia is 500 million to 1 billion peel. And Logia is 1 billion to 5 billion peel, the mori fruit. As a natural disaster level Logia devil fruit is valued at over 5 billion. The CP0 captain's face darkened. This was going to be a difficult situation. Seeing the increasingly ugly expression on the opposite side, Doflamingo's smile became brighter. FFFFFFFFFF and Hyungmu has made great achievements in the development of sen fruit. This is not something that can be measured by money. Do you understand? Understand? How can you not understand? Need to pay more. The CP0 team leader was stunned for a moment. Kaido. What do you mean? 5 ancient seeds, 5 paramecia, and 1 logia. Faced with this lion's big mouth, the CP0 team leader's face tightened, and he felt bitter inside. I need to consult the world government. FFFFFFFFF, don't keep me waiting too long. Puff. A huge splash of water broke out at the port of Island No. 1. The noise attracted Doflamingo, who had just returned to Sabyodi. This also caused a lot of discussion among the pirates who had just arrived in Sabyodi. Hey, it's a boat. The ship on the bottom of the sea. These are the big pirates from the New World, idiot. Maybe it's a slave ship coming back from the Fish Men Island under the sea. As the splash dissipated, boat tilde. The first thing that sounded was a strange ballad. Then the nut bow appeared. Humming softly with its mouth open, the boat is not big, but it is decorated with various kinds of nuts. In the cracks of the nuts stood chess puppet soldiers in various costumes. There are infantry, soldiers, bishop soldiers, knights and chariot soldiers. These are the glutinous rice cakes made by Charlotte Linlin. The soul fruit at the bow. There were 2 8-foot-tall beauties of similar height. One of them had a wide hat on his head, blue curly hair underneath, a pair of gold earrings on his ears, a cigarette in his mouth, and light green eyes that added a bit of coldness and melancholy. Isn't this offensive, Lord Hakisha? A typical child who grew up in a domestic violence environment. The light blue dress with vertical stripes and the red belt around the waist perfectly highlight her curvy figure. One of them wore a white gentleman's hat, with the same blue natural curls underneath, and a white suit that just fit his body. The waist and the fullness of the body are clearly outlined. Note 1, although it's too skinny, but I want to rush this. His face is full of ease and comfort. The pirates, who were a little more knowledgeable among the crowd in the port, changed their expressions drastically when they saw the bow still singing, and turned around and ran away. A living ship that only Big Mom can own. This is the real power that occupies the top of the pirates' world. And the most serious thing is, these are lunatics who are willing to sink islands and destroy nations just for a little dessert. They don't want to seek death, but there are exceptions. Jack the Ripper, a terrifying man from the West Blue Mafia family, looking at Armand and Yaxiu, who just got off the boat. The red heart in his eyes was about to come out. Ouch, with a howl. Jack transformed into a werewolf charged for love. There are stupid people everywhere. Slow ballad. Armand took a deep puff of the cigarette and shook off the ash. Then he grasped the famous sword-white fish. At his waist, with his slender hands, pull out slowly. The elegant posture doesn't seem like that of a murderous pirate. more like an elegant lady playing golf. Under Armand's control, Bayu slowly and powerfully faced the attacking werewolf. In the eyes of others, Jack seemed to take the initiative to meet him. But only Jack himself knew that this attack had locked onto him, and he couldn't dodge it at all. The white fish slid slowly along Jack's shoulder and into his body. I am the big pirates from West Blue. Are these the pirates from New World? Feeling the severe pain in his body, Jack could no longer hold the orc's posture, and he came to his senses and fell to his knees. Scream loudly in pain. It hurts. B***ch. If you want to kill me, just do it quickly. If we cut off everything in an instant, there would be no point in killing. Armand said slowly and methodically. FFFFFFFFFF. Interesting statement. FFFFFFFFFF. Interesting statement. Yaxiu's hand holding the cigarette touched the handle of the famous sword Binghu at his waist. And he and Armand looked up. The pink Haori seems to cover the sky and the sun. Under the ripped shirt were bulging muscles. It exudes a sense of power that can be seen with the naked eye. The scarlet sunglasses cannot block the deep malice of their owner. It was Donquixote Doflamingo, who had recently gained fame in the underworld. The two said in unison, Doflamingo, do you want to be an enemy of the big mom pirates? FFFFFFFFFF. I am sincere in cooperating with you. I am different from these idiots. Seeing the two people acting as if they were facing a formidable enemy, Doflamingo glanced at their curvy figures and uttered playful words. However slower the attack, the more unstable factors it contains, don't you think? Anonymous werewolf can, who is crazy about love. Sincerity after hearing the first half. Yaxiu and the other man looked at each other in surprise. After hearing half of the words, his expression changed and he looked behind him. And Jack, at this time, he had already swallowed 10 times the dose of the secret medicine in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, blood filled Jack's eyes. The cut wounds began to multiply and intertwine as if they had life. Armand had already sensed something bad from the famous sword in his hand. He exchanged glances with Yaxiu. The white fish in his hand slowly made a sharp cut, and Yaxiu also drew out the ice lake from his waist. Charlotte's heart-eye knife. A cone-shaped blue slash came out from the icy lake. With a chill, he struck Jack, who was transforming into a beast. And Jack is completely crazy. Its body swelled like a balloon, and a giant wolf with a shoulder height of 6 meters appeared on the spot. The wound just now inflicted by the white fish on the humanoid was insignificant considering its huge body. Facing 2 incoming slashes, Jack lost his mind and didn't avoid it. He let out a war cry and rushed forward, the teeth, which were longer than an ordinary person's height, flashed with a metallic luster and directly bit off a slash. The other slash not only created a huge gap from the corner of the eye to the front leg, but also brought a freezing effect. But the next moment, the wildly proliferating granulation tissue healed the wound visibly, and the ice was squeezed out. Armand and the other man were not at all flustered. They kept their distance and continued to launch continuous attacks. The new favorite of pirates on the sea. Strengthening medicine, they still know something. After all, their Big Mom Pirates group is not the Beast's pirates who are completely out of touch with the news. The power of this illusion will fade and die over time. The more you take, the faster you die. Conserve your strength and just delay it. Really dangerous. It is Doflamingo who stands in the sky and does not know friend from foe. After a moment, the port was in ruins. Jack turned into a pool of meat paste, nourishing the Yaqui mangroves below. Looking at the two people's eyes, focused on him again. Doflamingo has a relatively clear understanding of himself. And he doesn't look like a good person. He opened his arms, showing that he meant no harm, and gave a kind smile. He took out the image shell containing the Sky Island records, pressed the play button. Watching the video, people with wings come and go. Yaxiu and the other girls' pupils shrank. This was exactly the purpose of their trip. Doflamingo then smiled. This is my sincerity, or gift to Ms. Charlotte Linlin for her birthday in 3 months. FFFFFFFFF. I hope to meet Ms. Charlotte Linlin in person. I have a big business to discuss with her. How about it? Charlotte Armand, Miss Charlotte Yasho. Ha Tilda. The two sisters took a puff of the cigarettes at the same time. This development caught them off guard. I originally thought it was just a simple journey of killing people and robbing goods. When the results came, I found that I seemed to be unable to defeat him, and as Armand is the minister of nuts, it is not surprising that Doflamingo can get the information. But how did he know Yaxiu's name? Yashuko rarely appeared in Marine's field of vision. Finally, it was the third sister, Armand, who was cold and calm, who stood up and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me, Doflamingo, what do you want, naturally?" They didn't believe such nonsense as wanting to meet Mom, as children are all very afraid of their mothers, let alone a stranger. Doflamingo said, with a hint of amusement in his tone, "I am a dream achiever, and of course I need to get paid." That's fair, isn't it? However, for more specific details, you will need to talk to Ms. Charlotte Linlin in detail. She'll agree after reading it. After saying that, Doflamingo threw out a reflection shell. I hope you're not cheating on your mom. If you are, you don't want to know the consequences. After taking the video, Armand said these threatening words and walked towards the nut with Yaxiu. Doflamingo was in a good mood about the initial progress of the plan, and smiled at the backs of the two people. FFFFFFFFFFFF. Relax, Charlotte's gorgeous sister, see you in Toto land. At the frivolous words, Yaxiu and the other man, who had their backs turned, frowned and clenched their fists. They all thought at the same time, if Brother Katakuri were here. You are frivolous, boy would die here. Under the operation of the chess soldiers, the ship was once again wrapped with a special coating, slowly sink into the water. Watching the disappearing ship, Doflamingo flew to the family residence on Island No. 1. Now he needs to take a good look at the health of the gift. He had anticipated the visit from Charlotte's family. After Alone of Charlotte Linlin's dreams is to give birth. No, collect all the races in the world into one, naturally. She would have no reason to let go of the mysterious Sky Island man who appeared at the auction. Otherwise, he would not have tried to recruit Yan's Jin. So here comes the question. The Charlotte family includes Charlotte Cato and Charlotte Cantin. These two have one scarecrow and one pig-headed man. Why are there no fur tribe? Is Charlotte Linlin racist? Or is Charlotte Linlin not a fan of Furui? My name is Derivative, born on Burka Sky Island. He has always wanted to become the next god. His daily life since childhood is to be sought after and beat up those abandoned by God. But the good times didn't last long. Dad is gone, not so fast. It wasn't so sudden. Burka was occupied by the Qinghai people. These damn Qinghai people have no wings. They are damned criminals. I'm not willing to accept this. I started a rebellion. But the man who was once forsaken by God now possesses the power of God. Watching the untouchables being electrocuted into charcoal one after another. I am very scared. He used the ancestral blueprints to buy a chance to survive. This turned out to be correct. Not only did he successfully survive, now, the great new god, Donquixote Doflamingo, is going to summon me. I must show my loyalty to the new god. When Derivative walked into the hall with an uneasy mood, my attention was drawn to the fiery red figure on the huge throne in the center. He made brief eye contact with the person looking over at him. At a glance, Derivative then recalled the scene of his father, whose life or death was unknown, rubbing against the ground. All the auspicious words I thought of on the way here disappeared. My mind went blank, cold sweat poured down like rain, immediately soaking the clothes I had just changed into. He lowered his head, put his right hand on his chest, and spoke haltingly. "You. What do you need me to do? God, please leave it to me. Don't worry, it's a good thing. There is a gorgeous queen who is very eager for the blood of the people of Sky Island. I intend to let you go with this beautiful passing." Really, Pai Sheng couldn't believe it. Could it be that he really made it? Really, but you still need some practice. Looking at Derivative's thin body, Doflamingo had a playful expression. Of course it's true that she is so stunningly beautiful. Charlotte Linlin is only 43 years old now. The flowering period has not yet passed. In the previous life, there would definitely be someone rushing forward. Dump the Derivative to Mahapais. After being told to practice harder, Doflamingo took out the Den Mushi from his arms to contact the judge. "Moshe Moshi, boss, do you have anything to say? How many of Burka's rebels are there in the lab who have not participated in the experiments?" "There are 10 more. What about men?" Six. "Including the Derivatives, that's exactly 7. Queen Charlotte Linlin and her 7 dwarfs." Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh at the thought. FFFFFFFFFF. Diamante is back at Sky Island. Ask him to take him to Sabiodi. Yes, boss. As for why you should add a few more to the gift list, of course it's because the Derivative is too thin. If only he were as strong as Uruj. I guess it can barely satisfy Big Mom, but it's okay. If you don't have enough quality, you can make up for it with quantity. World Economic News Service. Lying on a real seagull down sofa in Morgaus, Doflamingo looked at the photo in his hand. This is a photo faxed by flame photographer, still with the temperature of the machine. His freshly released work. Looking at the picture above of Roger and his crew coming out of an unknown route, Doflamingo had a malicious smile on his face. He turned his head to look at Morgans, who was lying on the table writing furiously. Full of inspiration, start adding fuel to the fire. FFFFFFFFFF. The route that had not been traveled for 800 years was conquered. A new pirate's king has emerged, Morgaus. How about making this world a little more lively? Simultaneously informed Dahai of the news that Golden Roger is seriously ill. Let's see who will challenge the dying king. No, Doflamingo, these are too big news. I will report this in 2 parts. Don't try to interfere in matters beyond our cooperation. Morgans shook his bird's head to show his dissatisfaction with Doflamingo. What if Roger disappears? Impossible. Even the most scumbag thugs know the principle of returning home in glory. Are you sure? Think about what you said last time. Morgans, he suddenly felt unsure about. He wanted to be stubborn again. Morgans, you will regret this. I'm the news king, Doflamingo, the next day. Big shock. Golden Roger conquers the Grand Line and reaches the final destination. The new pirate's king is born. A newspaper with this title was carried by a seagull from Sabyodi archipelago. Travel around the world soon. The whole world was detonated. It caused a lot of discussion. The city of seven waters. Ha 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 ha. It's you as expected, Roger. You're such a reputable man. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, Tom laughed. Hey, mister. Tom, isn't this the man who came to visit you a few months ago? Has he become the king of pirates now? Fram, who was standing nearby, looked extremely shocked. These people had invited him to board the ship. Note 1. Hatter. Roger and his crew have been sailing on the sea for decades. They are truly great pirates, Magic Valley town, ha ha ha. It turns out that the pirate's king once drank with me. This news just came out not long ago. The new news made the sea boil again, endless sorrow. Golden Roger is seriously ill and will not live long. Also included are records of the Roger Pirates group purchasing drugs to verify the authenticity of the news. Rayleigh, who had just disbanded the pirates and returned to Sabyodi. Holding the fresh newspaper, I was a little surprised. Is the current news ability to gather information stronger than that of the Marine government? When the pirates of New World received this news, they were excited, like a male dog in heat with red eyes. Our guys, fine Roger. Laozi Bronzehand Kings is the real king of pirates. This is true. The short-lived Roger is not worthy of the royal power. The great secret treasure belongs to Laozi. Flying pirates, impossible, absolutely impossible. Roger, this news is fake. How could a man like Roger die from a terminal illness? Shicky's mouth and eyes widened, and the coxcomb headdress on his head began to tremble. As if it was about to burst out, blood flowed out. This scene made the younger brothers around him extremely frightened. Master Indigo, Master Shicky's head is bleeding again. The kingdom of Totoland, Cake Island, ha 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 ha. Roger the Robbie are really going to die this time. Big Mom laughed and threw the newspaper in her hand away. The two Armandi, sisters who returned empty-handed, looked at their happy mother. I couldn't help but feel relieved. But the voice that came in an instant made them both nervous again. Armand Yaxu, you failed. Yes, mother. The two gave honest answers, and those who were dishonest were made into glutinous rice cakes. As soon as we arrived, we were attacked by a Zoan user who took a secret drug. In addition, Doflamingo, source of the secret medicine, is also present, claiming that the people of Sky Island are in his hands. I would like to present this to you on your birthday, Mom, and also attach a shell to record the image. But we both think it's fake. Show it to me. Charlotte Linlin, who is not yet senile, naturally. No one would feel bad about a man who pushed secret medicine into the sea. He is a madman seeking his own death. Crack. The image is projected. The two have the same color. Physical, scientific characteristics. And even the direction their heads face. But the size is different. The voiceover began to emerge. Hello, distinguished guest. These two have been tested by our Donquixote Royal Research Team and found to be from the same lineage. The gleam in Charlotte Linlin's eyes grew brighter and brighter. An invitation to Doflamingo's tea party, Pangu City. Between writes, looking at the good news in the newspaper and the photos of Roger's breakup taken by the CP organization nearby. Ever since they learned that Roger Pirates had arrived at the final island, the five elders' brows had been furrowed, and now the frown finally showed signs of relaxing. They don't know what is placed on the final island. But Roger is dying. It made them feel less nervous. What to do with the remnants of Roger pirates? We still need to be wary of people like Douglas Bullet, those who have given up their pirates' identities. Find them and find out if they are unstable factors. Where's Roger? Let nature take its course. A dying person's counterattack is the most threatening when he is dying. With that worry gone, the 5 elders were able to focus on previous matters. Do you agree to Doflamingo's terms in exchange for Aramaki? Too many. You have all witnessed the turmoil caused by the strengthening drug. We must curb the speed at which his power expands. Let CP0 bring 3 ancient species, 3 paramecia, and 1 lower-level logia. If Doflamingo refuses, then give up Aramaki, second. And Roger is missed by countless people in the sea. At this time, drinking with Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, under the sakura tree. Gyudong, Gyudong. He put down the empty wine bowl in his hand. Whitebeard glanced at Roger, who was drunk across from him. This was not something that would easily appear to strong men like them. Roger, it seems like what the newspapers say. You are about to die. Yeah. My ship's Dr. Crocus said I only have 1 year to live. He's a very good doctor, ha 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 ha. Roger didn't care about his impending death. Well, Roger, where are you going to spend the rest of your time? Ha 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 ha, this is a secret. Before I say goodbye to the world, I have to think of a way for the world to remember me. Time passes. The storm brought by Roger gradually subsided. About this matter wiped his bloody hands Doflamingo, who ended the daily killings in Sabyodi. Said it was a bit of a pity, after all. The more fiercely he fought, the better his business would be. But there were some daring bastards like Yibo Fei who actually robbed him directly. Is it right for these leak-type pirates to rob their fellow thieves? It's simply the opposite of Tiangang, late at night. The government boats reached Sabyodi again. Donquixote family station. Several familiar CP0s visited again. FFFFFFFFFF. I hope that this time you bring good news. The derived hall was where he had been before, and he looked at 3 people with familiar faces. Doflamingo smiled. He really wanted to know how much Hyungmu was worth in the eyes of the 5 elders. Saint Doflamingo. We brought 3 ancient seeds this time. 3 paramecia and 1 lower-level logia. The CP0 team leader spoke tentatively, cut off 2 of each. That's acceptable. Doflamingo frowned slightly. Exuding a dangerous Orand spoke softly. Let me introduce the abilities of this batch of fruits. Seeing that Doflamingo did not directly refuse, the CP0 captain was delighted. There is hope that the mission will be accomplished. I started the introduction with a little excitement. The Zoan this time are all ancient species, including the snake fruit and Titan serpent form, cat fruit, saber-toothed lion form, fish fruit, dragon-eating crocodile form. One swims in the waterone, runs on the grassland, and the other hides in the forest. The only thing missing is something that flies in the sky. Of course, the CP0 captain could not hear Doflamingo's inner thoughts and continued to introduce him respectfully. Logia is the steam fruit. Make some heavy metal steam and cosplay as smoker in Pirates. Paramecia are the light lion fruit, glazed fruit. And the gold fruit. As a token of sincerity, knowing that you like gold. The paramecia golden fruit in this transaction serves as a deposit. What do you think? As he spoke, CP0 took out the small box behind him and gently opened it. light and airy. The ability to give objects like diamante is very valuable. Glass fruit glass, how to develop it, etc. Golden fruit. The little bee, *******, tesoro, came to steal my fruit. Doflamingo was feeling a little bored as he looked at the small golden gourd lying in the box. His eyes suddenly focused behind the sunglasses, and his heart was filled with turbulent waves. He originally thought that he would have to wait another 12 years for the next lucky pirates to present the golden gold fruit. I didn't expect it to come so suddenly. But it's a great thing, no matter how furious he was in his heart. Doflamingo didn't show it on his face. He gently rolled up the gold fruit and spoke with a smile. FFFFFFFFFF, that's thoughtful of you. I like it. Wait for me at my base. You will see Hyungma in 2 weeks. The next day, Tezulo woke up in his room. After ironing the rose-red suit that Stella had sewn for him. Only then did he put it on meticulously. Wear gold rings and jewelry. Tezulo looked at himself in the mirror. Different from the thugs who were hanging around in the docks and factories in Sabjodi nearly a year ago. Now this man is full of elegance and calmness. Tesoro suddenly remembered what the boss said to him after CP0 left last night. Come tomorrow, Tezulo. It's time for you to take a step further. Ha! He took a deep breath and calmed his agitated emotions. Tezulo took the recent summary report and walked towards Doflamingo's room. After a moment, feeling Tesoro in front of him, Doflamingo opened his eyes on the wide chair. He didn't sleep, was just taking a short nap, which was enough to sustain his energy for the whole day. Before Tesoro could speak, buzz. Scarlet lightning appeared in the room. Tesoro felt like a sailboat in a storm. There is a risk of the ship being destroyed and people being killed at any time. He immediately half-knelt and supported himself on the ground. The documents in his hands were scattered all over the floor. If it was him more than a year ago. Even if this conqueror's haki did not have any malicious intent. You will also fall into coma in an instant, but now. He has been transformed in just 1 year. And he can still hold on. Looking at Tesoro, who was struggling. Doflamingo began to question his soul. Tezulo, can I trust you? The sound was not loud. But it sounded like a huge bell to Tesoro's ears, deafening. Deep into the soul. Tezulo roared out a few words almost instinctively. Boss, I am willing to die for you. In an instant, Tesoro felt his whole body lighten. He suddenly fell to the ground and found that his whole body was soaked with cold sweat. Feeling the emotional fluctuations that matched Tezulo's tone. Doflamingo nodded secretly this time. It was his way of combining Conqueror's and Otterheim's version of haki to determine loyalty. As for why it was used on Tezulo, because Tezulo has only been a member of the family for 1 year. It's certainly right to be grateful to him. But repaying a favor and being loyal are 2 different things. If loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely disloyal. After all, the golden gold fruit is really important. Why don't you give it to others? Tesoro has already proven himself. And with the gold fruit is at least an SR. If you still want to bet on SSR yourself, it can only be said that all pure gamblers will have no good ending. Tezulo, it's yours. It will help you do your job better. A golden gourd supported by silk threads appeared in front of Tesoro. I understand, boss, you. Accompanied by the sounds of swallowing and vomiting. The user of the gold fruit appeared again, not paying attention to the disgusting taste in the stomach and mouth. Tezulo stared at the gold ring on his finger. Suddenly lost consciousness. I feel a strange connection with it. It is not that the body turns into gold. Note 1. Gold seemed to be his possession. You can let him control you. Thoughts move freely. A gold ring on the finger, under the shaping of his thoughts. It turned into a pair of small and exquisite earrings. This is what the earrings he was going to give to Stacy looked like. It is now in his room. Tezulo knew that he was different. Exquisite manipulation. No wonder the original timeline ate the fruit. In just 4 years, you can take root in New World. This investment is worth it. Note 2. Seeing this reaction from Tesoro just after he ate the fruit. Doflamingo makes a judgment. Only then did Tesoro realize that he was getting a little carried away. His eyes moved away from the exquisite jewelry in his hand. Look up, boss, It's okay. Go down and get familiar with it. Looking at the receding figure, Doflamingo fell into a doze again. Original work by Taisa Raku. From a slave with nothing to a world-famous golden emperor. It took 12 years. The 3-year world can make me in the original timeline feel fearful and start to cooperate. Take a middle value. Awakening is 6 years after eating the fruit. So here comes the question. Gulan Tesoro, body length 10,000 meters. How many Uranus warships does this equate to? First of all, let me tell you some good news. Just got home. I found that my migraine headaches were relieved. There is no need to work overtime at the company tomorrow. Updates should be restored. The second is to answer some questions from my friends who support me. The first question, when did Doflamingo eat the fruit? First of all, Doflamingo was taken out of the Holy Land by his father when he was 8 years old. Arrive at the northmost point of the world. Then comes the much-loved beating segment of the celestial dragons. His house was burned down. The house is gone. His father revealed his ugly side and realized his own naivety. Painful call for help, Huo Mingo. Take my brother to pick up leftovers. Considering being caught and beaten, maybe he was a thief. After this experience, Doflamingo's mentality underwent a small change. I blanch. I am living well in the Holy Land. Why should I live like this? But at this time, I can still bring my younger brother and bring food to my mother. And humanity, almost 2 years, then Mom was gone. Literal meaning. My mentality completely began to collapse. Then, to the root of it all. His father and Mariewa, celestial dragons, both hated it. Then the father and his 2 sons became targets. Hanging on the city wall, my father is useless. My brother is irrelevant and I am going to die. My mentality completely collapsed. Awakening conquerors from this point of view. Katakuri is undoubtedly a sister complex. He can even awaken conquerors when his sister is injured. I feel sorry for Rocinante. It also illustrates Doflamingo's extreme self-esteem and selfishness. Conquerors awakens at this moment when there is no dignity and his life is in danger. Then he was rescued by 4 people, including the snot monster Toribol. Is there any sentence that can support this? Toribol interview 724. Pay attention to the clothes and head 724. Then ask me if you want me to give you the power of revenge. Gave fruit and guns. Then Doflamingo went home and shot his father. The picture is not allowed to be posted. Okay. So there is a gun and string fruit in the glorious moment of shooting Dad. Secondly, note 1 in the previous chapter can also answer many friends' questions. Why things like magnetic field lines and gamma lines cannot be developed. Note 1. The gold fruit is a paramecia dominant type. Dominant type, gold fruit pikers, stone fruit. Superhumans, Luffy Diamond, Jaws Springman, Bellamy. Plastic Surgeon Girl, Alvida. Creation, String Fruit, Mr. 3, Candle Fruit. Biscuit General, Starcard, II. Psychic, Hancock, Bear, Baccara, Whitebeard, Opop Fruit. First, learn the control system from Teacher Badalan. Domination system, as the name suggests. Only the ability of domination can control the substance represented by the fruit. Just like Piker can control stones, Tezullo can control gold. Key points: cannot be manufactured and does not have special abilities. Superhuman. The body possesses the qualities represented by the fruit. The rubber body of the former King Luffy. As for why it was once the past, those who understand will understand. Jozu's diamond transformation. Bellamy's spring-like ability, supernatural powers. Hancock's petrification, Big Bear's bouncing bullets. Bacara's absorbing luck and Whitebeard's vibration. Opop Fruitnot, only can you play with human-sized bricks. But it can also discharge electricity and manipulate gravity within a certain range. This is called supernatural power. Finally, the worst is the creation department. Card 2 can make rice cakes, Snickers. Oh no, Cracker can make cookies, and Mr. 3 can make candles. Notice are all entities. So Doflamingo can make threadsreal threads. Threads that can be touched, but no superpowers. Gamma rays are kind of high-frequency electromagnetic waves emitted during the decay of atomic nuclei. You can think of them as a special kind of light. Kizaru can be played kid, can be played law, can be played. But the protagonist, really, cannot be played for the time being. As for the magnetic field lines, they are just made for the convenience of learning. There are no such lines in the actual magnetic field. So in my work, I wrote about making protein threads for human body sutures and nylon silk artificial muscles. Some friends may not accept this, but it does make sense. After all, these two things really exist in our reality. I'm not making this up. It is worth mentioning here that Katakuri's mocha fruit is the first special paramecia, possessing both creation and superhuman body. Third, the information on some panels is confusing. I changed all of them. There are 5 levels tentatively set, namely initial, understanding, advanced, proficiency. Some achievement, comprehensive, understanding, and mastery. Some friends may be too lazy to go back and watch. So here are 3 important ones. For example, armed color. Getting a glimpse of the method, having just mastered the armament haki. He can use it to capture Logia's body at a critical moment, or to perform temporary physical strengthening. Entering the room, the amount of armament color begins to accumulate, and you can add special effects to your hands, making them look like iron. A small achievement, the superior armament color that Virgo mentioned. That is after strengthening. It looks like polished and waxed with a metallic luster. Integration. Let this glowing armament haki begin to flow and increase its power. This is a mission. Mastery. External release of armed color or internal destruction. For external release, refer to the mediocre master Rayleigh. And fire lasers with bare hands, seeing and hearing color. A glimpse of the key. Improve the perception ability. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it does. Occasionally, you can feel something faint. Enter the house. Can be used stably within a radius of 1 km. And sense the opponent's attack life fluctuations, biological location, and other information. A small success. The range is only expanded to 10 km. Synthesis. See the future a few seconds during combat. Mastery. Start fantasy predict the future. And the time can be further improved, however. Observation Hacky has the skill of fusion of martial souls. 1. Otterheim brainwashed. 2. Roger listens to everything. 3. Red counts mind reading ability. Conqueror's Hacky. A glimpse of the method. It erupts suddenly. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. It depends purely on emotion sand, if it's too much. You will fall into a coma into the room. Master free start. Some success can distinguish between friend and foe and exert pressure. Comprehensive understanding, able to fight with overwhelming momentum. Mastery, you know what it means to be domineering. Special skills, red hair kill forth. Some friends think that the protagonist still uses the original skills. Some friends wonder why the protagonist uses such different skills. This. All I can say is that the hobbies of our friends are broad, diverse, correct, and conflicting. So I can only stick to my own opinion. I think the original skill is pretty cool. So I won't throw it away completely. The skills I created myself are my fantasy. So there may still be some follow-up. Sorry in advance, brothers. 5th. Regarding typos and inconsistencies, I hope you can help me point it out. Because I'm a complete novice. The Big Loser is another night-staying maniac. Plus it's part-time writing. It is inevitable that the pig brain will be overloaded. Sometimes I write it wrong. Thank you. 6th. Received a 3-star review today. I have to go to work in the afternoon. He said he felt sleepy after watching it. We are just saying. Is there a possibility, my friend, you really want to sleep? Okay, don't deceive yourself, since I'm a complete newbie. I don't know how to set up conflicts or show off. I am not very good at describing warm and cozy daily life. Because I am a very cold person. I wrote it according to the timeline. So it might be dry and boring. All I can say is to try to improve my writing skills. Give all friends a better reading experience. 7th. A friend of mine said that the Stallion Overlord was a little white text. Doflamingo only has the Overlord route, my friend. You can't really go on an adventure like King Luffy. And the Revolutionary Army is not suitable for you either. As it's a collective, Zyro Baywin this point. I also want to write with a little more depth. After all, it's a plug-in setting. I have referred to a book I once liked very much, Pirates F. Very refreshing and deeply written. But due to my limited ability, I really can't write it. The last one is the stud. He is called a stud only when he meets one. My thermal weapon is just called an ejector. The questions have been answered, special thanks to Mr. Dai Liuchen, the author of 6 Burning Lords. Start reading my books from the beginning and send me gifts. I just want to say that I was really touched. It gave me the motivation to keep writing. Finally, thank you to everyone who has read this book. Thank you for every bit of support. I wish you good health. It's exactly 23:54 when I finish writing this. My brain should be back to normal by tomorrow, my friends. See you tomorrow morning, a few days later. Donquixote Family Conference Hall in Sabyodi, Dover. Here I come, the voice came before the person. And Diamante walked in with a swagger. But there are people who are faster than him. A flash of lightning illuminated the room as bright as day. Enel emerges. Master, I'm here too. Here's your letter. Sent by fax from the kingdom of Toto land. After touching the hard object in the extra package, Enel, who had just finished studying Qinghai Common Sense, continued, there seems to be a record pointer inside. The seagull from the news agency gave it to me. Behind the two, 4 junior family members were carrying the sea-stone coffin containing Hyungmu. No need for Diamante to remind him. Doflamingo had already sensed the deep hatred in the coffin. So, things need to be done more decisively. After nodding to the two of them, looking at the other family members, Doflamingo spoke calmly. Open the coffin. Let Hyungmu and us have a deeper relationship. Yes, boss. Bang. Huang Mu breathed in the outside air with some effort, although this did not provide any help for the weakness in my body. But this was a rare opportunity for him to breathe freely. It feels familiar, like the incision from the previous dissection at North Blue. Did Guy play too much with them? Or did Hyungmu yell too loudly? Why is this mouth still sealed? But this seems to prove one thing: people who are not qualified. No matter how much I torture, Yaoyu can't beat conquerors. Doflamingo thought so as he looked at the new tricks on Aramaki's body. Hyungmu at this moment. The mouth was stitched tightly with surgical thread like clothes. Only the face is slightly intact. The rest of his body was covered with Madara-like scars. Tear clack, clack, a teeth-grinding sound was heard, and Hyungmu's face felt like it was hit by an alien's blood. The silk thread on his lips tore his flesh into a bloody mess, and his teeth were crushed and blocked his throat. The blood flowed into the trachea and lungs little by little like water. Ahem woo-woo Tilda, feeling the pain and suffocation. Hyungmu let out a painful groan from his throat. The fear and hatred in my heart increased simultaneously, and I could not stop cursing and insulting him. Damn it. Doflamingo, your family, your country. Everything you have will be destroyed by the world government. The more Aramaki hated him, the more Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Decided to tell him the good news. Phew, 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 phew. It seems that you still have some weight in the eyes of the world government. CP0 is waiting outside. You will be free soon. Are you happy? Aramaki Koinu, freedom, freedom. I knew the world government would never give up on me. Hyungmu was like a drowning man, grabbing a life-saving straw, trying his best to make noise in an attempt to attract the attention of CP0 members outside. Woo, 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 let me out. They're coming to get me, and at this moment. Outside the guest house, CP0 team member A looked at the large group of people who had just entered and felt doubtful. Asked the team leader, who was drinking coffee comfortably. Captain, it's been so long. What if Doflamingo doesn't intend to return Aramaki? What should I do? Wait. We don't have to go to New World to carry out the mission. Isn't it nice here? Does Huang Mu's life or death have much to do with you? He is not familiar with us, also. Doflamingo are celestial dragons. Even former celestial dragons. Do you want to fight him? Can you beat him? The CP0 team leader picked up the slightly hot coffee. Hush, hush, have some tea first, young man. Anyway, he is not in a hurry. Traveling at public expense is the most enjoyable thing, as long as there is no fighting. He is no longer at the age of being full of passion. Ah, is that so? Jia was a little confused by the team leader's words, staring blankly at the central hall. In the hall. I know, you're happy too, right? But just in case you forget my hospitality, I'm going to give you a little farewell gift. What do you think? As he spoke, Doflamingo's smile became brighter. The silk thread in the hand began to condense into a U-shaped structure. Woo, 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 don't come over here. Looking at the strange structure that began to spin very rapidly, Hyungmu's sense of crisis reached its limit. He tried his best to press his body against the stone slab behind him, trying to create distance. Buzz, ah. Sizzle, 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 accompanied by the sound of a tape cassette. Like a wall breakers used to crush ice cubes. The linear mixer stopped working. Is it over? Huang Mu looked at his thighs that were like twisted dough sticks with a dull expression. FFFFFFFFFF. The limbs can be crushed. But what about your spine? How about I crush it for you myself, Aramaki-kun? Ah. Outside the hall. Listen to the howlings that become more miserable than the last. Jiahu felt a little scalp tingling after hearing this. Looked at his captain again. Is this really okay? Wiping the sweat from his forehead. Captain CP0 was no longer sure. Probably there won't be death in the hall. Enel opened his mouth wide, feeling like something was about to burst out. This kind of art is still a little early for him, Diamante, who was hiding nearby, stepped forward and spoke. Duo. Dover Hyungmu is dying. Jump. Looking at the brain wriggling in the cracks of Hyungmu's skull. Doflamingo resisted the urge to dig out another piece. The violence stopped. That's it, just give it to them, along with this coffin. Like a heartless scumbag who killed Dio. He didn't even look at the unconscious Hyungmu. Doflamingo sat back on his throne leisurely. He looked at the letter in Enel's hand and said calmly, "Tear it apart and see, okay, young master." Enel was unusually well behaved at this moment. After a moment port. Take the 6 devil fruit treasure chests. Diamante had a gloating smile on his face. It's a pleasure to work with you. I'll give you this sarcophagus. It's the key to unlock Hyungmu. It's been a pleasure working with you. Say hello to Saint Doflamingo for me, CP0, Captain Fuzzman. Did not show any joy at all about this unexpected fortune. Look at the bloodline oozing out of the sea-stone coffin, and the faint breath in the sight. The 3 CP0s looked at each other. I felt something was wrong. Quick. Carry it aboard and prepare soil and fresh water, also food. After directing the accompanying CP personnel to move the coffin to the deck of the government ship. Bang! Fuzzman gritted his teeth and opened the lid of Hyungmu's coffin. See the interior scene. The pupils of all the people around shrank. Given their experience of being tortured by the Grandmaster, there is no such way to play. The blood oozing from his body mostly submerged Huang Mu. His limbs were soaked in it, as soft as crumpled plasticine. The chest is the best teaching tool for medical students. Skin finely distributed fat muscles, fascia and the gently beating heart and other organs underneath. The face is completely unrecognizable. And when you look from the top, you can still see the walnut kernel jumping inside. Is there any hope of saving this? Jia, whose scalp was tingling, poked his boss. He can be saved. The strongest point of the Mori fruit is his recovery ability. Quick, pack him up after a busy day. Huang Mu was carried in the wine barrel like a human pig. At the bottom was a mixture of his blood and dirt-fresh water, feeling the most adequate nutrition ever. Hyungmu lost consciousness and instinctively sought to survive. Let him be like the grass growing in the Gobi Desert. A sunflower grew out of the hole on top of its head, greedily absorbing the sunshine that had not been seen for a long time. Between the rights of Pangu City. What a reckless B*******D. What's Hyungmu's situation now? When the 5 eldest judge-in-chief learned of Aramaki's experience, veins popped out on the hand, holding the den mushy, and he spoke in an angry tone. He hasn't regained consciousness yet, but his vital signs have returned to normal. On the other side of the boat, Fusiman was respectful, but secretly complained in his heart. He knew that the 5 elders would definitely scold him if they knew about this, and he might even be demoted. A flash of inspiration came to my mind, and I thought of a remedy. I started beautifying it. But Doflamingo gave us a huge piece of sea stone, saying it was an apology for Aramaki's situation. How big is it? 5 meters long, 6 meters wide, and 2 meters high. Dover. Are you sure? Big Mom is no different from a madman when she goes crazy. She even attacks her own children. There are also many records for going berserk at tea parties. I learned that Doflamingo asked him to prepare Sky Island people and specialties in order to visit Charlotte Linlin. Diamante's face was gloomy, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. But due to his current power, he could only persuade him indirectly. Mahabais has the body of a little giant, but reveals the panic of a lowly, yes, young master. Big Mom can destroy a country just for a little dessert. Sink the island, what a lunatic, young master. Boss, I will take care of everything in Sabyodi. Regarding the actual management, rights of the 3 islands of Sao Pobla, Pucky and San Faro. I will present it to you when you come back. Tesoro already understood his boss's character and did not say anything to dissuade him. And it's no use trying to persuade her, seeing that some people held different opinions. Enel jumped out, that's right. With me following the young master. A mere Bigmom will be defeated by the young master, Enel, who is young and hot-headed and doesn't understand the high-end combat power of pirates. Still jumps as usual. However, Doflamingo particularly liked these words. He gave them both an admiring look. Then he looked at Diamante and the others who looked nervous and worried, and said soothingly, "Don't worry, it's just a tea party at Bigmom. Not to wage war on her. Don't be so nervous, Diamante. And you, this is just a small negotiation. Show me some of the courage of a future king, Dover. It's not that we don't believe Yaubert, we are still young. You can deal with the truly powerful people in this world later." Diamante still did not give up and continued to persuade earnestly. I see. Doflamingo turned and walked towards the Flamingo Mini, speaking without looking back. You mean to wait until we can actually fight Big Mom head-on before dealing with him? Right. Diamante and others behind him nodded their heads like rattles. You don't understand, Diamante. With the record pointer of Toto Land in hand, Doflamingo landed on the deck with Enel. He looked back at Diamante and said meaningfully, "Because we are young, we need to move faster after that." The Flamingo Mini boarded the sky's path and flew into the sky. As for why not coating and go to the Fish Men Island? A gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. Maybe the Super Sea Kings will come just by smelling the scent. Have we disappointed the young master again? No one answered Marbais's doubts. The first people who followed Doflamingo were Diamante, Piker, and others. They all looked in the direction he left, with a worried look on their faces. Apparently, these initial fans all agreed that confronting Big Mom at this time was not a good idea. But in Doflamingo's eyes at this time. But that is not the case, perhaps in the eyes of others. Big Mom is the scariest and most difficult monster to deal with in the world. But not in his eyes. She's just an old lady whose funds were defrauded in the future. Guy can do what he can do. And as Geiser's boss, of course he did it. Of course, Doflamingo is not such a tasteless person. I prefer to call myself a dream achiever. On the Flamingo, flying in the sky. Doflamingo stood on the flamingo head on the bow, looking very proud after 7 years. He finally had the confidence to test the world's true combat power, pointing to the hazy land of the gods on the red line below. Decided to let Enel beside him know the current master of the world. Do you know what that is, Enel? Enel followed his gaze and discovered the boundless land in the sky 10,000 meters above. My eyes lit up instantly. Is this the infinite land you mentioned? It is in Qinghai. Seeing that Enel didn't understand the real meaning, Doflamingo didn't get angry. He smiled faintly and spoke. FFFFFFF, tilde not bad, but that's not the important thing. Look over there, as he spoke. He pointed to a large group of luxurious and extravagant buildings in the distance. What is this, celestial dragons? Yes. He is also the pig, who now occupies the throne of the world. Enel began to glow with excitement. Young master, how about we? Bang, new world. Toto land of all nations. It is not yet the behemoth of 35 islands that it will become in the future. There are only 14 main islands connected. One of them is Nut Island. Giant peanut homies stood on the island, whispering to each other. You can even see homies who resembles Tall Nut from Plants vs. Zombies as a man who has seen the world. Doflamingo can still remain calm. Young Enel, watching all this, began to mutter to himself. Can this be eaten? Is there an apple that can talk? Is it sweet? Yes, kid. Doflamingo responded silently in his mind. In the island below, as the current minister of nuts, Amandi and Yaxiu. Now we have to go to the main island, Cake Island, to prepare for BIGMOM's tea party. Just now I boarded the Numisai Nut with tall steps. As an old acquaintance, I guess you don't mind showing me the way. Until this voice sounded. The pawns on the ship belatedly realized what was happening and began to sound the alarm. Alert, alert, illegal approach too close. Minister Nuts, please stay away. Closer than the last time. And why didn't these chess pieces react in advance? Why are they still carrying such a large search ship? Are these chess pieces blind? They can't even find this. Yaxiu and the others turned their heads to look at Doflamingo and a ship in the sky that appeared silently again. With the indifferent nature of the two, Kakuzu's mouth twitched a little. A timely wave of the hand calmed the chess soldier's impending attack. When he arrived at Cake Island, there were plenty of people to deal with him. Pretend to be calm and respond indifferently. Come on, I hope you're not cheating on your mom. FFFFFFFFFF. Of course, Ms. Linlin will know my sincerity. Doflamingo could clearly see the changes in their emotions, and couldn't help but curl his lips. As for why it was able to deceive the chess pieces, this brings us to the characteristics of homies. Almost all of homies are anthropomorphic creatures created by Big Mom's soul fruit. But this stuff has levels. If the cakes and plants of all nations are the dregs of soul fragments, the soul fragments of these low-level chess pieces are just trash with a little bit of soldier's soul fragments added. It is so easy for his brainwashed version of observation, Haki, to convey some emotions that can bring peace to these fragmented souls. As we approach Cake Island, a variety of singing homies are docked at the port. But the most eye-catching one is located in the center. A huge ship that is nearly 200 meters wide. The bow is a round moche ball wearing a crown, singing non-stop. It is decorated with green and yellow candies around it. It is more like a big cake sailing on the sea than a ship. Look at this huge figure. Doflamingo suddenly felt that the Arc Maxim he was building on Sky Island was a little small. This singing boat is truly a happy house for children. He could already smell the sweet scent coming over. But the flamingo's unique way of flying. It also attracted the attention of people from all walks of life who came to the tea party. Golden Lion, stupid. Golden Lion always travels on island ships. This is obviously an unusual newcomer. The flag on this ship, it looks familiar. Isn't this the symbol on the secret medicine? This is Doflamingo from Sabyodi land. Let's go and get him. He must have a lot on him. Some unfriendly looks from the people around interrupted Doflamingo's thoughts. He glanced at the two tall girls who were unmoved at the side of the boat. It seemed that someone wanted to test his bottom line. Then let's show it. There are blind people everywhere. I guess this kind of rubbish is not worthy of attending Ms. Charlotte Linlin's tea party, Enel. Yes, young master. God's punishment. Enel turns into lightning from his wrist, forming a huge column of lightning. Then sweep across all directions. The two Yaxu sisters below intuitively felt that a dangerous storm was brewing above their heads. And the garbage in the distance. They were still talking wildly one moment. And the next moment, the high-temperature arc light produced by lightning has instantly made their eyeballs useless. Then endless light and heat came over me. Ah! Along with screams, skin muscles, and internal organs began to burn and carbonize, and Enel, listening to the screams and wails, was excited and exerted 3 times more strength in his hands. Mom power, Logia thunder fruit. The two sisters, Yaxu, looked at this scene and looked at each other in disbelief. In the normal world, the average resistance of the human body is only 2,000 ohms. The maximum output current of Enel's body at this moment is 100 million volts. That means up to 10 amps of current are running through these pirates. Normally, a current exceeding 100 mA can cause respiratory paralysis and cardiac arrest. And these pirates are subjected to 1,000 times the current. He didn't even type GG directly. Wait until it calms down. The sea was filled with the aroma of grilled meat and the smell of charcoal. Doflamingo asked, seemingly politely. Ladies, I'm sure Ms. Charlotte Linlin already knows about my arrival. Would you mind letting her know? This brought Yaxu and the others back to their senses, and they reluctantly said, please follow me. It seems that it is different from what they thought. I originally thought it was just one of the more outstanding pirates on the Grand Line. I didn't expect that a subordinate who looked like a child would have such strength. He himself. The beauty of both episodes and the emotions that naturally fall within Doflamingo's perception. I didn't expect Enel to be so good at fooling people. He patted Enel's shoulder heavily and encouraged him. Well done, bangs, bangs, bang. The huge figure fell to the ground with a loud noise. A beautiful womanly, 27 feet tall, was walking towards me from a distance. Under the pink brim of the hat is pink shawl-like hair. The chest muscles are strong enough to bury an adult. On the left and right are cartoon-like suns and clouds with human faces, and a living skull on the hat. This is Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, the only female pirates to occupy the top of New World. It is also the most dangerous, terrifying and brutal monster in the New World. Charlotte Linlin is 43 years old and still in bloom. He is surrounded by children of all shapes and sizes. Tall and short, it seems that my luck is pretty good. Doflamingo thought so when he saw that Charlotte Linlin's eyes were not glowing red. It seems that Mom has sensed what happened. You can tell me your true purpose now. FFFFFFFFFF. Don't worry, I'm really sincere. Young master, is this really a human? Enel's eyes were filled with shock, considering that the other person's daughter was not far away. He began to whisper, can a person grow so tall? There is no doubt that this is a natural strongman. A human who transcends humans. Enel, go and prepare. Mahahaha, kid, take out your gift. If I'm not satisfied, you know the consequences. As soon as she got close, Charlotte Linlin grabbed the roof of the cake shop nearby. Put it in your mouth and start to devour it. The three split personalities beside him began to laugh and broadcast devilish music. The consequences, the consequences. It looked like Doflamingo wanted to give these three guards a couple of punches. Of course. This is the first step in getting along as friends. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Charlotte Linlin swallowed the last piece of cake in her hand and licked the last remnants with her tongue. What if I'm not satisfied? This action is beautiful, but also full of shocking danger. But Doflamingo didn't feel anything in his heart, because the master opposite him was really a cannibal. Kaido remained calm. No ifs, you will definitely be satisfied. Doflamingo is confident that it has grasped the core demand. When making products, you have to grasp the pain points of customer needs. Wow. He's so brave. How dare you talk to your mother like that? I want one of the homies he made. I want one too. The young Charlottes were whispering around. Face their mother. When ordinary pirates meet their mothers, their souls have already begun to be cut into pieces. But Doflamingo was not affected at all and continued to chat and laugh. It's really admirable, but you still have to die. Whoosh. Bang, *7. Enel quickly lowered 7 steel cages covered with curtains to the shore. Then Enel transformed from lightning into a human form and appeared beside Doflamingo. Charlotte Linlin paid no attention to the flamingo mini that quietly took off into the air and just stared at Enel and said, "This kid must be a thunder fruit user. What a lucky kid." "Yes, but that's not the important thing. Call." Doflamingo pulled down the first curtain. In the cage was a naked man who was stretched out in a spread-eagle position, with a look of grief and anger on his face and tears streaming down his face. The exposed limb pouches and wings are all tattooed with regular pink heart patterns. There is a collar around the neck with a bow hanging on it, symbolizing a gift. I'm very sorry that my gift doesn't include dessert, but I think the descendants of the now extinct moon people in Qinghai are worthy of joining the 10,000 nations. Moreover, he is the purest line. Ha 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 ha, what a pleasing little kid. Charlotte Linlin looked at the white wings on the back of the gift, and a happy smile instantly appeared on her face. Her 10,000 nations now had one more race, however. Charlotte Linlin always felt that the strange pink lines had a unique and indescribable charm. He subconsciously moved away and looked at the other 6 that were not opened and asked, "What's this?" Pink bribery failed. Not interested in these charming patterns. It seems that the way Charlotte Linlin reproduces remains to be confirmed. Putting aside the idea of flying in his mind, Doflamingo unveiled the other 6 curtains. 6 identical models appeared in everyone's sight. FFFFFFFFFF. I named this gift the Pink Queen and her 7 dwarfs. The Pink Queen and her 7 dwarfs, nice name, ha ha ha. Guys, I'm going to fall in love again. This time I'm going to marry 7 people. And I want 7 wedding cakes. Charlotte's eyes became brighter as she spoke, and she started to cheer. 7. Don't worry, Mom. We will prepare everything. Wedding cake, it was obvious that, except for some of the young Charlottes, the other adults were not cheering sincerely. Doflamingo already sensed the dagger-like gaze. But he didn't care. The appetizers are finished. Now it's time for dinner. Looking at the turbulent waves in front of him, he said, "Happy wedding, Miss Charlotte Linlin. Next, let's talk about your dreams." Charlotte Linlin looked back at the flamingo again and smiled. "Ha ha ha, Doflamingo, I am very satisfied with your gift. However, my dream is so easy to hand over to you." As the voice sounded, the terrifying haki spread out and the air seemed to freeze. Doflamingo raised his eyebrows, and the young Charlotte Linlin seemed to have more ideas. But he and Enel were both good runners. So they were not panicking. He smiled. FFFFFFFFFF. So what, MS, Charlotte Linlin? Let me see how magnanimous you are. Is it worthy enough? As expected, the villains' negotiations still rely on fighting to determine the trading status. The young and strong pirates are really greedy. Doflamingo gave up the idea of peaceful negotiation, and a huge curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. The last person I used to determine the amount of energy was dead. Charlotte Linlin's large body casts a huge shadow. His eyes suddenly changed, and his pupils turned into circles, flashing dangerous red light, a call from hell. Life or death, seeing Big Mom's attitude. The children who were forcing themselves to smile all around them now looked even more distraught and in a state of confusion. Mom is angry. It can't be stopped anymore. Hurry, prepare the cake. We have to bear the consequences of this kid provoking our mother's anger. How long will it take for Katakuri to come back? We are crossing a very fast current. We should have 5 minutes left. But the magnetic field there is chaotic, and we can't contact it for the time being. And the other side, even if he stood behind his young master, he didn't have to face Bigmom directly. Enel still had the threat of death in his heart. Like a poison in his tarsal bones. He felt that this was a torture directly to his soul. However, as the young master did not move there is no problem. The young master will solve everything. Is this the soul spell of the soul fruit, so powerful? Doflamingo could already hear the blood in his body quickening. A heart beating like an engine. It wasn't fear, it was powerful excitement. The black and red conqueror's haki has already flowed out, and an excited smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Kaido, life, then go to hell, little brat. This attitude made Charlotte Linlin extremely angry, and she activated her soul spell again, life or dead. Still nothing happened. Only the building between the two hakis made a shattering sound under the heavy weight. The children and subordinates who had been under the tyranny of Big Mom for a long time were a little confused when they saw this scene. They subconsciously rubbed their eyes to confirm whether it was true or not. Then they showed surprise, the soul. The soul was not pulled out. Is this true? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Isn't he afraid of his mother? I don't have the slightest fear of my mother in my heart. Endless silk threads began to flow out from Doflamingo's body and connected together, tightly wrapping his body, making the sound seem 3 points muffled. You may be able to kill me, right? No, but you can't scare me. Bigmom Laozi is going to be the enemy of the world. Enel. Take a good look at the strong man at the top of the world. Devil mode, line fist thrust. Doflamingo's huge body became even bigger because of the muscular body he was wearing. The tip of the huge right fist turned into a spike with colorful Madara black light and began to rotate, making a buzzing sound. The next moment, Doflamingo disappeared from the shore. The best way to face difficulties is to meet them head-on. Bang! Boom! Charlotte Linlin was caught off guard and was knocked away while still in a daze. The huge body flattened the cake houses along the road, raising a large cloud of dust. Many injured homies began to wail. The whole scene looked like a cake shop destroyed by naughty kids. Masaka, how is it possible? Mom was beaten up. Wara Tilda, where are you? Katakurine. The last time the children saw their mother being humiliated was more than half a year ago, when the Roger pirates visited. I just touched it, and it didn't even scratch my skin. Is this the value of the iron balloon? The gift of 4 emperors. Doflamingo did not show any excitement about defeating the enemy. His eyes were solemn as he stared at the place where the smoke was rising. The next moment, red eyes lit up in the smoke, and black and red lightning spread out in all directions. The flaming cloud, Prometheus, dispelled the smoke. Charlotte Linlin stepped on Zeus, who had turned black, holding Napoleon with sharp teeth in her hand, revealing the pirate turban on her head. His body was not damaged at all. Prometheus, say hello to this brat, Mom raid, haha. Stolen fire. Prometheus rushed towards Doflamingo at high speed, transforming into a huge pillar of fire halfway through. Too slow, arm ejection. The external muscles of armament haki wrapped on Doflamingo's right arm popped out at high speed and crashed into Prometheus. Boom! Both of them made shocking explosions, and flames rose into the sky. The escaping flames and shock waves indiscriminately attacked the Charlottes around them. Prometheus reappeared from the firelight and shook his dizzy head, without looking at the explosion in front of him. He clenched his right fist, and the newly formed external muscles on it had gathered again. Doflamingo raised his fists to meet the lightning sword coming from above. Bangs, bangs, bang, boom, 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 accompanied by huge roars and pounding sounds. The surrounding houses continued to disintegrate, and the entire island began to wail in the constant impact. Others can only see it, one tall and one short. 2 pink figures continued to collide with each other, accompanied by shooting lightning. At sea level in the distance, a ship with a scarf on its bow is slowly emerging. A 5-meter-tall figure stood on the bow. The furry scarf and coat cannot hide the strong and muscular body underneath. The orange-shaped trousers and shoes underneath were still stained with undried bloodline. It was Charlotte Linlin's second son, Katakuri, who hurried over. Katakuri had already noticed the flames rising from the island and frowned slightly. Mom's going crazy again. What's the reason? Someone has bypassed them and launched an invasion. Katakuri, who foresaw the future and had not yet entered the realm of fantasy, had no time to think about it, rushed to Cake Island. Nothing must happen to his brothers and sisters. As soon as Katakuripu arrived on the island, then he looked around. Its 5-meter-tall body is as eye-catching as a firefly in the dark night. In an instant, he was discovered by his trembling brothers and sisters. They ran over and stood in a group behind him, starting to explain the situation in a flurry of conversation. Katakuri-san, pirates from Saburi land sent me a present. It's the one with wings. There are 7 strange patterns on his body. Mom is very happy and is getting married. 7 wedding cakes. Then Mom asked this pirates for something. He refused to give it to me, so we started fighting. The fight has begun. Hearing about 7 wedding cake 7, Katakuri, who is calm and composed, had a headache. Now that my mother has entered menopause, her temper has really gotten worse if it is not satisfied. Cake Island will face a new round of destruction. Some family members will have their souls extracted. I checked again to confirm that no family members were injured in the fight. After casting a glance at Yaxu and the others who were covered in dust, Katakuri then looked towards the center of the battle. As soon as I saw Doflamingo, he thought of the devil's descendants who attacked the nations a few months ago. Douglas Bullet. The two people seemed to have the same characteristics. Then I saw someone standing on the cloud. Enel looked at the battlefield with longing. And Enel is the owner of the Thunder version of Observation Haki. I also felt the gaze as sharp as a knife. Turned his head and looked over. After confirming through eye contact, I knew that this was the person I wanted to chop down. Katakuri stepped forward. His tall and solid body was like a mountain, blocking all his brothers and sisters behind him. Then he gave the order, Armand Yaxu. Take them to the singing ship and wait for Perospero and the others to arrive. Be careful, Katakuri. He's the user of the Thunder Fruit. Armand, who had seen Enel's attack, warned. This guy looks very strong. Looking at Katakuri's intimidating figure, Enel made a quick judgment in his mind then. Enel, eager to fight, took the lead in attacking. His right hand turned into scorching thunder and swung out. God's judgment. A column of lightning suddenly split the sky. Grilled rice cakes. The upper part of Katakuri's hand turned into rice cake and compressed while being surrounded by visible heat. Twisting the steaming air proved the temperature above. Then it was launched like a missile and collided with the lightning pillar. Boom! For a moment lightning and fire shot up into the sky. And then the shock wave spread in all directions. Katakuri has disappeared from where he was. Enel's pupils shrank. The speed was beyond his ability to detect with the naked eye. This guy has a very strong physique. Next second, a shadow fell over Enel. Katakuri appears above Enel. The right leg splits into more than 10 tentacles like an octopus, covering the area where Enel is, wrapped in haki. It fell from high above with a whistling sound. Willow cake, it's too slow. Until these tentacle-like feet approached. Enel then proudly transformed into lightning and passed through the gap. The young master had taught him not to fight with others if he didn't have enough armament haki, as long as they don't meet King Luffy. His thunder is enough to make others suffer. Although he was more curious about who the King Luffy, the young master, was talking about, who was not afraid of thunder in Azuma. Putting aside all distracting thoughts in his mind, Enel's 10 fingers turned into lasers. Crossing and shooting towards Katakuri, face this blow. Katakuri demonstrated the same operation as Enel just now. Treat others the way they have treated you. The body turned into white rice cake and passed through the tiny gaps. Just when the battle between the two began, it reached a stalemate. The same thing happens on the other side. Napoleon Prometheus, yes, Mom, *2. Napoleon and Prometheus received the order. Quickly combine them together to form a burning sword. Emperor sword, breaking blade. Charlotte Linlin held the Emperor's sword tightly in both hands and raised it high. The huge wind pressure caused cracks to form between the house and the ground below, which could not bear the weight more than strangulation. Not used before Doflamingo threw the whip far away. This time, Doflamingo had thick threads growing out of his back that pierced into the ground. Then Doflamingo accelerated through the air at high speed, and his external muscles, wrapped in armed colors, were stained with the high temperature and red color of friction with the atmosphere. Boom! It was like dozens of missiles exploded at the same time, and the aftermath blew the houses in all directions into pieces. The two collided again and began to wrestle. Doflamingo felt a little annoyed as he stared at the Emperor Sword Spirit, gritting his teeth. The start of this battle was inexplicable, but also expected. But he had never fought such a painful battle, relying on his long-term self-training and hard work. With the addition of external muscles, she can wrestle with Big Mom, who has a steel balloon. But with his current haki, can't do internal crushing, which is bad for Big Mom's steel balloon. Damage to flesh equals 0. If this were a game, she would probably have a mocking -111 above her head. And vice versa. Big Mom's haki mastery has definitely reached the level of internal destruction. One punch and one sword. If you hit his artificial muscles, covered in armament color, they will explode. Literally explode with every collision. His haki will be crushed and exploded by Big Mom's haki. This has nothing to do with constitution or the amount of haki, but it is the real realm difference. If Zeus's lightning special attack and Prometheus's fire special attack were not isolated by external muscle armor, plus the long experience of beating Enel, negative buffs such as paralysis stiffness and burns are basically ignored by his powerful spirit. Secondly, the external muscles were damaged. Just use up your energy to recover. Otherwise, you will just get beaten up. Doflamingo suddenly understood why the pirates were so strong that they could play for days and nights. The physique is about the same. In the end, it was all tanks fighting each other. It's like 10 hearts of steel in a F******GARAM fight. Little brat. You dare to be distracted during the fight with me. Do you take me seriously? Fire the light cannon. Charlotte Linlin's eyes glowed red. The pupils even formed a strange ring shape, showing the mood of its owner at the moment at the same time. Prometheus received the new order. Entangled Napoleon's sword handle. Zeus turned into a cup and held Napoleon's head, forming a ring this wave. It's a triple martial soul fusion technique. A frightening red light flashed in Charlotte Linlin's eyes as she grasped Napoleon, whose form had changed drastically. What is this? External, under Doflamingo's solemn gaze. A few strands of black and red lightning merged into the gathering energy. No, it's Bar-chan. Boom. Accompanied by a huge roar, a huge beam of energy burst out. This is the unique power that Conquerors possesses. Tyrannical light, cannon danger. But this is a life-or-death moment. Let Doflamingo's heart be filled with endless pleasure. The spring bag under the crotch is erect. This is awesome. Endless spider web. Rub, rub, rub. Endless threads emerged from under Doflamingo's feet. Then they formed into spider webs and then stacked up to form a thick wall. The armament color dyed it black. Like a huge piece of obsidian, today he is Doflamingo. Just F***G experience, one of the greatest powers of pirates. Boom! Endless explosion of light and heat. The obsidian-like walls look like a child, erasing his or her erroneous handwriting. Being erased bit by bit, annihilated in light and heat. At this moment, young Charlotte was deprived of most of her vision. The subsequent shock wave directly damaged everyone's eardrums, causing them to lose their voices. Wait until everything fades away once again. A corner of Cake Island was permanently missing. Looking at the scene in front of me, on the other side, Enel's chin dropped to his chest, and his small sclera eyes suddenly bulged into big eyes. Is this the power of a truly strong person? Where is the young master? Enel searched up and down with some concern and found traces of his young master above. Along with it, blood also fell. FFFFFFFFFF. What a wonderful power, Ms. Charlotte Linlin, do you still want to fight? Doflamingo took a direct hit from the Tyrant light cannon and looked rather miserable at the moment. Most of the pink Haori behind her was turned black by the flames. The muscles in his arms and chest were almost completely worn away. There are traces of burning all over the body, and you can see the beating heart in the chest cavity. But the arm bone and ribs below were still intact, even after the energy polishing just now. It now appears to have a metallic texture. But these injuries would only be fatal to ordinary people. Although he looked miserable on the surface, Doflamingo's heart was filled with joy at the moment. This is a power that he will have the opportunity to master in the future. Bliss, I couldn't help but think of it. I didn't expect that I could observe the domination up close this time. It seems that the fruit has not awakened and is not domineering. Still a long way to go before Golden Lion. Even if the goal is not achieved this time, it is still a profit the other side. Looking at Doflamingo, who is still alive and still has fighting power. Katakuri's pupils shrank, and he pulled out the trident from his body. No one knew the power of his mother's attack better than him. But this guy could actually withstand it. I'm so happy. I'm going to eat 10 servings of strawberry cake today. I approve of you. Doflamingo, tell me what you really want. Kids, prepare for Mom's birthday party. After venting her anger, Charlotte Linlin felt in a good mood, and her eyes became clear. But apparently a surly customer, Ms. Charlotte Linlin. At the moment, I haven't been to what do you really want. It seems that the product PPT and story were not well presented, and the irritable customer didn't believe it. But there is still room for negotiation. Ending the brainstorming session, Doflamingo called Enel, who was standing by with a worried look on his face, and walked forward, ignoring the hostile gazes around him. Enel, let's go to the feast. Master, are you okay? Enel pointed at his master's messed-up chest. Little death, Tia. The carbonized layer on his chest was directly torn off by Doflamingo, revealing the fresh flesh and internal organs underneath. Before his lungs could enter, he took 2 breaths of air from the outside world. The bionic threads gather together to form a membrane that separates the flesh and blood from the outside world. Then Doflamingo's limbs became visibly thinner. The chest and arms gradually expanded and became slightly thicker. This is the charm of the return of life. One of the applications, adjust your body shape, then. The carbonized pink Haori behind him and the crimson suit that was burned in the battle were also rewoven. Return to the perfect image, he gave Katakuri, who was still staring at Hima Sunny smile. Doflamingo walked in the direction where Big Mom left without communicating with her much. Although Katakuri is an excellent seedling, an excellent instructor of observation color, but people only care about their younger brothers and sisters. I'm not too interested in his proposal, now that I have become close friends with Big Mom. The next step is to have a deeper communication and relationship with her. If you can handle her, you can handle everything. Come to the main fort of Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin is already sitting on the giant pink throne. He enjoyed the food very much, taking a bite on the left and a bite on the right. No wonder she became a fat woman that everyone wants to punch when they see her. I don't understand the importance of appearance and justice at all. No awareness of body management. Seeing Doflamingo coming, Charlotte Linlin greeted him. Well, Doflamingo. Just enjoy the delicious cake first. Hurry up, eat us. The various desserts on the table joined in as if singing. Just like a living creature. Come and enjoy a wonderful lunch. Of course, Your Majesty Queen Charlotte Linlin. Shaking his head, Doflamingo cleared his mind of random thoughts and began to eat. His consumption is also very high. Young master, is it really okay to eat this? Don't worry. Didn't they invite you? It would be rude to refuse. Ah, tilde tilde. I feel my life slipping away this wonderful tea party. I can't breathe, tilde tilde. Doflamingo picked up a piece of chocolate cake and stuffed it into his mouth expressionlessly. Ah, tilde tilde. I was eaten. I'm going to die, tilde tilde. Goodbye, tilde tilde. Everyone, tilde tilde. It's a cake, though, but just like humans. It shows a life and death farewell to other foods. And all the food on the table started crying too. It seems particularly fake. FFFFFFFFFF. How interesting. The feeling of constant wailing in his mouth made Doflamingo feel like he was eating someone. And a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It feels especially like other people's lives are struggling in his hands. Didn't know Dior tasted the buns. Is it the same feeling? 2 hours later, the tea party went on. Looking at my gradually recovering body shape and the feeling of fullness in my stomach, Doflamingo ended the meal. Lift your feet and place them on the table where you have torn off some food in front of you. Grab a talking glass of wine. Looking at Charlotte Linlin, who was still eating comfortably. I have to say that, with her current appearance, she looks good even when she is overeating, an hour later. Damn, you're still eating. No wonder he became a real big flying pillar after more than 20 years. Doflamingo couldn't sit still anymore and interrupted them. Miss Charlotte Linlin, the people of Sky Island and North Blue have a story you'd like to hear. Mommy likes to listen to fairy tales. Once upon a time, there was a country in North Blue called the Kingdom of Green. And there was an explorer named Mont Blanc Noland. He was executed for not finding the Golden City the second time. But in fact, the Golden City was carried to the sky by the ocean current. So the Golden Country is in your hands now. Big Mom swallowed the cake and her eyes lit up. Doflamingo raised his eyebrows. He didn't want to cause trouble. So he started to change the subject. Maybe it once existed, and was taken away by lucky pirates 400 years ago. But that's not the point. What is it? You still remember the last video, right? Rising to the Golden City in the sky. The animals that survived, and those still in Magic Valley Town, are of the same origin. The size and strength have also changed dramatically. It's like an unknown evolution. Just like the gap between us and ordinary humans. To add to the convincing point, Doflamingo pointed to 3 tall people on the field. Himself, Katakuri, and Big Mom, note 1. As for why Yaxu and others are not included, they are not pure humans. They have bloodlines of other races, but strangely, this evolution seems to have left the original inhabitants of the Golden Country far behind. The Shandia people have remained the same for 400 years. There is already a tragically thick barrier between humans and animals. Just like the gap between us and ordinary humans. Big Mom suddenly felt that the cake in her hand was no longer fragrant. And her eyes froze. Some of these children who have grown up also have the blood of other races. But none of them was taller than her. She is very confident in her ability to give birth to offspring. But how can everyone achieve the same body shape as her? Sit down at a table to eat, but Doflamingo has turned up the emotional resonance to its maximum. I'm not going to influence Big Mom. He's not that crazy. Instead, try to make your voice more contagious. But what? Geisa Kuranta Genius from the Royal Academy of Sciences intends to tackle this problem. At that time, everyone can join the glorious evolution. But I need a little help. Tell me, Doflamingo, what do you want? The first phase of this experiment requires 10 billion Baileys. And we also need your blood sample. The sample I collected alone is not enough to crack this magical mystery. My blood, Big Mom, who doesn't understand science, was a little confused, on the side category. Who can see the future A's about to reach him? Listening to all this, I always feel a sense of crisis. He almost opened his mouth to stop it. But since it involved his mother's dream-even, he could not. It can't be stopped either. The stare at Doflamingo became more dangerous. Yes. You are the highest known human being. And you are indispensable, essential in her life. Except for a few major incidents, had hardly shed blood. Charlotte Linlin had never thought that her blood had such an important property. So he gave a quick answer. Yeah, sure. What about the other inputs? Yes. The sample of the steel balloon is obtained. Doflamingo was ecstatic in his heart. But he didn't show it on his face. Ignore the knife-like gaze at your side. Your blood sample is extremely precious and is considered as a material investment, with a value of 8 billion. The remaining 2 billion is insignificant to the prosperous world. However, I have another plan that will benefit us all. Do you want to join? Enel spotted a tall man staring at his young master. So he quietly stood in the middle, come on. Doflamingo have to bring me those 2 unmodified birds. Remember, it is not transformed. Charlotte Linlin leaned forward, and the huge evil seemed very oppressive. FFFF, of course. I guess you have heard of the secret medicine. Of course, he has to dispel the customer's doubts. The carnival of inferior pirates. The price of this thing is life. Yes, as you can see, it's a carnival of inferior pirates. Doflamingo paused to take a sip of the wine in his hand and moistened his dry lips. The red wine left on the lips is as red as blood. However, 90% of the people on the sea are them thigh burn. Kill and plunder like a swarm of flying locusts. They also possess endless wealth. And they are loyal customers of secret medicines. In the New World, a pill can cost up to 5 ounces. But New World is beyond my reach for now. How about leaving this market to Charlotte? On his way to the world of nations, Doflamingo also encountered pirates who wanted to rob him. Some even took out secret medicines. Second-hand dealers in New World sold it for 5 ounces. The G scalpers make more money than him. How is this okay, yo hair? Happy birthday, Mom. Which daring lunatic attacked Cake Island? Perily, slurp. A slender figure with long dark blue hair with light blue Madara dots. A young man wearing a striped top hat and a long light yellow coat with a large light yellow collar walked in. As she said this, she stretched out her rich woman's happy tongue and licked the lollipop stick in her hand that was enough to make a child cry. It was Big Mom's eldest daughter, Charlotte Perospero. Well, Perospero have come at the right time. You can talk to Doflamingo about the secret medicine. Seeing her external brain coming, Charlotte Linlin gave up thinking and continued to overeat. Hello, my name is Donquixote Doflamingo. About. You mean that your Donquixote family will be responsible for the secret medicine from Sabyodi to New World? And our Toto land kingdom will be responsible for the sales in New World. With a 50-50 split, you are a little greedy, Piero. Prospero had heard about some of the Zoans' pursuit of this secret medicine. Of course, he understood the wealth contained in this. But they not only have to sell, but also have to be responsible for the base and bear the risk of being robbed. It's true that their Charlotte family is considered an upper-class force in the New World. But it does not mean invincible. There is no shortage of hot-blooded lunatics everywhere. This is only 50%. If Katakuri hadn't just told him that Doflamingo had survived his mother's strongest attack. Plus, he has the ability to fly. So he would have started snatching it long ago. Doflamingo, the pirates of New World are not Grand Line. We took a lot of risks, 70% perily. Yes, but the payment must be made in gold. Doflamingo has lost count of how much money he has now. Weapons are being sold all over the world, slime bombs, secret medicines, and firearms are being delivered to every place in a steady stream. We strive to ensure that every human in the pirates' world has weapons for self-defense. Defective Sky Island shells are constantly flowing into the homes of nobles, royal families, and merchants all over the world. Each weapons base is equipped with a Cas and Bar and shady dealing room. Every pirate who walked in gave it a positive review. And the gold of Sky Island. Not to mention the secret medicine. Money is just a number to him now. He wanted something else. For example, community of interests. Mom, what do you think? Prospero turned his head and looked at his old mother. He only had the right to make suggestions. Not the right to make decisions. Yeah, sure. Doflamingo, why are you so obsessed with gold? Charlotte Linlin was a little confused. There were some pirates who liked gold, but most of them were not picky eaters, including Peel. Maybe because I used to be a celestial dragon. Doflamingo casually reveals his true identity. It's really rare among the pirates to take this seriously. Celestial dragons, there is no one Guo yet. Charlotte Linlin's eyes lit up, and she spoke excitedly. Doflamingo, do you want to be my husband? After hearing this, all the Charlottes who had just not taken the celestial dragon's identity seriously were suddenly stunned. Prospero and Katakuri looked at each other and began to play dead, quietly changing positions. Prepare to block the route that his young stepfather took to leave. If you were 20 years younger, you would just go for it. But in 5 years, you will become an aunt. Who can stand that? Doflamingo refused outright. MS. Charlotte Linlin, I prefer younger ones. After all, I am only 17 years old. I am now as beautiful as a flower. You little brat who doesn't know the value of things. Charlotte Linlin twisted her waist and said that her dream is more important now. Yes, Miss. Charlotte Linlin. Doflamingo rolled his eyes inwardly and tried to change the subject. I also created a new thing in the 4 seas, called an underground bounty order, which is different from the bounty of the world government. This thing can not only reward pirates but also marines, nobles and royal families. How about it? Are you interested? The secret medicine is much more effective than Bailey. Half of the reward can be paid in advance. Prospero, who was pretending to be dead, suddenly brightened up his eyes. This was a way to make the sea hyenas ready for use. In just a moment, he thought of several methods that could be applied to the islands that were still resisting in the nearby waters. He wanted to agree immediately. But then he thought of his ignorant old mother and started asking questions. What about the control of the underground bounty? FFFFFFFFF. New World is naturally controlled by you, Charlotte. I just need some mission-issuing authority. How about that? Prospero looked at his willful old mother. Mom, I think it's okay. What do you think, Perrault? Yes, but Doflamingo, become my son-in-law. All my daughters of marriageable age will be at Cake Island tomorrow. Prospero, give him their pictures. Yes, mother. Queen's soldier. Go to my room and get the Perrault from the table. Soon. Photos were placed on the table in front of Doflamingo. Regarding Big Mom's operations, Doflamingo did not raise any objections, after all. When it comes to establishing a common interest group, sometimes using your lower body can be very effective. His Dio not only belongs to himself, but also to the forces behind him. And you can also steal some chickens. But when I saw the photo in the first chapter, Doflamingo only has 2 words in his mind: big head. How can she be fatter than her mother, Big Mom? It's outrageous. Your mother is a beautiful woman. But you too are already fat at such a young age. He took away the photo of Charlotte, moaned, without changing his expression. Tuck it at the bottom. Then he looked at the other people below. A little further to the side. The women of the Charlotte family huddled together and talked. What a powerful guy. He can survive his mother's attack. He has great potential. If I weren't already married, I would want to marry him. What about you, moaned Charlotte Compere, the eldest daughter of the family. Like the second daughter, Charlotte moaned. They are all Big Mom's future selves. Every slight movement of its huge body brought heavy pressure to the homie's sofa beneath it. Well, that's pretty good looking. But he probably won't choose me. He's so powerful, and Mom won't force me to marry him. Moaned still has some self-awareness. I think he will choose a stronger marriage partner. What do you think, Armand? Yaxu, the 9th girl, Blohuer, looked at Doflamingo's sturdy body with a hint of admiration in her eyes. He turned around and looked at Armand and Yaxu, with a hint of hostility in his words. Of the children of the appropriate age present, she and Armand were the only ones to be given the titles of Minister of Meringues and Minister of Nuts, respectively. No matter who he chooses, he will need Mom's consent in the end. Put away your hostility, otherwise. I don't mind going to Malengo Island after Mom's wedding banquet is over. Armand took a deep puff of the cigarette in his mouth, and a dangerous light flashed in his indifferent eyes. The other side. After looking through all the available options, Doflamingo was a little confused and found that there was something wrong with his understanding of the age of Charlotte's family. Put aside those who have not shown any talent in the future and those who have strange shapes. The options now are the 2 sisters, Yaxu Brie and Smoothie. The one who achieved the most was undoubtedly Smoothie. As one of the 3 future generals, there is no doubt that there is no shortage of strength and potential. But she is only 10 years old, will Charlotte Linlin agree? Doflamingo, my children are all beautiful. Which girl do you like? Tell me, and I will marry her to you. Charlotte Linlin was getting a little impatient waiting. Of course every Miss Charlotte is full of unique beauty, which makes it difficult for me to choose. So I choose Miss Charlotte Smoothie. The 14th Miss Charlotte, as he spoke. Doflamingo pointed at the girl with long legs in the crowd. Choose me. Young Charlotte Smoothie was confused. He hid behind Charlotte Compert's huge body and only showed his head. The look towards Doflamingo was full of confusion. The other sisters of the right age did not choose her, but chose Heron, 11-year-old child. Does this person have any quirks? The cigarettes in Armand and Yaxu's mouths shook and almost fell off the road. Smoothie, is only 11 years old. Doflamingo, are you sure? The same doubts appeared in the minds of Big Mom, Katakuri, and others. There was a hint of weirdness in the looks they gave Doflamingo. Even Enel stared at his young master and began to wonder if his young master had any serious illness. Regarding these strange looks, Doflamingo turned a blind eye to it. It was enough for him to get the actual advantage. It would be a waste if he didn't take the combat power of the three generals. He spoke without changing his expression. It's okay. We can get engaged first. I'm only 17. When Smoothie reaches marriageable age, I'll be only 22. The main reason is that my late mother used to like girls from the long-legged tribe. That's a good idea. Then let's get engaged. Well, ha 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 ha, Tilda, the engagement party will be tonight. A few days later, the flamingo flew out of Cake Island. Prospero. I think this guy is dangerous and cannot be trusted. Katakuri tightened the scarf around his mouth and looked at the receding ship with a serious look in his eyes. So what? Everyone has their own goals. This will make the family stronger, as long as Mom is here. Doflamingo will be a good partner, Piero. Prospero licked his cane and had great confidence in his mother. Where's Smoothie? Unless you can convince your mother to change her mind. Peralt, Flamingo. Enel looked at the Cake Island in the distance with reluctance. He hasn't had enough of the talking apple yet. Young master, why did you leave so early? It's not a good idea to be in the same room with a tiger that could go berserk at any moment. Enel, after completing the engagement party. Big Mom's wedding banquet for 7 and birthday party. Doflamingo simply chose to say goodbye. The main purpose of coming to the nations has been achieved. It is better to stay away from people who can even be cruel to their own children. And if you eat cake as your staple food every day, you will get diabetes sooner or later. Next. Just wait for time to ferment. South Blue. Batarilla Island. Roger, come here, Portgas D. Rouge waved to her husband, who had just emerged from the sea. Roger came over slowly. Compared to the pirates King Roger, who dominated the sea before. Holding the catch in one hand and wiping his wet hair. He looked more like an old sailor after getting close. Rouge held Roger's half-dry arm with a little excitement. Cheese, Sir Madam, here are your photos. I'll give you 150 Baileys. Karga's wife, Leah, handed over the freshly released photo of Yinxiang Bay. Thanks, Roger, let's go, after taking the photo. Rouge pulled Roger, who was a little distracted. Roger looked at the wings behind Lee and the shell in her hand. His eyes lost in memories of the past, although he had only been in seclusion for a short time. It seemed as if a very long time had passed since he was away from the sea. I couldn't help but ask softly, "You guys are from Sky Island, right? Has the war subsided? Has such a person ever ridden a monster current? That's incredible." Leah looked at the ordinary man in front of her with respect. Kaido, you have also been to our Sky Island, right? No, the new gods have put an end to the war, now. Under the leadership of the new gods, we have also come to the sea. You sound like a charming person. Can you tell me about the changes in Sky Island? Is Gampher still alive? Roger could hear the admiration and respect that the people of Sky Island had for the new god she was talking about. And he was curious about it. Lord Gampher is in charge of the affairs of the entire country, together with our chieftain. He was in good health when I saw him last time. The new god is from Qinghai, just like you. Ha! Karga, I'm back. The residents of this island live a simple life. But today, I met a man who had been to Sky Island on the island. Leah boarded the family's merchant ship, carrying a large bag of Sky Island products that had hardly sold. It doesn't matter what's his name. Where's the negatives from this photo shoot? Karga took the luggage from his wife. Nearly 2 years of caravanning career had left several fatal scars on his strong body. His name is Roger. This is their photo. His wife Rouge is a very gentle person, Roger. Finally found it, Karga's eyes sparkled. And he immediately drove the boat away from Batirilla Island. The other side, New World, young master. Where is the Thunder God Island, where you and Charlotte agreed to trade? Why is it called this name? Enel covered his bruised and swollen left eye, trying to divert Doflamingo's attention. Thunder Island is one of the islands after the Fish Men Island route. As for why it is called this name, you will know it later. Now don't be distracted after saying that. Doflamingo clenched his fist covered in armament haki and dashed forward, looking at the island, getting closer and closer. Doflamingo wisely put the flamingo on the sea. The sea is rough and the wind is howling. It's a doomsday scene, but it just didn't rain. Young master, is this a natural formation? It seems like there are others. Looking at the thundering, deserted island not far away. Enel's swollen eyes flashed with surprise, as Thunder Fruth was naturally not panicking. But how did the other people on the island survive in such a place? Perhaps it was formed naturally. Or perhaps the last Thunder Fruit user awakened and permanently changed the weather here. The islands in the Grand Line are all very strange and bizarre. Let alone New World. Doflamingo, naturally, didn't know the real reason why Thunder Island was formed. But he doesn't need to know, as long as he can use it. Staring at the island with a far-reaching gaze, Doflamingo uttered cold words. Go, Enel. This island originally belonged to you, okay? Young master, I will give this island to you. Before he finished his words, Enel had already turned into a ball of lightning and disappeared on the ship. As the distance gets closer, Enel felt a desire rising from the bottom of his heart. As soon as we landed on the island, sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The speed at which lightning on the island struck the ground increased by another 3%. As if celebrating Enel, ha 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 ha. What a powerful power. This amount of power is 10 or even 9 times greater than what I have in my body. Young master, I am invincible. Countless lightning bolts entangled Enel, as if countless lightning snakes were approaching their owner. Enel merged directly into the lightning and shot it towards the residents in the center of the island. In the center of Thunder God Island, the huge astronomical tower pierces the sky. At the same time, it also serves as a lightning rod. Protect nearby houses and residents from lightning strikes. But at this moment, lightning began to strike the houses on the edge. The residents huddled under the astronomical tower, calmly looking at the restless thunder and lightning in the sky. God always gets mad a few times throughout the year. They are used to it, but this time, the timing was not right. On the astronomy tower, wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, Dr. Tesla, who is more of aristocrat than scientist. I was just asked to come out of the laboratory and was looking at the sky with some confusion. It's a bit abnormal. Why is there a sudden surge in lightning activity? It's not the rainy season yet. Did the new pirates throw bombs into the rain clouds? How about it, Doctor? Can you find the reason? Ask the village chief. Something is unusual. Tell the villagers to get their weapons ready. The pirates outside the village can't survive in this weather and will attack the village. Understood, Doctor. I'll be right there. The village chief picked up the gun that was flashing with lightning and turned away. A moment later, the pirates arrived as promised. Search. Boom! Genomi used his fist, wrapped in armed color, to deflect the incoming laser bullet. He shook his hands that were almost scalded. He glanced at the special umbrella with a hole in it above his head and the thunder circling above it, and felt extremely anxious. If her membrane hadn't been accidentally broken when she was ascending from the Fish Men Island. There was a big hole in the boat. Why would they choose to land in such a hellish place? And now there are only a few people left in the huge team. He glanced at the crowd shooting in the distance. He shouted loudly to his younger brother, Zelov. Zerov beast form charge Leozi, brother Jerome. The umbrella is too small and can't cover me, ouch. Zerov was 4 meters tall, holding an ordinary small umbrella, which couldn't even cover his entire body, which made him look particularly funny. Take the secret medicine and rush over. We will block the bullets, Abai Shiji. There is no thunder and lightning in the village. Otherwise we will all die here with red eyes. Genomi led Abai and Shigo to leap towards Zerov. Zelov stuffed 3 secret pills into his mouth. Dropped to all fours and, in an instant, a 15-meter-tall rhino appeared in the same spot. How interesting! A rumbling sound came from the sky. Covered up the thunder, gunfire, and howling. The thunder stopped, all peace and tranquility. Before Zerov had time to be happy that the lightning did not strike him. He looked at the scene in the sky with panic in his eyes. Brother, what is that? Eh? The natives of Thunder God Island also looked up. In the clouds, the thunder gathered into a huge human face looking at them. It's like humans looking at ants, like a god. Everyone's jaw dropped to their chest, stunned. And at this moment, Enel has never felt so good. His body's capacity to store electricity is limited. With his current physical strength, the maximum is 100 million volts, but now, it was as if the thunder of the entire island had merged with him. Let him take whatever he wants. His energy is endless. Enel's figure emerged from the thunder, appeared in midair, and made a cold declaration: submit or die. So you're a user with special abilities. Just a Logia, die boy. The 3 secret pills I took have begun to take effect. Zerov has fallen into a state of fearlessness. The 3-meter-long, knife-sharp rhino horn on its head is wrapped in a black armor color. Boom! Its huge size demonstrates its extraordinary flexibility. The front hooves crushed the ground, and with the recall force, he suddenly stood up and rushed towards Enel. Zelov, no. Jerome wanted to slap himself twice. He shouldn't have put all the secret medicine on Zerov. This Thunder Logian, his home court, took the initiative to launch an attack. Such a bull brain. It's okay if Zerov dies, but I can't die, Blanche. Gungnir, in the horrified eyes of the crowd. The sky cracked, the giant face of Thunder split open, revealing a deep lightning channel that seemed to connect to the heaven. Then a ray of light fell, boom. The light and heat temporarily deprived everyone of their vision. Those near the center of the battlefield were swept away by the shock wave in panic. The rhino was annihilated in endless light and heat. Wait until it calms down. It's like the land that has experienced a meteorite. A huge basin replaced the original location. The interior presents a crystallized texture. Hot air rises. This is it something a human can do. It's Thor. Thor is back. The natives in the distance were surprised and delighted, as no one understood the thunder of Thunder God Island better than them. Be afraid, be shocked, and be revel in this power. While the natives were still in a daze. I am willing to be your dog. Please forgive my disrespectful behavior just now. Boom, boom, boom. Ignoring the injuries he had just suffered from the aftermath, Jerome slid on his knees from a long distance and rushed over from a distance, bow down in front of the basin. With the last two subordinates, the head kept touching the ground, making a crisp sound. It sounds like a good start. Very good. How about you guys? Enel stared at the dazed and bewildered natives with his dead fish eyes and spoke lightly. A huge bolt of lightning flashed at the right time. The sky is as bright as day. Dang. Special weapons that can shoot laser bullets were thrown down one after another as the village chief surrendered. Welcome, Lord Thundergod. Lord Thundergod, this way. To the other side, on board the Flamingo. Doflamingo's body was covered with elastic bands that restricted the strength of every inch of his muscles. Lie down on the bow again and start exercising. Kill endless energy regarding the safety of Enel. He was naturally not worried. First of all, few people can outrun Enel. Lightning is also light. Enel's current physical strength cannot directly convert this extreme speed into kinetic energy. Running away is no problem. Secondly, Thunder God Island is full of thunder playing at home. Enel still can't defeat this place where there are no big pirates. Then Enel should just be a test subject like Aramaki for a while. Doflamingo retracted the thread and stood up. Step onto Sky's path and look behind the flamingos. His observation, Haki, discovered other people far away. A dark Gothic-style ship, size of a small warship, is approaching at the bow. There stood a figure with a long sword on his shoulder. His 7-meter-tall height and dark rock-and-roll denim attire give him an oppressive look. But the pair of small pointed corners on its forehead made its shark-like teeth look even cuter. Obviously a hybrid of ghosts and humans. Note 1. Young Moria. Hehe, I ran into you as soon as I arrived in New World. What a fate. Apparently the other party also noticed Doflamingo standing high in the air. And his strong, sturdy, angular and powerful muscles. He waved happily. Are you going to Thunder Island too? Do you want to be my companion? My name is Moria, damn it. Idiot Captain, we're going to fight again. How can you just come up and ask other pirates if they want to get on board? You think you're Whitebeard. The members of Magic Duck Pirates were a little nervous and even wanted to start a fight. They had this kind of fight so many times. No wonder he was beaten so badly by Kaido's mace a year later that he began to doubt his life. It turns out Moria was so thin when she was young. It lacked strength at first glance. The unique features had already allowed Doflamingo to recognize the newcomer. It was exactly the oldest Shichibuka after more than 20 years. The current West Blue hero, Gecko Moria. The Magic Duck has not yet been fattened. I have to say that Magic Duck is quite cheerful when he is not autistic. No, how can a strong person board someone else's ship? What Doflamingo likes most is to say no to other people's requests. Besides, Thunder God Island has been occupied by me. Doflamingo, it is my territory now. Why not let's have a fight? How about it? Phew, 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 foo, foo. Doflamingo had a dangerous smile on his face. He's itching to do it. Exercise is not as good as fighting. He has plenty of energy anyway. No matter how Magic Duck Murai survived Kaido. There is no doubt that they can all be called strong men at this moment. Hehe, fight, come on Doflamingo. If you win you will join my pirates group, obviously. Moria still hasn't given up his desire for Doflamingo. Okay, I like this condition. If you win, you will bear my name. Let's go to Thunder God Island. It is a very suitable battlefield. As soon as the two ships docked, Enel's figure emerged. He had just taken a tour of the Aboriginal settlement. The evaluation given is that the place is a waste of time. Oh no, there are not even any birds here. The situation on the island has calmed down. What's going on, young master? Enel looked at the newly appeared ship and the tense atmosphere with a serious look. The thought of showing off in my heart was eliminated. Brother, is this Thunder Logia? Moria looked at the lingering electric light on Enel's body, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He had heard of the title of the strongest Logia, but he didn't expect to encounter him right after arriving in the new world. These are the subordinates I found for you. Keep the sky quiet and don't interfere with the upcoming battle. Doflamingo swaggered onto the island, ignoring the huge Moria. Moria and others followed closely. Come on, Moria, show me what you're made of. Hey, Doflamingo, shadow cut. Different from the means of playing with shadows 20 years later. The shadow beneath Moria slashed with a huge blow in sync with it. Two huge slashes converged together, appearing grey and white. The ground that cannot be destroyed by lightning can be cut like tofu. Spider web, Doflamingo stood his ground. The black spider web chopped off perfectly under the crotch. That's it. Moria, if that's all, you'd better be my subordinate. Wire arm catapult, Herihethis, is just a simple test. Doflamingo, shadow mage. One pink and two black figures collided with each other. The huge long sword in Moria's hand kept colliding with Doflamingo's black iron fist. The black shadow looks like Geogeo stand, following Moria like a shadow. The power is enough to break stones. It constantly collides with the invisible threads around Doflamingo. As soon as the battle started, it became intense. An hour later, the fight between the two became more and more intense, and the sound of their bodies hitting each other was like a strange percussion music. Are all the New World's pirates this strong? The name Doflamingo seems familiar. I've seen it somewhere. To think that he could fight Captain Moria like this. The pirates of the Moria pirates almost popped their eyes out. I thought it would be an ordinary, crushing game like before. The captain was able to defeat his opponent quickly, but he didn't expect it to turn into a protracted battle. Since setting sail, they have encountered countless powerful enemies. Even the hateful Marine couldn't stop them. Let them arrive at the New World as soon as I got here. I met an opponent who could rival Captain Moria. It's different from what they thought. The opposite of the Moria pirates' crew. Enel looked at the corners of his young master's mouth that were widening. I always feel a bit of phantom pain in my eyes that just disappeared. The young master's performance clearly shows that he has found a sandbag he likes. Having fun on the battlefield, using the force transmitted by the opponent's iron fist. Moria jumped back, putting some distance between them. This power is really G powerful. He let out a heavy breath. Moria looked at Doflamingo with increasing passion. What a powerful force. I really want to have him as a companion. As a ghost, plus he is 7 meters tall. There is no doubt that such a strong physique is indispensable for roaming the sea in the past. But today, he was a natural strong man. But he was suppressed by Doflamingo. You have to know that he is twice as tall as the other person. From body shape to weight, everything should be suppressed. Moreover, his shadow mage is able to split mountains and crack rocks with just one strike. unable to break through the defense. Every attack from the Shadow Mage felt like the touch of his knife hitting Doflamingo's fist. Blocked by a layer of black silk thread, is this Haki? Grand Line and Sika. Although there are few people who know Haki. He had encountered this before, during his many years of sailing. But in the past, enemies would only block his blade at critical moments. When will it be like armor, provide all-round defense? Oh. Is that all? Moria, have you reached your limit? This really disappoints me. Doflamingo spread his hands and shrugged his towering trapezius muscles, looking a little frivolous. Seeing this contemptuous attitude, Moria's mind, which had just been somewhat sobered up, immediately became confused. A mere Haki. How can you compare to my natural physique? Moria stepped forward quickly, his young body exceptionally agile, the shadow beneath him blending into the long sword in his hand. The long sword looked like a magic weapon that devoured everything. Under the illumination of lightning, the colorful black is reflected. Doflamingo. Look at Laozi's invincible shadow fruit. Shadow or sword. Ink-black sword energy flew out from the shadow sword and flew across the battlefield in an instant. Cover with Doflamingo, not ready yet. Moria line, martial, body infinite hammer. Doflamingo instantly became stronger. Different from before, this time. Arms made of lines grow from the back armpits and shoulders. And the tops of these arms are not palms and fists. Instead, they are huge war hammers with spikes. The shiny black hammer was stained with flames as it was swung at high speed. Like huge cannonballs, boom. The black flying slash was smashed cleanly. Endless fist shadows enveloped Moria after the slash. It is unavoidable. How can you be so strong? Moria stepped back in horror, just as he was about to launch a second attack after the slash. There was no time to react, and endless fist shadows had covered all the moving space. Moria, keep going. The tall and slender body was directly covered by endless iron fists. Ola, 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 ola. Moria is like a dandelion blown by the autumn wind. Under the continuous iron fists, no time to land, however. The crew members of Moria were not nervous about their captain. Instead, they smiled as if they had succeeded in their evil plan. Enel looked at this odd scene with an amused smile. His radio observation Hakiwich covered the entire island. Discovered something wrong. He could discover that the young master's perception of thoughts and seeing colors could also be sensed. The young master dislikes it the most. It's just escape. Moria's healthy body appeared behind Doflamingo, with a stern look on his face. The long knife in his hand chopped down fiercely. Clang. The armed arms are in an ergonomically awkward position, although they were cut off one by one under the huge force, but still blocked it. The blade only scratched the artificial muscle layer on Doflamingo's back. Seeing this, Moria swapped places with his subordinate shadow and appeared in the distance. A thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Maybe he is really going to be in trouble today. But when he thought of this, Moria didn't feel any fear at all. I feel the ghost blood in my body boiling and burning again. He laughed wildly. His face became even more distorted due to extreme excitement. Like a devil, hey, me lovely subordinates. Please lend me your shadows, boss. It's great to be able to help you. Please use my power to your heart's content. The shadows of Moria's crew members continued to flow out, like black snakes merging into Moria's body. Moria's body expanded like a balloon. His attack actually had some limitations, because a person who loses his shadow will be burned to ashes by the sun. He generally will not use it easily, but here, it is covered by thunder and lightning, and no sunlight can be seen. His lovely subordinate who lost his shadow would not lose his life. Doflamingo just stood there watching this scene, the smile on his face becoming brighter. This is a reward for the brave. Just now he thought Moria was going to run away. I didn't expect it to be a tactical sneak attack. He is very satisfied with Moria's current condition. He is very happy. No wonder he had the courage to challenge Kaido more than a year later. This is good. Then he should also show his strongest attitude. To completely crush a person is to strike hard at his strongest and most confident aspect. A streak of white spread out from under Doflamingo's feet. The island rocks that used to be indestructible in the face of lightning. It begins to soften and take on a fibrous texture. The Moria pirates' crew nearby were the first to notice the shaking ground. What's this? This must be Logia. Idiot, string fruit is Paramecia. This is awakening. What is awakening? Ooh. The captain's move shows up. No matter how many times I watch it, it's always so invincible. Moria has no time to listen to the nagging and flattery of his subordinates. Perfectly controlling the power of 100 companions was already his limit at the moment, and it consumed all of his mental energy. Different from the ugly appearance of a big toad more than 20 years later. Moria, the toad that absorbs 1,000 shadows. Crouching and half-crouching. It is conservatively estimated to be about 30 meters. Moria at this moment. The underdeveloped ghost horns on the top of its head now pointed towards the sky like a bow. The originally slightly thin body now had bulging muscles, showing explosive power. The height reaches an astonishing 30 meters. If outsiders saw it, they would simply think it was a hybrid of a giant and a ghost. Looking ahead, the land turned into a white land. Moria's pupils constricted. The huge body did not give him much sense of security. Moreover, his head was filled with noisy and chaotic voices, which made his sanity disappear. The sense of crisis conveyed by Doflamingo surges like waves. Can't wait any longer. Moria raised the giant sword in his hand. The heavy and powerful feet sank easily into the solid ground. Then the figure burst out. The short distance was crossed in the blink of an eye. Shadow Horn Greatsword, 40-meter broadsword. Rather than a knife, it is more like a huge spear. It fell down under such huge force. Doflamingo, don't underestimate Laozi. Laozi is a hero of West Blue, critical moment. A pair of huge fists with spikes emerged from the white land in front of Doflamingo. The size is not much different. From bottom to top, it blasted towards the sword tip. FFFFFFFF. Yes, that's it, Moria. My pleasure is coming over me, accompanied by the roars of both. The long sword and fist collided fiercely. Boom. The earth is cracking, with the two of them as the center. Gravel and dust flew out like bullets. The huge shock wave seemed to be substantial, sweeping out in all directions like an ocean wave, trying to swallow everything. The first ones to face all this are Moria's subordinates. Get down now. The ones who were a little smarter realized that something was wrong and fell to the ground with their companions. Pull out something that can stabilize your body shape. In the past, whenever their captain used this trick, the enemy would fall. Why is it different this time? And Enel. It had long since merged with the thunder and lightning in the sky, and the silent giant face of thunder and lightning was staring at the battlefield. Enjoy the best viewing angle far away. watching the giant face of thunder and lightning reappear in the sky and the vibrations coming from afar. Jerome's face lit up with joy, and he rushed over with a burr and Scott. Lord Thundergod just turned around and left. This group of silly villagers are still waiting there. It is obvious that Lord Thundergod is fighting with someone. It was time for them to show their loyalty. Lord Thundergod's dog can only be him. They had just climbed up a hillside, and Jerome and the other two had not had time to see the scene in the distance clearly. Boom! A stone as big as a millstone flew out and hit him directly. Jeremy and the other two, unaware of anything, took off again, leaving behind words of unwillingness so familiar. What a disgusting scene. Lord Thundergod, we will be back. You must wait for us. Center of the battlefield. The fist shadows and swords collided back and forth, and the speed of the back and forth bombardment even left after images. Suddenly, the falling longsword was caught tightly by a pair of iron fists. The two were in a stalemate, as expected of a tough guy who can wrestle Kaido with strength alone. Doflamingo showed a bright smile with just one strike. He understood how Morioho didn't know Haki, could challenge Kaido a year and a half later. Based on strength alone, he is indeed qualified. However, this alone is not enough. The white ground is like a sea about to be hit by a storm. Begin to surge. Moria suddenly felt like he had no foothold. Then, the thick claws stomped hard into the ground to stabilize the shaking figure. But at this moment, the stalemate has changed. More iron fists emerged from the white ground, knocking the sword in his hand to the ground. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back at the same time. White earth, like a calm belt that stirs up waves. Endless threads flowed out like liquid, a white giant, larger than Moria, at the moment stood in its place. This is what it means. Line martial god, tut tilde bar tilde. The Moria crew had just cleared the dust from their eyes, looked at the faceless white giant. An inexplicable chill arose in my heart. What's this? Boss Moria. Heh, this is incredible. Doflamingo, come on. Moria's eyes were fierce. His spirit had almost reached its limit. He was about to lose control. A huge shadow emerged from beneath him. Gigantamax Shadow Mage joins the battle again. This time his 2-on-1 fight is different. Die. Shadow Horn Greatsword. The already gigantic greatsword, with the bonus of the shadow shot out like Shinso. The Shadow Mage leaped into the air, and his huge claws smashed down on the white giant's head from top to bottom. Its powerful force is not inferior to the original body. The mountain-sized head was hit and tilted. The giant took action. Yingjiao took the opportunity to use his spear to pierce through the huge head without facial features. Then, Shadow Mage and Moria surrounded Doflamingo from the front and back. Fists and swords continued to hit the giant, who had no ability to resist. Hey, Doflamingo, my subordinate, and I'll let you go. Really, have you vented enough? A shadow fell over Moria, sensing something bad. Moria rushed forward to create some distance. However, 6 huge arms hold it firmly in place. It was forcibly broken. What Moria saw was a white giant with several more pairs of arms than before. Doflamingo was emerging from the giant's brow, a look of disappointment in his eyes. Moria, who had no observation haki and was close to losing control, couldn't even find his true body. How weak. Moria, you're too weak without haki. Doflamingo's eyes flashed dangerously. His tone was fanatical, yet rational, and his 6 arms were dyed with black light and began to gather power. Let me show you this magical power. Your fist is not strong enough. Your sword is not sharp enough. Your killing intent and hegemony are not pure enough. Ola, 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 ola. The iron fists fired in succession, like a perpetual motion machine. Hit his green-skinned head. A mouthful of shark teeth was shattered all over the floor. From the head to the body, the iron fist massages every inch attentively. Captain Moria. Seeing his beloved captain lose the ability to resist and fall into life and death crisis, the Moria crew members who had agreed to wait for the result could no longer sit still, and picked up their weapons and prepared to charge. Rescue your captain. Before Doflamingo released conquerors in Azuma. Ara tilde, thick bolts of lightning fell from the sky. One by one the pirates lost consciousness in the lightning. No passage allowed. Rumbling thunder came from the sky. No, Moria, who was locked up by a strong man and on the verge of coma, woke up instantly after watching this scene. The originally weak body regained strength and began to struggle. Don't worry, Moria, accept my final haki. Armament infinite cannon. Moria's counterattack was easily subdued by the string martial god. Xianxian Washan cracked a sunny smile. Doflamingo's armament, haki, and observation haki are under the dual control of devil mode and life return, converging inwards. Through a special pipe made of copper wire, the mouth of the Xianxian martial god began to glow. Boom. The laser blasted at Moria. The shadow on his body began to dissipate. The body returns to its original state. The high intensity caused the muscles and skin to be constantly burned and carbonized. Looking at Moria, who is about to use kanji, Doflamingo controlled the Xianxian Washan to stop the mouth wave. They are already subordinates and still have value to be used. If Moria refuses to admit it, a 7-meter-tall ghost. Being a test subject is also a precious model. The string god of war held Moria, who had revealed her original form in one hand. The unconscious Moria was turned back and forth to check the condition of his body. It's just roasted. Protein threads emerged from the body of the thread god of war. Wrap its body like a mummy. Then Moria was thrown onto his own member, who was in a coma and shock. The unconscious crew member screamed in pain. Crack. Reflector records Moria's failure. After closing the video, Doflamingo looked unusually unhappy. With my current application skills of armament haki, I am still a little short of internal destruction and external release. He was still somewhat dissatisfied with his last attack. Just as he said himself, he has not yet reached the stage of haki's externalization. The attack just now was purely based on entanglement plus the 2 bug skills of devil mode and life return. All the remaining energy of armament haki was forcibly condensed into the body of the string martial god. Then treat the Xianxian Washan as a special container and channel. Released directly, it looks turbulent. But in fact, the power is not condensed enough. Otherwise, Moria with the light wave on his face. Despite its high-strength body, it is not just made into roast duck. It was just like when he faced the aftermath of Big Mom's tyrannical light cannon. Part of the muscles throughout the body will be annihilated by the high temperature and high density energy. Master, accumulate, cover, entangle. What else do I lack for internal destruction and external release? When Doflamingo stared at the haki flowing in his hand. On Angel Island, Toripol took off his sunglasses and rubbed his sore eyes. Continue with the boring slime bomb production. A long time ago, he chased money on the sea. Now he never expected that he himself is money. Gulu gulu by bibibai. A sharp sound came from Toripol's body, breaking the quiet atmosphere around him. This is the sound of the emergency. Den Moshi. Moshi Moshi, Lord Toribol, we found Roger's retreat. Hehe, Tilderai Sewell done Karga. Have you ever faced Roger directly? Toripol was shocked. These were the things that Dover required him to focus on. No, Lord Toribol. All the contacts were handled by my wife Leah. Very good. From today on, you will not appear in that sea area. The entire sea area can be handed over to other family members who are unaware of it. You only need to determine Roger's whereabouts through the family member's vision. The strong are always particularly sensitive to malicious intent. And Roger has mastered the art of listening to the sounds of all things. With this ability, he can even hear the sound of stones. Isn't it easy to determine whether others have bad intentions? So Doflamingo already had a plan for him. Just let people who have no ill will towards Roger contact him. Crack, after hanging up the phone, Toribol began to contact Doflamingo. Ding, ding, ding. Den Mushy made a sound that it couldn't connect. It seems that Dover has not left the waters of Thunder God Island yet. I wonder how long it will take for Dover to come back. I didn't expect that I could really reach a cooperation with the monster Big Mom. The sun cannot be seen in the sky of Thunder God Island, so the flow of day and night cannot be determined. The white land on the shore returned to its original appearance. Moria and his crew were piled together like the grave goods of a pharaoh. I don't know how much time passed. Doflamingo, who was not far away, looked at the faint light coming out of his hand, a look of joy on his face. He was finally reaching Haki's extroverted realm. Suddenly, Morioho was lying dead beside him. Suddenly opened his eyes, Doflamingo. The roar resounded between heaven and earth, and the only response he got was the thunder booming from the sky. Where are his companions, thinking of the last scene he saw? He ignored the severe pain in his body. Moria looked around with bloodshot eyes. His own subordinates were wrapped like mummies and huddled together behind him. He quickly stretched out his bloated and trembling hand to feel for the breath of life. There is still breath saved, not dead. I took a long breath and let go of the heavy weight in my heart. Moria then noticed the same bow bandage on her body and remembered her own situation. He lost, miserable defeat. A defeat with no chance of recovery. So, what about Doflamingo? Phew, you are so energetic. You woke up so quickly despite this injury, magic duck. Are you a hybrid of a ghost and a human? Or a hybrid of a ghost and a fishman? Doflamingo was amazed at Moria's ability to move freely. Although the sun cannot be seen on Thunder Island, based on his perception of time, Moria's coma would not last more than 24 hours. Moria's ability to recover alone is so strong that Kaido is called the strongest creature. Resilience is much stronger than pervert. I don't know. But thank you, Doflamingo, for sparing my companion. Moria stared at Doflamingo, hanging in the air with a serious expression. It doesn't matter, according to the agreement. They and you are my subordinates. Doflamingo looked at Moria below with a playful expression. Gecko Morias promised. Bear my name Don Quixote and ride on the sea, Moria. Moria felt a little complicated at the moment. She didn't expect the methods he had been using all along. Today I received my retribution in this life. But when this happens to me, why is it so difficult to obey? It seems like you have difficulty making a choice. Let me help you, Enel. Doflamingo raised his brow. not surprised at Moria's refusal. If the other party surrenders so easily, it may be that they are planning a counterattack. Just like Kira and Kid in the future, young master. I'm coming. Enel's figure emerged from the surging thunder and lightning. Help them sober up a little. Just as Moria was feeling uneasy, Doflamingo pointed at his unconscious companions. No. Sizzle, 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 ah, accompanied by a special moaning service. Moria's companions successfully woke up from their coma, looking at the razors surrounding him, and the captain looking at him from a distance. I immediately understood my situation. They are losers. Enel, think about what you learned in Guy's lab. Faraday cage. Enel understood and condensed the electric current into cages to wrap up the pirates of Moria pirates. A giant white hand emerged from the ground behind Moria, pinning his head to the ground. He looked at his companions in the distance. Moria, the loser, will be plundered of everything. This is the rule of the sea. Looking at Moria struggling below, Doflamingo's voice became more dangerous. Watch the following performance carefully. This is all because of your incompetence. You will lose every one of your companions. Moria lay on the ground, looking at the familiar faces in the electric cages in the distance. Those faces were also looking at him. There is fear. There is hope, there is begging, there is belief. And there is despair. Goodbye, Captain, Captain Moria. Although I was taken aboard as a captive, it is a real pleasure traveling with you. We won't die. Fight like a man, Captain, after showing their courage. The crew members huddled together tightly, showing their inherent fragility and making choked sounds as they looked at the electric fence getting closer and closer. Damn it. I just arrived in New World and haven't been to other islands yet. Captain, sing one last song. Yo ho 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 ho. Yo ho ho 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 yo ho ho. Bring Binks's wine to you. Like the sea breeze, riding the waves as it pleases. Looking at the tears and sad songs of his crew members Moria, who did not beg for mercy, even when he was beaten to the brink of death. Had bloodshot eyes, and tears flowed from them. I fell into the fear that I least wanted to face. No, don't. Moria struggled hard. But the movement of resistance caused the wound that had just healed to split. And blood oozed from the bandages all over his body. But the huge hand above my head pressed down like a mountain. It's just like a caterpillar crawling in the soil. Choose Moria, life or dead, we, pirates. Cut through the waves in the flash of lightning. Then numbness and burning pain. The Moria pirates are showing their last bit of courage. Life after letting out a heart-wrenching roar. Moria's eyes became dull-his chin resting on the ground. And he muttered to himself, I choose life. FFFFFFFFFF, congratulations, Magic Duck. You successfully saved your companion Enel. Moria looks like a salted fish who has given up his dream. Doflamingo smiled brightly and removed the hand that was pressing on his head. Enel, today's game ends here. Yes, young master. Sizzle, sizzle. The electric current left the swaying people like a thread being peeled off a cocoon. Life, Moria's head felt lighter, but his eyes dimmed. He gave up his freedom and chose companionship. It looks like a photo that has lost its highlights. A beautiful aunt who has gone bad. This is in stark contrast to Doflamingo, who is smiling beside him. Happiness and smiles will never disappear. It just shifted. FFFFFFFFFF, Moria, don't be so sad. Maybe this will be a good thing for you and your companions. It's all your fault for being too weak. Looking at the disheartened Moria, Doflamingo was filled with joy. Let's not talk about the value of Moria itself. Let a person go from happiness to pain, from confidence to despair, and then make a painful choice. What a pleasant and happy thing it is. As for the question of loyalty, Doflamingo never cared. Moria was just a casual move. It was more than enough for Enel to suppress the Thunder God Island at the entrance to the New World by himself. If Moria still insists on his decision, let's just repeat the happy event that just ended. He just needs to serve as a test subject. Too weak, it's all my fault. Moria raised his bloody body with his hands on the ground. The frail body displayed an inexplicable aura. A dark, hacky glow appeared on the surface of the claws. State your terms, Doflamingo. You've recovered your fighting spirit so quickly. Seeing Moria's claws turning black, Doflamingo pointed at the barbecue platter beside him and spoke meaningfully. The value of a strong person is of course different from that of a weak person. Each of your 55 companions has a lifetime equal to 1 month of yours. So this is the time you need to be loyal to. Moria's claws scratched down again, paused, and said Kaido in a deep voice, "Can." Although Doflamingo's contemptuous words to his companions made him extremely angry. But he is also just a loser waiting for judgment. And there is nothing he can do but accept it. You need to fight for your own freedom. Use your life to challenge me and defeat me. FFFFFFFFFF. Doflamingo stood in the air. Thunder roared above him, and he opened his arms as if to embrace the entire sea. And black and red lightning swept out Moria, who had just woken up, looked at Yimu, who was like a god or a devil. It's already at the end of its strength, and no answer has been given yet. He fainted instantly a few days later. Doflamingo just left the waters of Thunder God Island. Finally, Toripol, who was far away in Upyard, was contacted. Dover, I'm telling you, Roger has been found, and everything is going according to your original plan. How long will it take you to get back to Arpiado? Don't worry. Just confirm Roger's location and have Diamante deliver the secret medicine to Thunder Island as agreed. Enel and Moria will be responsible for receiving it. I have to go back to Spedalmelts. Are you going to visit Rocinante, Dover? But who is Moria? A loser, crack, after hanging up the den mushy. Doflamingo dialed again and contacted Tesoro in Sabyodi. Now that Roger's whereabouts have been discovered, how could his subordinate Pluton be absent? Gurgle, gurgle, boss. I have received the agreement regarding the Charlotte family. When Diamante arrives at Sabyodi, you will go and confirm the quality of this batch of secret medicine. The Charlotte family is very important to us for the time being. Temporary in a short moment. Several possibilities flashed through Tezulo's mind at the other end. And he said in a deep voice, "Understood, boss. We found Shaki's extortion bar. It's on Island 13. The film coating technician in the store did some disguise, and the family members who went there were not sure whether it was Rayleigh. A sensible person is considerate and knows what the key points are before they are mentioned. In the palace, he is at least a chief steward, can't tell. It seems that Oda's god-tier stupid buff has taken effect again. After letting his thoughts wander for a bit, Doflamingo turned to Den Mushi Kaido. It doesn't matter, you don't need to confirm it. Just know its location, and your dream of becoming a superstar can start. Shaki's rip-off bar is an intelligence bar, and generally does not move. As long as his boss Shaki doesn't run away. Rayleigh won't just disappear, really. Tezulo was a little surprised because he was asked about his dream on the first day he joined the family. "Sorry, boss, I'm not questioning your decision." "It's okay, Tezuela. You are now capable enough to put yourself in the spotlight. When Sabyodi becomes the leader in the arms and entertainment industries, intelligence will come to you on its own." Crack. What kind of magnetic, field meteorological, or geological weapon could have done this? Looking at the clearly defined sea surface in front of me. Although it was not the first time, the Doflamingo had seen a calm belt. He was still somewhat curious about how the calm belt was formed. The sea channel of Diandao Mountain still shows traces of artificial excavation. The calm belt is a sea area cut straight out of the ocean. And it is not an exaggeration to call it a miracle. The calm belt itself not only divides the 4 seas of east, west, south, and north. The Grand Line and New World were also isolated. There are 4 calm belts. The arrows indicate which one Doflamingo crossed. There is no wind or current inside, making it difficult for sail-powered ships to pass through. It is also filled with super sea kings, which adds to the danger. Most pirates who want to challenge the Grand Line must walk upside down mountain in order to enter the Grand Line. But Doflamingo is different. There are no ocean currents and no clouds. Today we are going to learn Pluton Rayleigh and take a shortcut. The Flamingo Mini took off again and rushed straight into the sky above the calm belt. Calm belt seabed, a 5.0-meter long dinosaur lizard, swallowed the king of the sea it had just eaten and swam leisurely towards its nest. In its mouth, the teeth like millstones turned the king of the coastal waters into minced meat. The flowing blood dripped into the deep sea. I slept so well. I slept for so long this time. I'm a little hungry. The unique language of sea kings echoes in the sea. And it smells good. He licked the blood mixed with the sea water. The bull-headed electric eel didn't expect to have a feast as soon as it woke up, and sniffed the source of the blood. The body that started from 20.0 meters rushed out of the nest, stirring up a huge undercurrent, pounce upwards. On board the Flamingo Mini, looking at the calm and windless sea, Doflamingo fell into deep thought. It seems that without contact with the sea surface, the sea kings living in the calm belt cannot directly detect changes in the sky. We can consider applying the airships developed by Judge and others to the calm belt, even if we can't get the technology of the Seaston warships for a while. We can still completely connect the 4 seas. Calm belt has 2 major threats, sea kings and no wind. But it is not without advantages. No wind means no need to face sea storms. But even if the airship can fly in the air, even the high-precision aircraft of the 21st century in the past had to avoid the sharp edge of storms. Not to mention airships, however, it is just right here. Bang! Huge splashes of water rose from the sea. A huge green dinosaur head emerged from it. But there was no satisfaction of breathing fresh air in its eyes. Instead, it is the despair of having no other options. Doflamingo could already see a larger shadow beneath him. Super Sea Kings. Wow! Uzumaki rose up on the sea surface, which was caused by the huge undercurrent below. Ah! The green dinosaur's face was filled with human-like fear. The 4 claws and the unique 3-in-1 fins poured at the surrounding seawater desperately. But it is difficult to resist the fate of sinking. Large amounts of blood emerged from the sea. Is this the Super Sea Kings? I have not only seen many common sea kings, Doflamingo, but I have also eaten many of them. But the Super Sea Kings have never seen their true appearance. After all, he has never been to the deep sea. and he won't go there. FFFFFFFFFF, stop eating. Let me see how much Poseidon's subordinates weigh. Excited to see the prey, Doflamingo controlled the flamingo mini to lower its altitude. A huge meteor hammer condensed from his arm, from top to bottom, like a rocket returning to Earth from space. The meteor hammer was stained with flames. Boom. The fireball hit the sea. Huge waves rose up. Ah. Damn B *****D. Who is that? Accompanied by a roar that resounded through heaven and earth. A bull's head whose horns alone are hundreds of meters long breaks through the sea. We know that Shirahoshi is 11.87 meters. How big are the heads of these sea kings? From the big bump on its head and its bloodshot eyes, it is not difficult to see that its owner is angry. He's really majestic, but a little ugly. Doflamingo commented on the first super sea kings he saw in his life. Ah, not only did he hit me, he also scolded me die. Looking in the direction of the contemptuous voice, the bull-headed electric eel roared at the descending ship above. Dive to the bottom of the sea. Although I haven't listened to the voice of all things, I don't understand what the bull eel is saying. But there is no doubt that his anger will not go away. So Doflamingo waited leisurely for the next attack. Sizzle. A 10,000-meter-long tail wrapped in electric current. Poseidon's trident shot out of the sea. That's good, but is the G power of thunder and lightning so rampant? Throw the flamingo under your feet high into the sky and let it hang there. Then use sky's path to gain leverage. Doflamingo shot out like a missile. The iron fist wrapped in armed color slammed forward fiercely. Boom, with the impact, the two flew backwards. It's really powerful, what a sandbag. Doflamingo smashed his sky's path in a huge arc and stabilized his body. With a flash of excitement in his eyes, he released the haki in his hand and rushed down using the rebound force of sky's path. A good sandbag cannot be damaged in one go. Ouch. Damn human, it hurts. The bull eel licked the bleeding spot on its tail. Its eyes showing ferocity, it has a huge scimitar-like horn. With lightning gathering on it, its large, slender body exhibits extraordinary flexibility. Leap from the sea into the sky, late at night, New World. G5 branch training ground, Virgo, go back. I have some good stuff from your hometown. If you suck it up, you will ascend to heaven. Yes. Captain Virgo. It's already 1 in the morning, and I've already changed shifts. Let's go find some fun first. Otherwise, you won't have the energy to go out to sea tomorrow. Virgo was born in North Blue. Knew the fun these people were talking about. It's nothing more than prostitution and fan-sucking. Both are top-notch killers that wear down one's will and weaken one's fighting power. Dover once said, if you don't have women in your heart, you will naturally be ruthless. No pornography, gambling, or drugs. I would prefer you to call me Mr. Virgo, after replying. Virgo lowered his head and continued to pump up his thick second and third heads. Try to cover your hands with armament haki. Let's go, let's go. He is personally received by Admiral Sengoku and the favorite student of Admiral Black Arm. Indeed, it's different from us. Oh yes, yes, yes. Let's go to my place. I have new stuff today. It's really exciting, after saying a few ambiguous words. Virgo's roommates walked out with their arms around each other. Virgo still didn't respond. Just focus on your hands. Watch the fingertips gradually turn purple and glow. With Virgo's personality, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Finally, we've made a step forward. Leaving the parade grounds, Virgo skillfully avoided the seaman first class, patrolling the coastline. Walk to the coast and see a cliff 100 meters high, which serves as a natural defense. It is difficult for ordinary pirates to log in. The G5 branch, which was short of manpower, simply did not include this area in its scope of focus. Therefore, few patrol officers are willing to come here. Not to mention the G5 branch, where military discipline was lax. Make sure there are no field troops around. Virgo pushed up his square angular sunglasses and took out the den mushy that he hadn't used for a long time. Gurgle, gurgle, Ostasia beautiful blonde hair. Moshe, who are you? While Tesoro from Sabyodi was staring at his debut track. He was also answering strange calls from within the family. I'm Virgo. Hello, I'm Tizulo. How can I help you? Hearing the name that the boss specifically mentioned, Tesoro's expression froze, and he put down the song in his hand. G5 branch currently has 1 vice admiral, 3 rear admirals and 6 commodores. My current position is captain, and the commodore leading the team is named Messenet. I understand. The first batch of secret medicine will arrive at Sabyodi within 7 days. It is expected that the Charlotte family will fully launch it in 15 days. By then, his name will be written on the bounty. I need some North Blue specialties. I like the marine here. I see, calm belt. The originally calm sea surface is now full of blood. One by one they were attracted, and strange creatures swam among them. But it's not comfortable. Ouch, it hurts. I won't keep you company. I'm leaving. The duck-billed sheep with fish fins touched its deformed fins with its slender fins, turned around and swam towards the deep sea. Ah. Laozi won't leave. Look at Laozi's horn. It's broken. My heroic image is ruined. I want him dead. The bull eel's eyes were red, and the severe pain from the broken horn made him uncontrollably lash the seawater with his tail. That damn B***D is floating in the sky, and I can't hit him at all. I felt like we made a mistake and shouldn't have gone play after play. Oh, that's right. Everyone come together and block the space he can move in. A moment later, strange-shaped tails pierced the surface of the sea, accompanied by a whistling sound. Rush towards Doflamingo in the sky. That's great. This is how difficult the whack-a-mole game is. FFFFFFFFFF. Doflamingo had an excited grin on his face. The coils, like giants, came forward to meet them. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the collision of flesh was like the war drums of the kingdom of God in heaven. 3 days later, the unconscious super sea kings were lying on the sea with their eyes open. That's awesome. I'll have to come to calm belt more often in the future. Doflamingo shook his bloody fists and, feeling refreshed, started his journey home again, North Blue. The dreamy white town of Frafen's Trafalgar Clinic. Luo, no, you can't eat this, Trafalgar Lena. With her big belly hurriedly picked up Luo, who was almost 2 years old, trying to take the Sky Island marshmallow from his hand. Boom, boom, boom. Lena, open the door. My stewed beef is almost ready, and I can't leave. Trafalgar de Goo's voice came from the kitchen. Okay. Crack, excuse me, Miss Lena. This is for Zyro Luo. Welcome, Mr. Rocinante. Looking at the tall figure outside the door, Lena was a little surprised. The last time Rocinante came to Frevens was 3 months ago. He took the Sky Island beanbag handed to him by Rocinante and stuffed it into Huai Ni Luo. Then shouted into the house, "Big bone, mister. Rocinante is here." Rocinante stuck out her tongue. rolled up her eyelids and made faces at the curious Luo. After dinner, the study room upstairs in the clinic, Mr. Big Bone. How are you progressing with the information on lead platinum disease? Although I was not aware of the last outbreak of lead platinum disease, I have investigated cases in the clinic for nearly 100 years. This country is indeed gradually dying, and people's life expectancy is getting lower and lower. Lena and I may not live past 35 years old. Dagu glanced at Lena and young Luo downstairs, closed his eyes and choked with sobs, and Luo. This generation, if they continue to stay in this environment, may not live past their 13th birthday. The saddest thing is that Ramihu hasn't been born yet. Will probably start to have his internal organs fail when he's 5 years old. He may not live past 10. Bang. Rocinante slammed his fist on the table. His features squeezed Toadthrand. He uttered heavy words. What about leaving the country? Although the disease itself is not contagious, the outside world has already confirmed the news spread by the royal family and the world government. The borders with other countries have now been blocked, and we poor people are like birds in a cage. And leaving here may prolong your life, but it cannot change the final outcome of death. He lowered his head and leaned it on the table, looking at his weak hands. Dagu's expression became increasingly gloomy. These hands can perform many operations, but they don't have the power to break them all. Perhaps it is better for most people not to be aware of all this. When the fig leaf of the royal family and the world government is peeled off, and the cruel reality and truth is revealed, all you have is the despair of moving towards death step by step. What about treatment measures? Rocinante was unwilling to accept this. Was the final outcome of this country going to be that everyone would be wiped out? I have contacted more than a dozen colleagues and are trying. Rocinante, you should leave the country first. I will let you know if there is any progress. If you continue like this, with the lead and platinum pollution becoming increasingly serious, you will also be at risk of infection. Dagu, can you come and help me? I can't do anything in this state. Here it comes. Dagu turned around and ran downstairs. Suddenly he turned back, forced a smile and said, Rocinante, at least now I am happy. Leaning against the door holding her waist, looking at the naughty Lu. Lena raised her eyebrows and shouted, Lo. Stop grabbing Daddy's hair and say goodbye to Uncle Rocinante. Atatat, see you next time, Big Bone Lena and Little Luo. Lululu, crack, rubbing his stiff face. Rocinante prepared to go to the next house. Gurgle, gurgle. Silence wall. He hurriedly took out his den mushy and set up a barrier to block eavesdropping. And Rocinante finally answered the call. Elder brother. Rosie, where are you? Brother, I'm in Freffens. Oh. Are you collecting the few lead and platinum products on the market for your family? Yes, brother. I just arrived in Frevens today. Rocinante asked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Brother, what can I do for you? Oh. Do I need to contact you for something? We are brothers, Rossi. Of course not, brother. I miss you too. Rocinante immediately rejected it. FFFFFFFFFF. That's good. I went to the New World and just passed through the Calm Belt. I'll wait for you in Nordic Des. It's been 2 years since we last met. I hope you've grown up. Remember to take precautions and don't get the lead platinum disease. Crack, hang up the phone. Doflamingo had a meaningful smile on his face. Of course he could tell that Rocinante wasn't being sincere. However, there was no need to expose it. It was just an excuse to beat him up when they met. A few days later, Nordic deaths at this moment. Because the person behind the scenes has a crooked butt. It has become a rare pirates-friendly country. Pirate groups crowded the ports along the coast. The new royal palace, Detler, is located directly on the coast, extending along the palace to the coast. The coast was crowded with offices of all size brothels, gambling house spas and shipyards, powder weapon swimming. And money make every pirate who comes here linger. It is called Little Sabyodi. The largest one is the Donquixote Agency, which combines bounteous weapons and gambling. There was a lot of activity inside, with people coming and going one after another. The pirates gathered around the gambling tables, their eyes red, staring at the spinning gambling tools. His mind was in extreme concentration. Stop, stop. Stop it, UF asterisk seeking stop. White 21, White 21. Congratulations to all the guests who selected Black 5. Ha ha win we, win guys. Laozi will pay for tonight's consumption. Ooh, F asterisk asterisk K, damn it. How could it be possible? It was just that close. Visible white smoke came out of the pirate's nose, and he began to transform uncontrollably into a minotaur. The crowd watching burst into laughter. The fun of losers is an eternal topic in the casino. Trash minotaur, always losing. Such an unlucky B asterisk 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 D. Ah, yes, 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 it's always just a little bit off. Just by the opposite of what he did, eyebrow pencil. How could Laozi be wrong? That's the wealth Laozi accumulated by robbing 10 islands. Moo. The Minotaur grabbed the slender dealer next to him and pressed his huge curved horn against the plump part of her left side, closest to her heart. Give me back Laozi's money. Give me back Laozi's money. FFFFFFFFFF. How interesting. Doflamingo visited his own business incognito, and after spending a long time looking around, he discovered something was wrong. The woman being pinched by the Minotaur is a person with special abilities. Guest, please calm down. Baccara remained calm and even tidied up her messy hair. This happened at least 10 times a month. Can't these brainless pirates understand something? Now not only will he lose his money, but he will also lose his life. I'll change to one with a thicker base next time. As my commission will be less today, butterfly dance. 2 hands emerged from the roof in a backstroke position. Then 2 blue slashes from top to bottom. Envelope the Minotaur. There is no way around it. What? The Minotaur just let go of the woman and prepared to take the next step. The X-shaped slash was approaching. Damn it, where are you being so presumptuous? That huge and strong body was directly cut into 4 pieces. Senna Peak leaned out from the ceiling and shook the cigar in his mouth. He felt a little irritated. There have always been fools who don't know how to live or die in recent months. I used my hands to slash. Did you see that? Fool, this is the defender of Nordeth, Lord Senna. Should we get rid of him, damn it? This kind of conspiracy should be discussed in private. He has seen it. Rubbing his wrist that was pinched so hard that it hurt. Baccara looked at the elegant Senna with admiration in his eyes. With this handsome man, all this money will be hers. Improved Tempest kick, a slashing attack with the hands. Quite talented. Doflamingo commented on Senna's performance. The Senna above glanced at the pirates who had just made the outrageous remarks, looking at the pink figure in the distance being ignored by the crowd. He was subconsciously stunned, and the cigar fell from the air. This gave the pirates the wrong signal. A group of pirates rushed forward. blocked Senna's space to move, and wanted to chop him into meat paste. Senna did not retreat, but advanced. The young master is here, and the blood of these people comes just in time. The densely packed swords and knives formed ripples like water when Senna approached. Massacre in the shocked eyes of everyone. Senna swam across the sharp blades, his fists approaching his head, bang, 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 accompanied by a series of blows. Pirates fell from the air one by one and smashed into each other. With a light falling into the water gesture, Senna took the cigar and rose from the ground. How handsome, Lord Senna. A group of beautiful dealers crowded together to block Senna's view, acting like crazy fans. The current Senna certainly does not have the charm of a mature man that he will have in 20 years. But he had something new, money and power. Baccara, standing aside, was beautiful alone and did not participate in the action. She is a mature woman, and this method is too childish. He quietly activated his own abilities and began to burn the luck given by the Minotaur as a friendly gift, pushing aside the young girls who were crowded together. Senna walked towards the pink figure. Ah. Senna's hands are so powerful, I'm going to get wet, Senna, who was not thick enough in skin, slumped down, pushed up his sunglasses and walked forward quickly, looking a little embarrassed. The crowd parted like a tide, making way for Senna. Facing the pink figure, Senna put his right hand on his chest and said in a deep voice, "Young master," patting Senna on the shoulder. Doflamingo smiled and spoke, "Well done, Pico. I'm going to send you to Sabyodi. What do you think?" The Battle of Senna just now. His mastery of the 6 styles and development of the fruit are enough to allow him to go to the Grand Line and serve the family. It's a bit of a waste to put it in the small Nordic country. Senna has not yet given an answer. The pirates who had just appeared nearby were shocked when they saw this scene. The ruler of Nordic Odes actually surrendered to others. Bacara's eyes lit up as she found a better option, although she didn't grow up in North Blue. As a non-staff technical staff of the family, he is the mysterious controller of the family. She still had a basic understanding that he was the real owner of North Blue. Doflamingo, no problem, young master. It is my honor to serve you and the family. Coming back to his senses, Senna spoke passionately to Kaido. He was tired of fishing for roe in North Blue, especially having to deal with the government and the marine. Few off, Corsair. Family needs your contribution. Come on, take me to see the seeds planted 3 years ago. Okay, young master. Senna turned and began to lead the way. The red-haired lady, come over here too. Doflamingo turned his head, looked at Baccara, and waved his right hand, although the features were blurry. Doflamingo recognized who it was. It was one of Tesoro's subordinates more than 20 years later. Baccara, the user of the lucky fruit. Aye. Baccara pointed at herself, a little stunned. His mind raced. Baccara gritted his teeth and followed. No matter what the situation, it's always right to follow the big boss. Doflamingo is an adult. Ignore the new Nordic king, who is only in name only. Doflamingo opened the door to the royal crypt. The researchers left behind by the Germa family were already waiting behind the door. Behind him are cans filled with nutrient solution. Human-making, machine inside. There are 2-meter naked men who look like copies and pastes. This is exactly the seed that was planted in Nordic Des 3 years ago. 100,000 clones were produced after reducing costs. Senna and Baccara looked at the densely packed biological cans. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Is this the result of all the investment Nordic has made over the past 3 years? Senna is only responsible for the needs of researchers. And this is the first time I have seen the interior. Is this a living person or a dead person? Bakara was a little panicked. There were so many corpses piled together like a mountain. How many people would that be? Doflamingo asked, looking at the number on the leader's chest. Germa 5. How long will it take for them to mature? The king's boss. It will take another 90 natural days for these replicas to mature. The king is still needed to perform the final branding. The king's boss, what a name. This clone researcher is a bit stupid. 90 days is equivalent to 3 months. I don't know if it will be until the day Roger dies, otherwise. The strongholds in various places will face another wave of attacks. Judge has to go back to North Blue. Like an old farmer inspecting his wheat that was about to mature. He checked all the cans. Doflamingo left satisfied. The free leeks are growing very well. The new palace of the Nordic kingdom. Your name is Bakara, right? What is your ability? Lying comfortably on the throne. Doflamingo looked at the tall and slender Bakara with a meaningful look. Lucky fruit, this is something very fun to play with. Bakara was shocked when she heard her real name suddenly. She used a pseudonym when she went out. I couldn't help but look up, feeling the overwhelming gaze, and then lowered my head again in an instant. Now is not the time to think about this. Respect Kaido. Yes, boss, I am the user of the luck fruit. I can absorb other people's luck and turn it into my own. Those whose luck is absorbed by me will fall into extremely unlucky situations. FFFFFFFFFF, just like that bullhead, right, Senna, who was smoking a cigar to calm himself, suddenly turned his head and stared at Bakara. He was saying why there were so many pirates seeking their own deaths recently, with more incidents happening in 1 month than in the previous 6 months. This forced him to focus on looking after the casino, reducing his training time. It turns out that someone was silently increasing his workload. Bakara remained calm in the face of the malicious gazes around her and continued to introduce her abilities. Yes, this will help us accumulate more wealth for our family. The luck we absorb can be used to achieve the goals I want to achieve. I used my ability in the casino just now, so I had the opportunity to meet you, boss. However, the shortcoming of my ability is that I need to have physical contact with others to activate it. Snap, snap, snap. Doflamingo couldn't help but start clapping. This ability was exactly what he wanted. The only flaw in the fruit's ability was in combat. As for this woman's ambitions and desires, he has the ability to satisfy them, asked loudly. Bakara, I need you very much. What do you want? Boss, I want to enter the Saburi family's casino. Bakara raised her head. A desire for money flashed in her eyes. She paused and then continued. And become a member of the core of the family. What a wanderer like her lacks is shelter. And the boss in front of her. The thighs are very thick, both physically and in strength. Of course you are worthy, but you have a more important use. Bakara. Is the amount of luck absorbed from each person constant? More important use. According to Bakara's shallow knowledge. Gambling is the best choice, Kaido said solemnly. Everyone's status, situation, and strength are different. And the amount of luck they can absorb is also different. For example, most residents on this island are 1. So most pirates in the 4 seas are probably between 500. As for strong ones like you, I have never come into contact with them. Interestingly, this Bakara is placed in a fantasy world. At the very least, he can be called the Lord of Fortune, dispelling the distracting thoughts from his mind. Doflamingo looked at the stunned Senna and said, "Senna, you go down first." "Okay, boss." Senna lowered his head, turned around, and left the palace, closing the door tightly. Doflamingo turned his gaze back to Bakara, a smile forming on his lips. "And what is the price you intend to pay, Bakara?" "All." "Come on, then, and prove your resolve." A rustling sound was heard. After 3 days of boxing with the Super Sea Kings, plus the days of traveling and the night of hard work, Doflamingo fell into a long-awaited sleep the next day. "It feels so good." Doflamingo pushed away Bakara, who was wrapped around him like an octopus, and got up from the bed feeling refreshed. "After enjoying it, it's time to beat up my brother." "Open the door, elder brother." Rocinante was already waiting there, looking haggard, and his 4-meter-tall figure appeared a little hunched. Doflamingo frowned slightly and felt a nameless anger rising in his heart. As his younger brother, why is he like this? He raised his right fist high and said in a deep voice, "Rosi, let me see your progress." A fist as big as a normal person's head was thrown out with a strong wind, heading towards Rocinante's head. Rocinante's expression changed slightly, and before he could dissuade him, activated his ability. Sound-absorbing barrier. An invisible barrier immediately enveloped Rocinante. Boom! The enormous force of the fist knocked Rocinante flying with the ball, crashing through the doorpost behind him and falling into the wall of the main hall of the palace. Interesting, absorbs vibrations. Doflamingo raised his eyebrows slightly. This casual attack failed to penetrate the barrier. It seems that Rocinante still has some tricks up his sleeve with the silence fruit. Everything is vibrating. Absorb the vibration, and the attack will be dissipated. Rosi, the best defense is offense. I understand, brother. Scale barrier. Rocinante's tired voice came from the ruins. He would never stop until his brother was satisfied. 2 invisible barriers extended out, like 2 opposing walls. Wind blade. The materialized wind blade flew out from the other end, passed through the channel in the middle of the invisible barrier, and spun and expanded at a high speed, swallowing up the surrounding lawns and land. Speeds range from very slow to very fast. It crossed the distance in an instant and arrived in front of Doflamingo. The wind pressure from the wrapping made his hair stick back to his scalp. Not bad, but not enough. Rocinante more. Bernoulli effect. Some sword masters' slashes are just like this. Doflamingo's eyes lit, upwrapped in armed color, and smashed the Fengyin's phoenix eye with a punch. And the chaotic air just now suddenly cleared up. Sound-absorbing armor, silent attack. Rocinante appeared silently behind Doflamingo, his long and powerful legs with the light of tempest kick, rushed towards his dear brother's head at an extremely fast speed. Paradoxically, there was no sound from either his shave or his attack. Not even the movement of the air changed. Spider web. FFFFFFFFFF. You're good enough, Rossi. Ong. The thick and dense net completely blocked Rocinante's attack. Looking at Rocinante's somewhat stunned expression, Doflamingo began to explain. Rossiu can deceive the air, cover up the trajectory of movement, hide the sound of movement, but you can't hide your thoughts. Armed endless punch as Rocinante stared in horror. An iron fist made of countless threads emerged from behind his brother. It immediately reduced the vibration of its own movement, as if there was no friction at all. and turned into a shadow and shot into the distance. However, his body was not strong enough, which restricted his movement speed. Doflamingo relied on his strong physical fitness and appeared after he stood up, like a worm on the tarsal bone. A sunny smile spread across the corners of his mouth. He was very satisfied with his younger brother's progress and said softly, "Rossi, let me see the limit of your armor." This made Rocinante feel cold in his heart, and he spoke quickly, "Wait, brother, oh la." The violent iron fist hit Rocinante's invisible armor like hitting a sandbag. Boom! In that instant, it was like a rocket that lost its power, crashing straight into the ground without any chance of recovery. "That's great, oh la la la," feeling the touch just now. Doflamingo's punches became faster and faster like a storm, and even left afterimages, crack, accompanied by a clear sound. The sound-absorbing armor was breached. Bang! Doflamingo stopped attacking after punching Rocinante in the head and causing him to bleed. "Bandage my younger brother for free. I even specially made some pink silk thread and made a bow for him." Looking at Rossi's current overall appearance, Doflamingo nodded with satisfaction. Then, in Rocinante's horrified eyes, Doflamingo took out a reflection shell from his arms. "Dami Hierdo, brother, please calm down." As soon as the Rocinante bounced up, hundreds of silk threads fixed it to the ground again. Crack! FFFFFFFFFF. Don't worry, Rocinante. It's just my personal collection. Looking at Rocinante, who looked as pale as death, Doflamingo's smile widened. As long as someone is suffering, he will always be happy. "Come on, Rossi. There's a little adjustment about North Blue." Touching the bow on her head and staring at her brother's head, Rocinante clenched her fists. The Royal Palace Meeting Hall. Senna and Baccara are already waiting here. Rossi, Peak is going to Sabliodi with me. Do you want to go with me or stay in North Blue? Leave. What about the innocent people of Trafalgar and Frevans? Thinking of this, Rocinante stumbled. "Brother, I'll just continue collecting lead and platinum products." Rocinante spoke more fluently as he thought of excuses. Now that Frevans's lead platinum disease has become public knowledge, the surrounding kingdoms have already blocked its borders. Under such circumstances, Frevans is not far from extinction. This is the last chance to collect lead platinum products. Doflamingo smiled meaningfully. "Fufu, you are really my reliable brother. Let's do this. You will stay in Northern Odes for 2 months. When Judge comes back, North Blue will release you. Then you can focus all your attention on Frevans." Rocinante breathed a sigh of relief. If his brother wanted him to go to the New World by force, there was nothing he could do. "I understand. I will protect Nordic Des. Rossi, I hope you can improve more next time." After saying this, Doflamingo called Peak and Baccarat and turned away. He didn't have much time to develop a relationship with Rossi. Roger, this short-lived guy, is about to commit suicide. He must seize every minute and every second to accumulate power and improve his strength. It was already his limit to make a special trip to confirm Rossi's safety. Peak is the mature seed. As for Baccara, it was a pleasant surprise. "See you in Sabliodi, Mr. Rocinante." Senna looked back and said goodbye. Senna has always respected Rocinante, who recommended him. Riding on the clouds, a few days later, Angel Island. Although Luffy has become a little numb after sailing for a day, but seeing the huge island in the sky in front of them, Pico and Baccara looked at each other. They both saw shock in each other's eyes. Sky Island. It turns out that there is not an island called Sky Island, but it is an island that really exists in the sky. Hey, 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 Dover, long time no see. Seeing the flamingo mini docking Toripol, who had been waiting for a long time, approached like a boneless mollusk, bang. Doflamingo said with relief, giving a personality correction punch. Thank you for your hard work, Toribol. Torbal Kaido covered his head and regained his composure. It's not hard. For the sake of the family, it's all worth it. You've grown, Torbal. Doflamingo pointed at Peak, who was standing next to him. Smoking a cigar and looking cool, Senna Peak. You should have some impression that Diamante is back, because you were the one delivering the secret medicine. Take him with you and give him to Tesoro. Cool Pico bowed his head slightly. Lord Toribol, thank you for your care. I know, Dover, about Roger. There are more important things right now. Let's talk later, leaving Peak behind. Doflamingo took Baccarat and headed towards Arpiado. He wanted to verify a possibility after a moment. Donquixote Royal Laboratory, bang. The confinement door was kicked open. Judge and Guy looked towards the door at the same time. Only their heads were so arrogant, as expected. Doflamingo walked in with a slightly impatient figure and arrogant steps, followed by a tall red-haired, wheat-skinned beauty. Guy's eyes lit up, and he moved closer. SHHH, long time no see, boss. I've improved most of the Pleasure Kingdom you mentioned last time. The flaw is that after it's released, the farther away from the center, the less affected it is by the Pleasure Kingdom. But now it's good enough to be put on the market. The unlucky judge didn't make anything. Guy flew up and down, trying hard to spread his tail while not forgetting to step on his colleagues. Doflamingo asked as they walked, what's the range? A small town, that's enough. Let Torbal contact the war-torn country, as it's a custom product. The profit share will be the same as before. Boss, you are truly the most generous boss I have ever met. Who is this beautiful lady? Bang. Guy Scatter transformed from a gas state into a solid state and embedded into the floor, looking at the judge, who had a hidden smile on his face. Doflamingo shouted, Judge, prepare a dual bloodline factor experiment. Boss, the individual items are not yet fully mature, can. Judge immediately used Diamante and Enel. Seeing his bosses frown, Judge turned around and began to prepare for the experiment. Glancing at the prone Geyser, Doflamingo spoke with a chill in his voice. Guy, if you're not dead yet, get up with Laozi. The Ghost Clan's physique is very resistant to attacks. Hey, I'll go right away, boss. Guy jumped out from the ground and floated towards the judge. After a moment, in front of the experimental table, looking at the lucky pirates lying there, Judge Guy and the two looked at each other, both of them nervous. The road to strengthening Zoan's dual bloodline factor has not yet been completed. Now let them come directly to Paramecia. Let's get started, just do as you did before. Doflamingo's somewhat impatient voice came from outside. The two of them got a clue and started fighting. Baccarat, let's start, understood, boss. Baccarat began to consume the luck donated by the pirates along the way. Time passes. The excruciating pain that seemed to tear his soul in two woke Jia up. After a long period of trampling blood and being a prisoner, Jia only remembered that he came from an unknown path in the Grand Line. After taking the secret medicine, I failed to defeat a single stone man in Mogu Town. It seems like I'm really going to die this time. In this inhuman pain, Jia consciousness became increasingly blurred. The subject's temperature is at an abnormal level and continues to rise. The HLA antigen of the experimental subject continues to rise. The subject's heart rate has decreased. It has been inactivated. Experimental subject. The German replica researcher, who was watching the data on the side, reflected the changes in the data in real time. Guy and Judge began to continue adjusting the alienation synchronization. They would not stop until they were completely dead. My boss is watching me from behind. They don't even know my name. When Jia Zhu thought of this, he suddenly felt an inexplicable power all over his body, and the pain began to ease. The subject's body temperature is dropping. This is unscientific. Several big question marks hung over the heads of Judge and Guy. Outside world, Doflamingo asked as he formed a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Bakara, how much reserves are left? About 5,000. This kind of continuous output was something Bakara had never experienced before, and it was extremely exhausting, both mentally and physically. Her previous usage was to set a purpose and then directly sacrifice the collected luck. After thinking for a moment, Doflamingo gave the order. Next, only use it when the subject's vital signs are unstable. Understood, boss. As time goes by, Jia Zhu felt that the pain was almost too much to ignore, and every time he was on the verge of death, there was an invisible force supporting him. Instead, there is endless comfort. Two instinctive abilities came to my mind, but he still kept screaming loudly. Let him master such a powerful ability. He wants to fight back and repay everyone here. Sizzle, sizzle. He drew out the electric current from nearby instruments. Jia Zhu suddenly jumped up. His body was as light as a feather and as fast as lightning, with his hands wrapped in electric light. It was like holding 1,000 screaming hummingbirds, stabbing at the Judge and Guy on both sides. Jia Zhu could even see the surprise on both of their faces. Boom! A pitch-black meteor hammer broke through the transparent wall and smashed over. Boom! Before Jia Zhu could realize what was happening, he fainted. FFFFFFFFFF. Judge, Guy, keep an eye on his vital signs. Doflamingo could hardly contain his joy. He simply hugged Bakara and kissed her hard. The conjecture was successful. Perhaps it would be difficult to ask Bakara to directly wish for him to have Blackbeard's physique, but it is entirely possible to increase the success rate of bloodline factor transplantation. And there is more than just this experiment. What about other projects? What a lucky girl. This is a F **** G double wish. From now on, what will be the course of life? Bakara is the humanoid plug-in girl of his Doflamingo. Wave, who tilde boss. Bakara felt a lack of oxygen in her brain. Her body felt weak, and her hands naturally hung around Doflamingo's neck. Worship. Doflamingo hugged Bakara and shot towards the shrine. Today, he wants to let go. It has been almost 7 years since he came to the pirate's world, and the threat and pressure of the sun god have been chasing him. Today, I finally found a new version in the laboratory. Judge and Guy looked at the unconscious experimental subject. Looked at each other. How did it succeed? How could it be successful? Is Paramecia more compatible than Zoan? That's not right. Some previous experimental subjects were fried into minced meat. Guy, what do you think? The boss is probably certain that this will succeed. How did he survive multiple rejection episodes? Watch the video of the experiment after a moment. Both of them looked at Bakara in the video with shining eyes. said in unison. She can improve the probability of the experiment. Boss should let her help me. Idiot, your weapons can only be sold for money. The boss's eyes are Tina 1000, and 1,000,000 times more powerful than yours. No. 59 from Punk Hazard looked at the two people fighting and uttered something quietly. That's the boss's woman. Let her assist you. The two people who were fighting each other suddenly fell into emo. Such success was right in front of them. But just a little bit away, how painful it was. Humph. A guy can succeed alone after a hard work. Holding the wet and dazed Bakara. Doflamingo got to the point. Bakara, how much did the experiment just now consume? Bakara returned to her proper state, resting her hands on Doflamingo's huge pectoral muscles. Kaido, all the money I've accumulated along the way is almost gone. Now I have 2,000 left, and the total cost is about 30,000. If people change their luck, will the cost be different? Yes, boss, if the luck is different, it will change the result. And the more you need, the better. Bakara, feel my total amount. Bakara obeyed and activated the power of the lucky fruit. This, if ordinary people are a drop of water, then those who transcend ordinary people are a river. Then the boss in front of her is a sea, which has exceeded the limit of her perception. Boss, my current maximum reserve is 10W, and you have far surpassed it. Bakara lowered her head in shame, burying it in her boss's pectoral muscles. After listening to Doflamingo, his brain was in a storm. According to the ancient saying, I am also a feudal lord who controls a region, and I also have extraordinary strength. It is reasonable to exceed 10W. A pirate who falls into prisoner. The luck will not exceed 10. The successful pilot experiment cost 30,000 yuan. 3,000 times the cost, if that's the calculation. I need at least 300 million ordinary people. 30 million ordinary, pirates and 600,000 stronger pirates. Bakara has to contact them one by one. How long will it take to save up the time? No, that can't be calculated like that. The luck-guided failure of the week. My results for the amount above 10W should be different. To be conservative. Continue to make wishes to improve the method. Bakara continues to develop fruits to increase the upper limit. And hunt strong people to accumulate quantity. Three-pronged approach. Only then can you really cheat. It seems that the path of life is still fragrant. KO. I failed to enter the new version of Doflamingo and felt a little annoyed. Gently moved the sleeping Bakara aside. Doflamingo decided to go see his unborn baby son. He waved away several divine servants who came to greet him and walked to the side hall. The soft and strong cloud bed supported the slightly pregnant female divine servant. It relieves the stress on her body caused by pregnancy. And the whole scene is extremely warm, to be honest. As a scumbag, Doflamingo thinks he is absolutely qualified. Although he won the bid once, he still couldn't remember the name of the woman who was about to give birth. Leaning over silently, Doflamingo gently stroked the swollen belly, feeling the hazy consciousness inside. His expression was somewhat complicated. I lived in vain for more than 20 years in the previous life. And know at the age of 18 I am going to have a child. The city of 7 waters, the ground sank a little more. Looking at the ruthless sea, Tom felt a little worried. Without land on the sea, people would have no place to survive if this continues. His second home will completely decline and perish. Frankie You slept for another 5 minutes. This is the 29th time this month. Next time, I will not help you research weapons. You will only slow down my progress. Well, ha ha ha. Don't worry about these little details. This is for you. Let's get started. Pulling at the underwear that was stuck in the crack of his buttocks, Frankie stuffed the bitten burger into Gladius's mouth, then put his arms around his neck and walked towards his work. Let's add some extra guns to the BF-35 today, Gladius. Use your invincible abilities. The noisy duo interrupted Tom's sentimentality, and he looked at the two with a kind smile. Ha, Tilda, be careful not to blow yourself up like last time. Got it, Mr. Tom, after a moment. Frankie and the other man gathered a shrapnel bomb that was modified from a hollow bullet. Come on, Gladius. Turn the whole bomb into explosives and shoot it out with the BF-25. It must be super powerful, idiot. They'll all turn into explosives. The moment they're ignited and fired, they'll explode. Just like last time. Gladius cursed, but didn't stop working. The secretions from the skin gradually penetrate into the interior of the bomb, transforming it into a high explosive. As a person with a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, I have been collecting Gladius ever since. I've been looking for the explosive fruit. The gold bounty was naturally effective and was successfully collected in Sabyodi. After eating it, your Radius found out that it was the fruit of the same name that Mr. Five had eaten. This is different from the Baku fruit in that its gas bomb requires charging. According to Doflamingo's understanding, this one is more appropriately called the Bomberman fruit. Any part of the body can explode. Even popped boogers are no exception. Blowing air out of your mouth can also serve as explosives. He is not afraid of bombs and will remain unharmed even if he eats a bomb in his mouth. Watch the bomb gradually change color. Frankie jumped up and down excitedly. Esgoy. It looks super powerful. Let's try it. After loading and firing, the shell drew a graceful arc and landed on the sea. Boom. An underwater mushroom cloud with a range of 10 meters appeared. The merchant ship Agobas, which was under repair at the seaside, was overturned by huge waves. Oh, what a powerful force. Ha ha ha, Tom laughed as he watched this scene. Success. Success, Gladius. Your ability is simply invincible. Frankie's eyes sparkled with envy. Frankie Gladius. Agubasi, who was soaked to the skin, ran over angrily. Rouge, live well. Touching the orange hair of the beauty in front of him, Roger walked onto the merchant ship without looking back. Mr. Roger, aren't you going to Sabyodi with Rouge this time? Looking at Roger, who was alone, Leah couldn't help but ask. Ha, I'm here to catch up with an old friend this time. And Rouge is already pregnant. I'm so sorry, I didn't know that. I hope everything goes well for you, and you can return soon. Rouge can't do without you in this situation. Realizing her offense, Leah immediately bowed 90 degrees. It doesn't matter, as a reward. I will be responsible for the safety of the caravan this time. Roger looked at Karga with sharp eyes. The man saw through his disguise. A few days later, Port No. 13 in Sabyodi. Looking at Roger blending into the crowd and walking away, Karga rushed towards the Don Quixote base on Island No. 1. Although he had no ill will towards Roger, he did not dare to do anything rash along the way. Shrine. After finishing the training, I looked at the god servants in different postures. Doflamingo is preparing to start a new round of planting. Create a few more brothers for your adopted son. Bibliophile, as soon as the emergency call was connected, Tesoro's somewhat anxious voice rang out. Boss, Roger has appeared in Sabyodi. Doflamingo was shocked, Kaido. Notify Kaga immediately to take Porker's Derouge away. Boss, Kaga is in Sabyodi. This time, Roger is coming on the family's merchant ship. This. After calming down a bit, I went to Doflamingo, Kaido. I'll go there myself, crack, bang. Doflamingo disappeared on the spot and catapulted towards the Flamingo Mini. Gold D. Roger is undoubtedly one of the strongest men in the world. However, there are question marks over the roles of father and husband. He didn't entrust his wife and daughter to Rayleigh, and didn't even tell her of his existence. Maybe he is afraid of affecting the retirement life of his old friends. Finally, when things were about to happen, he told his opponent, Marine Hero Garp. But this operation is similar to Odin dancing alone in Wano Kuni. I can only say that it is Kazuki Odin's brainwashing fruit ability. So terrifying, the ancient Kazuki was here 800 years ago. Wash the enemy's daughter Yamato. But none of these affect his role as Whitebeard. Doflamingo suddenly stopped on the way and called his good friend. On the other side, after renewing his old contract, Roger swam to the naval headquarters and surrendered himself. This message was urgently sent to the world government. Among the powers in Pangu City, the 5 elders sat around the sofa and quarreled. What do you think about Roger turning himself in? It seems that the previous news about Roger's terminal illness is true. Find a way to control Morgaus. The focus now is on how to deal with Roger, Golden Roger, who has been causing chaos on the sea for more than 20 years. Surrender, you have to know that he is a member of the D clan. But no one knows, right? This news has been sealed in the dust of history. But that doesn't mean he's not a threat. Secret execution. Get ready to announce to the world that the pirate King Roger has been captured by the Marine. In the past year, since Roger was called the Pirate King, the number of pirates has increased dramatically. The balance between the Marine and the pirates has been completely disrupted. The ocean needs to be deterred. What do you think, Second? Second, bang. The door between the rights was pushed open by the rash Spandam, who opened his mouth with sweat on his forehead. Master 5 elders, this is bad. The news that Roger has surrendered has spread across the sea. The 5 elders' expression switch had just relaxed. Turned gloomy Aginand, Roger lost his greatest role. Whoosh, Spandam saw a flash of knife light. And all the barriers between himself and the sword-wielding 5 elders were cut open. Demonstrated extremely high skills. But Spandam couldn't see anything. He just felt the urge to pee and couldn't help but squeeze his legs together. The 5 elders, holding swords, gnashed their teeth. Morgans. Seeing the furious look of 5 elders, Spandam's legs shook and he knelt down. Sabyodi World Economic News Agency. As Morganus was packing up to flee, he suddenly felt a chill. He glanced at the CP member who was knocked to the ground by him. He shook his tail. As a smart person, of course he knew what he had done. He yelled at his subordinates who lacked a sense of crisis. If you don't want to go to the world government's impel down, hurry up after hearing this news agency, which was already somewhat confused, became even more chaotic. Unfortunately, Doflamingo couldn't see this otherwise. Not only should you take photos as souvenirs, but you should also feel proud of yourself for doing good deeds every day. It saved another person 24 years of detour. Note 1. Wano Kuni, the capital of flowers. It's so disgusting. After years of waiting, All I got was a fool. The Kazuki clan has lost all face. If that guy still has a bit of dignity as a man, he should commit seppuku to apologize. The center of the street, under the great snake castle, in order to rescue the hostages. Kazuki Odin chose the stupidest way possible, wearing only a loincloth, dancing amid the laughter of the onlookers. The puzzling behavior has been going on for almost a year. Now even the people of Jirlihu, once believed in him, began to dislike him. The retainers loyal to Mr. Kazuki were also confused and angry about their leader's train of thought. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment, however. Kazuki Odin is now an overly naive fool. He completely ignored the doubts and concerns of those around him and continued to play the clown role. Immersed in his own world, he trained his brainwashing ability, hoping that one day he could influence Kaido. In the Orochi castle above the street, Kurozumi Orochi looked at the outside newspapers obtained through the World Government Channel. He gave a sinister smile. Kazuki Odin has one less backer. However, this secret medicine must not appear in Kaido's hands. Kurozumi Orochi imagined the beast's pirates getting this thing and couldn't help but shudder. Cake Island, Mom, Roger turned himself in. MMMMM. I'm so happy, guys. I want to eat 2 cakes today. Big Mom was delighted. Charlotte Linlin had only one word to describe Roger, who had once robbed her. Good death. Whitebeard Pirates Chinese letter. Dad, Roger turned himself in to the Marine. How is that possible? It can't be the tabloid's newspaper. From the World Economic News Agency. Well, it looks like he's really going to die, gurgle. With a casual reply, Whitebeard continued to drink. Now all I can do is respect the decision of my opponent and friend. Golden Lion's small boat tour, Captain Shiki. Roger has surrendered himself. The little leader ran in a panic. How could a man like Roger turn himself in? After reading the newspaper, Shiki buried his head in Indigo's shoulder and wiped his snot. Tears and saliva vigorously. Wow, 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 Roger. It looks like you're really going to die. The man that Laozi identifies with is going to die, Indigo. In a blink of an eye, Shiki's eyes showed a fierce look, and the long hair behind his head moved without wind. Like a lion's mane, then. This beautiful world will only be enjoyed by Laozi alone. Note 2, South Blue Batarilla Island. A corner of the seaside, Roger. Touching the back of Roger, being held by Marine in the newspaper. Rouge's crystal tears flowed down his cheeks, even though he knew Roger would die. In that moment of true loss, Rouge felt as if his soul had been taken away from him. Well, that's a very touching sentiment, Ms. Rouge. Rouge was startled, wiped her tears, and looked out the window. What caught my eye was a 4-meter-tall, yellow-haired man. Under the pink haori are angular and exceptionally strong muscles, although the scarlet sunglasses block the view. But Rouge clearly sensed that the person coming was not friendly. Holding onto the table beside him to support his slightly trembling body, Rouge asked in a gentle voice, "Hello, what can I do for you?" Seeing this response, Doflamingo strolled closer, suddenly lowered his head and leaned into the wind, his head against Rouge, who had no choice but to avoid him. A playful smile on his lips. "Of course I'm here for you, the wife of the Pirate King Gold D. Roger, Madame Portgas D. Rouge. I'm sure you don't want Roger to be extinct, right?" Hearing Roger and his own hidden, Rouge raised his head sharply. "What do you want?" Concentrating on a chair, Doflamingo sat lazily in the air, supporting his chin with his left hand looking down at Rouge, and spoke lightly. "Don't worry, I mean no harm to you. I have no grudge against Roger. On the contrary, I am a well-known good man, a good man." Even though she was an ordinary person, Rouge could tell that the man in front of her was not a good person. Seeing that Rouge was still standing alert, Doflamingo didn't care and continued to persuade him. "The world government has learned of Roger's activities here. Let's guess, what will the world government do? How to do it?" Rouge thought about the information in the family records that was covered up by the world government. The world government should adopt the same approach to cover up all traces of Roger's existence, including his descendants. But how? Doflamingo had a sinister smile on his face and spoke in a chilling voice. "If you can't find Roger's offspring, then just kill all the babies collected from around the world in 1499. In the original timeline, Ace's birthday is January 11,500. It is also the anniversary of Rouge's death. Even under Garp's care, Rouge still insisted on delaying Ace's birth date to 1500. This shows that in the year 1499 of the Sea Circle calendar, the cleansing of South Blue and the policy of purging Roger's bloodline from all over the world lasted for a full year. Although he is Doflamingo, selling weapons, killing people without mercy, opening casinos, and manipulating the political situation in various countries. But ask yourself, he couldn't do such a thing as to touch a baby. Being an animal depends on the world government. Why did you choose to attract the attention of the world government? Rouge was a little puzzled. Not many people had the courage to go against the world government, and the person in front of her didn't seem like someone who would do that. Off, Corsabecors, I'm a celestial dragon too. Celestial dragons, they are the enemies of God. In Rouge's surprised eyes, Doflamingo's smile became more twisted. But it was before, when the world government was unhappy. The celestial dragons were unhappy, and the 5 elders were unhappy. Then I was happy. Besides, 14 years ago, Roger adopted celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods. And 14 years later, the celestial dragons adopted his posthumous child. Don't you think it's interesting? I don't find it funny, Rouge didn't say. She now understood a little bit the logic behind the man's behavior. He was not really concerned about profit, but was just doing it for fun. I'll go with you. A wise choice, Sabjodi Land. You are underestimating Laozi. Laozi is the king of news, a journalist. Guys, take off. Countless news birds had ropes tied to their bodies, pulling Morgan's vehicle into the sky. South Blue is located in the sea, near Upside Down Mountain. The Flamingo Mini used to be speeding. Now it was an unusually smooth ride in the air. Glancing at Rouge, who was sitting on the deck, Doflamingo's eyes sparkled. With Ace, there are many ways to play. Gurgle, gurgle. As soon as it was taken out, Morganus's crooked smiling mouth appeared on the den mushy. How does it feel to expose the truth about the relationship between the world government and Roger? Morgaus, ha ha ha, of course it's super good. At the other end, Morgan stood on the deck with his wings spread out, looking very proud. Doflamingo, I'm temporarily moving to Varuro's island in the New World. I've asked the news bird to bring you the road sign. However, there's no sign that the Golden Lion is heading to the naval headquarters. It seems that the excitement has overwhelmed your walnut-sized brain and made you unable to think normally. Morgans, maybe I should change the newspaper for future news. Doflamingo, Morgance's feathers stood on end. Not because of Doflamingo's sarcasm, but because of the big news that he might miss. Doflamingo had foresight and moved the den mushy away in advance. Avoiding the sonic attack, use your brain. Golden Lion Shiki is just like his title. He is extremely confident and proud. The only man he recognizes on the sea is Roger. Morgans calmed down and took over the conversation. So Shiki was unaware that Roger was dying and the world government was announcing Roger's arrest, which was why he was extremely humiliated and disgraced and stormed the naval headquarters. Yes, even though Golden Lion is mentally retarded now, he won't go crazy over a dying person, Morgans. As an excellent reporter, needs to have a clear mind while sticking to the truth. After giving Morgause some advice, he looked at the turbulent, upside-down mountain below. Doflamingo smiled. It was the same Placebat after 2 years. His mood had changed. This feeling of having the world under control. So wonderful. This move not only thwarted the world government's plan to restore its prestige, but also made the ambitious people ready to make moves. You have to know that the Revolutionary Army is much older than Dragon. He was just one of the leaders, not the creator. Second, the use of lion fruit Golden Lion is still too wasteful. This has the ability to have deterrent attributes, strategic attribute-creative attributes, and production attributes. Those who are interested should take it. A few days later, hey, are we just going to keep flying in the air? Rouge was a little restless. It was not like she had never been out to sea before. In the past, you could also see the fish swimming in the sea and the scenery during your voyage. The air travel was amazing at first, but later became dull and tedious. Pushing up his sunglasses, Doflamingo pointed at the looming Gideon in front of him and spoke. Of course not. I'm sure Roger has told you the story of Sky Island. Let me introduce myself. My name is Donquixote Doflamingo, and I am now the new god of Sky Island. You sent Lee too. Looking at Doflamingo's back, Rouge was a little bit unbelievable. How long ago did this man start spying on his family? Doflamingo laughed and said, FFFFFFFFFF. She's just a little girl who knows nothing. Of course, it's okay if you think of her as an accomplice. As he spoke, Arpiado was already in sight. Thunder God Island, well. Pirates King Roger will be publicly executed in Log Town in half a month. Note 1. After reading the newspaper, Enel looked at the 7-meter demon who was wrapped in low-frequency electric current and asked, Moria, don't you want to see how the Pirates King died? The Pirates King is too far away from me. Leozi's goal now is the freedom of me and my crew. Moria raised the huge sword in his hand high and chopped it down fiercely. Boom! The people who were building Thunder God Island nearby burst into tears after hearing this, and their hands that were moving bricks felt stronger. Woo, woo, woo. Captain Moria is working so hard, we can't slack off. Today, I will flatten this mountain. Come on, let me see my limits. Oh. Guys, today I'm going to swing my sword 20,000 times. 10,001, 10,002. Armament haki surged out of Moria's hands, and a new round of training began. Hold on, I'll ask the young master for his opinion. Watching this scene, Enel found it still difficult for him to understand this emotion. He shook his head and broadcast it to his young master. Arpiado, Royal Laboratory. Successful experimental subject observation room. Geyser was giving Doflamingo a flattering smile. Boss, the judge has already arrived in Northern Odes. It is expected that before Roger's execution, the replicants will be able to reach various North Blue bases to perform defense tasks. After reporting Judge's work progress, Guy smiled sinisterly. However, Judge hid a record of a successful bloodline factor transplant, and the bloodline factor he used was not recorded by the family. Oh, Doflamingo raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Judge's technology of transplanting bloodline factors into young bodies had succeeded. Looking at Guy, who looked gloating, he expressed his guess. It's his 6-month-old daughter, Vinsmoke Rieju, right? Yes, is it, boss you? Guy looked incredulous. He hadn't said it yet. How did you know when you're not at home all day, moreover? If I were not the world's #1 scientist, the experimental records would have been concealed by the judge. What are the life characteristics of the new experimental subject? Guy calmed down and calmed down Kaido. Since the experiment was successful, there has been no rejection reaction. The frequency and amount of food intake have increased significantly. The bloodline factor has changed and is currently under further observation. Doflamingo dealt with the experimental subjects who were still sleeping inside in a cruel way. Use their bloodline factors to infer the successful transplantation method. Don't worry about the cost, as long as the successful experimental subject wanted. I have plenty of them, as long as you use the cheat function. You can speed up significantly, rubbing his hands together like a fly does before eating. Guy spoke cautiously. I understand. I wonder if Ms. Bakara's abilities can be used by me in the kingdom of pleasure. The price of her power is high. Where's Big Mom's blood sample? Preliminary. Put some of your energy into this, and when necessary, return to the shrine. Bakara compared the excitement of Angel Island Casino and Qinghai Casino, looking at the magnificent scenery of Sky Island. I felt more and more bored, suddenly. A touch of pink came into view and Bakara's eyes lit up. Boss, taking over Bakara, who rushed over. Doflamingo walked towards the bed, ready to take a rest to relieve the fatigue of the long voyage. Bakara, when this period is over, you need to go to Sabyodi. Gurgle, gurgle, frowning. Doflamingo took out his den mushi and said coldly, Enel, you better be busy. Master, I want to watch Roger's public execution. Doflamingo asked, without directly agreeing to Enel's request. Enel, what's the situation on Thunder Island? All the secret medicine long tongues have been transporting away. When Diamante left, he said that the next batch will be delivered in a month. Tesla's special weapons factory has been built for the most part. All the pirates' ships that tried to land on Thunder Island recently were sunk by me. Long tongue, Prospero. Well done, where's Moria? He's training and has no intention of going. He just wants to defeat you, young master. Give him the den mushi. Doflamingo, next time, Leozi will be able to defeat you. Moria on the other end clenched his fist, and a metallic sound came out from it in the past. He underestimated Haki's power, but he was a natural, strong man. Once you master Haki, you will become even stronger. FFFFFFFFFFF, then you have to work harder. I am making progress all the time. Moria, follow Enel to Log Town. The end of a strong man like Roger is worth seeing. Okay, frankly speaking, as a hero of West Blue, Moria was still curious about the man known as the King of Pirates. By the way, Enel, pick up Tesoro by Sabyodi. Crack. How can a famous scene be without people? Not only can it not be without people, but there must be more people. Spread some bad thoughts. Under Baccarat's resentful gaze, Doflamingo began a new round of exercise. How can she be so damn lazy? It's not the time to enjoy yourself until you reach the top of the world. Naval headquarters. Sengoku, who was to be nominated as Marshal, sat at the top. This time Roger's execution will surely shock the increasingly chaotic sea. In order to prevent Roger's remnants from attacking the execution ground. Kizaru Akinu Eikiji Ghost, Spiderfire Mountain. All of you go. Note 2, yes, Sengoku Admiral. The young Marines were excited about this important task. Zyro, you should go too this time. Garp, garp, garp. You have to consider the occasion when sleeping, *** hole. Ahaha, is it over? I want to go home and take a stroll. That's perfect, after a moment. Only Tsuru and Sengoku were left, facing that man's death for Garp. This is the choice of the times. I am still a little uneasy about what Roger wants to do. Roger's era is over. Time passes. Log Town. It is one of the countless islands in East Blue, and is just as ordinary. There is no special climate, no special output, and even pirates rarely visit. But the peaceful atmosphere of Log Town has been broken recently, all because of Roger, who is waiting to die. It is the birthplace of Roger, the King of Pirates, and will soon be the place where he ends up. The originally ordinary Log Town suddenly became eye-catching and attracted the attention of the entire sea. Countless people with different purposes gathered from all directions. Of course, the same is true for Doflamingo at this moment. Dozens of marine warships were docked outside Log Town, and tens of thousands of Marines were on high alert, while ensuring Roger's public execution. We also took this opportunity to clean up some of the criminals. Periphery. The Flamingo was crowded together with a group of pirate ships and merchant ships, looking at the densely packed warships. Enel was a little curious. Young master, are we just going to go there like this? You have to know that they are not completely innocent. Several old employees of their family were fine, although they committed murder, arson, and selling weapons. They were not put on the bounty list by Marine. But Moria's bounty as a hero of West Blue is still on the Marine side. It's okay, wait a minute. There's an old guy to play with them. Looking at the sky in the distance. Doflamingo smiled as if watching a show. The words fell. Suddenly, a strong wind blew on the sea. The sky seemed to have reached midnight, and the vision was dim. The dense crowds of ships were flying in the sky, blocking out the sun above. The most eye-catching thing is the ship that looks like an island in the front. Even after the Battle of Edvard, he still has nearly 100 pirates and more than 10,000 pirates under his command. He is indeed the admiral of the Golden Lion Fleet, the most recognized pirate force. So, in the original timeline, Golden Lion attacked the naval headquarters alone. Is he really mentally retarded? After counting the number of them in the sky, Doflamingo discovered that the Golden Lion, which had only been weakened once, was much stronger than he had imagined. The pirates of the caravan who had been noisy just now suddenly fell silent. A moment later, a sound of panic echoed across the sea. Golden Lion, the world's greatest swordsman. The flying pirates are coming, monster. The warship's alarm sounded across the sea. Under the Marine's vigilant gaze, a figure slowly floated down from the sky and stood above the Marine fleet, wearing a kimono and clogs, and 2 long swords hanging from his waist. He embodies the characteristics of Wano Kuni. He had super long hair that could only be possessed by a Super Saiyan 3, with flying eyebrows and a cigar between his lips. The only flaw is that there is a piece of rudder on top of its head. Suddenly, the whole person looked a little funny. Taking a puff of his cigar and looking at the Marines who were on high alert, Shiki spoke contemptuously. "Hey, Marines, call Roger out to Laozi." Looking at the arrogant golden lion, Sakazuki squeezed out a sound from his back teeth. "Golden lion thighs is not the place for you to act recklessly." Great eruption. The young Vice Admiral Akinu took the lead in launching the attack. The huge fist turned into high-temperature magma. Like an erupting volcano, the magma fist shot out and covered the sky in an instant. "You're not good enough yet, young Marine." Looking at the lava rain that was about to cover him, Golden Lion's eyes widened. In the horrified eyes of the Marine soldiers, the high-temperature magma rain stagnated in the sky and condensed into a magma lion head hundreds of meters in size, which turned around and headed towards the Marine battleship below. Before the Marine soldiers with low combat effectiveness could show their weakness, a chill rose from the sea, Ice Cube Pheasant's mouth. A huge ice bird rose from the sea and collided with the lava lion head. Boom! Thick steam and rubble obscured most people's vision. Yashikani no Magatama. Countless light bullets shot through the smoke and flew into the sky. Shiki's eyes flashed with impatience as he looked at the dog-headed warship in the center. "Stop playing this childish game, Garp. Bring Roger out." The sword energy was powerful enough to cut through hundreds of kilometers of sea, and it blocked everything in its way, whether it was incoming light bullets or cooled magma and ice. They were all blasted away and flew downwards without slowing down. Fist-bone meteor swarm. Shells flew out from the doghead cabin, offsetting the slash wave. The shock wave from the explosion caused the sea surface to vibrate back and forth continuously. Wearing his doghead hat, Garp shot out from the cabin and stood in front of Aokiji and the other two. "Ha, Golden Lion, stop saying such ridiculous things." "Come on," Garp moonwalks into the sky. Ha, Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. On the entire battlefield, whether it's marine pirates, merchants, the people of Log Town, they all saw an unforgettable sight from time to time. The sound of metal intertwining could be heard in the sky. Every time Garp's iron fist collides with the two famous swords, Sakura 10 and Deadwood, in Shiki's hands, each time there would be a harsh friction sound, and even burning sparks, two figures, one white and one yellow, kept moving and colliding in the sky. Oh, as expected of Admiral Golden Lion, go Laozi, guys. The leaders of both sides fought fiercely. The Golden Lion fleet also began to exchange fire with the Marine fleet. For a while, artillery fire levace, and light balls splashed everywhere on the battlefield. Is this the real strong man? Moria looked up into the sky with fiery eyes. Enel also had a serious look on his face. As a user of the Thunder Fruit ability, he was actually unable to keep up with the speed of both parties. Tesoro felt longing, and the golden ring on his finger danced. Let's go. Doflamingo woke up the dazed people, passing through the chaotic marine fleet. The flamingo headed towards Log Town. He didn't care about the outcome of the battle. The more badly Marine was hit, the safer Log Town would be for them. The Golden Lion was badly damaged, which would be good for him in his future plans to seize the lion fruit. He wins both ways. Evening, Log Town seaside restaurant. Moria, Tizulo, they're not going to fight anymore, Enel. Squatting at the window with an apple salad in his hand, looked at the two parties that had reached an armistice and asked the two people behind him. I don't know, but Laozi will be that strong one day. Maybe they both have concerns. Tesoro glanced at the battle situation between the two sides and felt that both sides were fighting very restrained. Not as good as what Jorah made. Doflamingo swallowed the last piece of shrimp on the plate, then glanced at the situation of both parties. The main generals of both sides didn't even look seriously injured. They probably just said hello. The fleets of both sides only fought long-range battles. There were no boarding battles, and the losses were not significant. He began to explain the doubts to the three people. If Golden Lion fights hand-to-hand combat desperately, he may be able to break through the marine camp. But a dying Roger is not enough for him to make such a sacrifice. The three monsters of Marine Vice Admiral and the hero Garp may be able to take down the Golden Lion. But there are also Roger's crew and speculators on this island. So it is impossible to go all out. Their main goal is to execute the pirates' King Roger in public. How much of a deterrent effect can a self-surrendering pirate king have on the pirates? A cold horse and arrogant voice took over the conversation. FFFFFFFFFF, that's right. Who knows, maybe Roger can start an even more chaotic era. Doflamingo turned his head and looked towards the door. He loved being the supporting actor the most. The big, familiar, and iconic golden hook. There is a scar cutting the delicate face up and down, and the cigar at the corner of his mouth adds a touch of heroism. Looking at the tall and slender man, woman, in front of me, Doflamingo twitched his lips rarely, and he seemed unable to control his expression. Oda, you are serious. Crocodile is F*** G gender swapped. You really know how to have fun, Call. Taking a deep puff on his cigar, Crocodile's voice came through the smoke. What do you think of this chaotic era? Pushing up his sunglasses, Doflamingo did not answer directly but asked back. What do you think? Heaven for the strong and hell for the weak. And I am the strongest among the strong. Crocodile said in a sonorous voice. FFFFFFFFFF. I like what you said. You are worthy of being Sir Crocodile, who fought against the Devil's descendants 2 years ago. How about forming an alliance? Doflamingo never mentioned that Crocodile wanted to undergo X reassignment surgery after being beaten by Whitebeard 2 years ago. You want to join forces with me? Yes, once Roger dies. The remnants of the previous era will go to the grave one after another. Next in this era of Riot Spa is everything. And we happen to have it. How about that? You deserve to share a piece of cake with me. Pointing at each other, Doflamingo made a gesture of cutting the cake. Power. Doflamingo, as a drug dealer. Is the West Blue hero Moria behind you your confidence? Crocodile was a little confused. Countless pirates, who were called hero-esded at his hands every year. Moreover, he was never afraid of powerful opponents. Young Master Boss. Lightning flashed across Enel's body. Moria drew his great sword and stared at Crocodile with an unhappy look on his face. Who had this West Blue hero offended? Tesoro silently took out the den mushy that he used to contact his family. Doflamingo's face darkened, and he raised his hand to stop the three men. Suddenly, he discovered that Goo was not doing well. The few games he played, that he did not have any viewers, or he blocked the news. Others thought of him as a drug dealer. The tall figure stood up, looked down at the former, and said coldly, Kaido, why don't you come and measure my capital yourself? Crocodile, Loja. After sweeping past the three people behind him, Crocodile responded with a storm. Guahaha, okay, Shallan. A hurricane instantly condensed in his hands, and the walls and the ground of the restaurant were instantly cut open and shattered inside. The pirates around, who were good at reading the atmosphere, immediately scattered. The storm instantly crossed the distance between them, and its momentum grew stronger and stronger. A tornado about 20 meters high swept out. That's it. Show some real skill, crocodile. A huge wire fist surged out from the eye of the sandstorm, instantly destroying its power. Boom. The scattered smoke and dust enveloped the surroundings. As you wish, Doflamingo, the desert sword. Crocodile shouted coldly, and his arm turned into a huge sand blade, smashing through the smoke and dust towards Doflamingo. More than Warhammer, boom. The meteor hammer, covered in armament color, smashed the sand blade cleanly. Doflamingo arrived in front of Crocodile in an instant. The huge iron fist collided fiercely with Crocodile's golden hook. Boom, I have more than one hand. A smile appeared on Doflamingo's lips. Several wire arms emerged from underneath him and blasted towards Crocodile. Puff! Crocodile was pierced cleanly, and its sandy body was lifted high. Logia is trouble. Doflamingo frowned. His attack just now had completely missed the target. The moment his fist arrived, Crocodile's body had already turned into sand and dispersed. But is this the only ability of those who have fought Bullet? Or is this a problem caused by his gender change? Crocodile reformed his body in the distance and took a leisurely puff of his cigar. Another reckless opponent. You can only dodge with your observation, Hacky. What about your armament, Hacky, Crocodile? Has it been completely defeated by Whitebeard? Doflamingo launches a weak point attack. You are seeking death, eroding the cycle of reincarnation. Crocodile's face suddenly changed, and Sand Fruit's strongest state was activated. The Landwarden tables houses. Everything was drained of every last bit of moisture and began to turn into desert. Create the most suitable combat environment for him. The desert terrain. FFFFFFFFFF, that's right. You should be familiar with this, right? Standing in the air away from the erosion of the desert. Doflamingo smiled with satisfaction, and the Hacky in his body began to merge with his body. The powerful body expanded again, like the statue of Hercules in ancient Greece. Same ability as Bullet. Crocodile recognized the change in him immediately. Yes, he is my half-brother, Fu. What's the big deal, Desert Sword? Countless swords stabbed at Doflamingo in the center. Dense black spider webs extended from the air. Ding, 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 ding. Countless desert swords poked the spider webs like caged bird, causing them to rise up everywhere. But they were unable to tear them apart. Use your weapon, sir. Crocodile can no longer use them. Doflamingo's voice sounded a little hoarse and dangerous after being covered with artificial muscles. In an instant, he appeared behind Crocodile. Then you go to hell. The crocodile was blasted out like a cannonball, piercing through the houses and smashing into the ships docked on the beach. What a dangerous celestial dragon's brat. This scene was seen by Garp, who had just finished fighting. Shaking his head, Garp walked over to the deck chair. There were more than one roaring sound along the coastline. The pirates crowded in Log Town, like a wild animal in a cramped cage. Fighting is an instinct. Ask for leave for your friends. There's a little problem. I'll be heading home in the next 2 days. Pack up your stuff and try to keep it updated. By the way, let me discuss combat power with you. Anyone who understands comics will know that it will definitely have bugs. But when I write a novel, I still try to make it as reasonable as possible. So I introduced the setting 1. Hacky intensity is not constant and depends on people's mind. For example, Crocodile and Moria. It was definitely much weaker before the plot began than it was 20 years ago. The world of pirates is really about strength of will too. People's states of health change over time. For example, the fight between Whitebeard and 1500. Young Whitebeard could drag the old man to death. Your attack power may not have decreased as you get older, but after decades of drinking and a host of illnesses, your physical strength is definitely not as good as when you were strong and healthy. And his son Marco from the top and Marco from Wano Kuni. Their fighting power must be very different. 3. There is a difference in the combat characteristics. What is compatibility? It means power type, speed type. Technical type, blood, cow type, special attack type. And they can be mixed and matched. For example, Douglas Bullet in independent films. First of all, just use strength, speed, and physical skills. Easily beat Wang Nika, Kid Kira, and 12 others. Using Hacky's punch to beat the Snake Man Luffy back to his original form. Even Teacher Kaido had to exclaim how awesome it was. He activated his medium-sized form and split an island with one punch. Moria absorbed the power of 1,000 people and surpassed them. The large form beats Crocodile Empress Lusabo Smoker. Lucci and others ignore the clown. The entire battle process, he has profound physical skills. Super strength, extremely fast, speedy hacky. Extremely thick blood, and the fruit ability has awakened. Hexagonal warrior, Bullet my Superman. It would be great to be the main character in Pirates. And I don't have to use any fate cheats. Then there's special attack, Magellan. The warden of the underwater prison is poisonous. If the strength is the same, you punch someone else. Others may just feel the pain. But you also add the poisoning debuff. The same applies to Akinu, Sabo, and Ace. Attacks from others will cause burns and high temperatures. Aokiji with stiffness, frostbite. Sand Crocodile with wither. Enel Belt stiff, burn, high temperature. If you don't have enough haki against this kind of opponent, how can you fight him? You will be defeated with just one punch. Wang Nika is an exception. Then we return to the battle. For example, the Fat Man, Moria, versus the Sand Crocodile 20 years later. Both are armament haki disabled. If Moria fails to catch the Sand Crocodile shadow, Moria will have to take the beating. But what if it was Crocodile that Katakuri beat out of prison? Kaji can foresee the future, and with his weapons and physique, he can make Wang Nika's hands swollen. I think there's a good chance that Sand Crocodile will get beaten. You say that just by virtue of the alliance between Crocodile and Hawker. They have the strength of red hair. That's not realistic either, of course. If Oda insists on drawing it this way, then just follow Oda's way. Therefore, there is no absolute balance in combat power. But it is absolutely strong. I plan to take this route for. Strategic attributes are not directly equal to combat power of the same level. For example, Golden Lion. What is the first gameplay that most of us think of? I'm still going to fight you. I look for a deserted island every day. It's the smallest. 100 asterisk 100 asterisk 5 is calculated based on this garbage. Not counting rocks, the lowest level of soil is 3 tons per cubic meter, 115,000 tons. And then dropped from a height of 10,000 meters. How many times can the world government withstand attacks on ordinary people from the member states of your world government? but a strong one can split the island in half. So it cannot be directly equated with combat power. Next, let's discuss the value of the 3 generals and 3 disasters. I personally think so. This means that these people have the ability to fight back and survive at the hands of the admiral and the emperor. If you have any objections, you can raise them for discussion. The truth will become clearer through debate. Let me give you an example that many fan fictions use as a joke. Jack the Drow. It is jokingly called the Tooth, with a bounty of 900 million. But people showed up to fight. Jack attacks the warship where Doflamingo is being held. The guarding force is 4 warships plus Fujitora Sengoku and Tsuru for the time being. We will treat Sengoku and Tsuru as old weak and disabled, with only weak Shichibukai combat power. Then Jack's performance was to sink 2 battleships. I still survived. Fujitora wouldn't show mercy to Jack, would he? Therefore, the 3 disasters and the generals, as the 4 emperors who rule their own territory, still have some value. Finally, there is the rarity of the ability to fly. Although the pirate's world has moonwalk, but Fei Tian still has great value for details. Please refer to the story where the ant pirates fell into Wano Kuni Falls twice. It was tragic in one word. And Sky Island has lived peacefully for hundreds of years. Celestial dragons don't want winged slaves. You don't want to know. If I were celestial dragons, I would definitely make one. I hope my friends will comment enthusiastically and provide me with creative ideas that I can learn from. If you think this is a good article, please give me a 5-star rating. 3 grams of oil weigh Rui Markai. The next day, the sun shone all over Log Town, with the tall and strong Moria leading the way. Doflamingo walked towards the execution ground with Enel and the other 2, his eyes looking around, searching for Crocodile. The shadow Whitebeard brought to Crocodile was much more serious than he imagined. Throughout the entire battle, Crocodile only used the armament haki that would break at the slightest touch when Logia ran away. No wonder he has now been reduced to beating up children in Alabaster. It turns out that the more you play with noobs, the worse you become soon. More and more people came to the square, and those who failed to grab a good position started a new round of fighting. What the hell? Damn B ***** D. Something poked Leozis ****, damn die. Moria, leave them alone. Heh, okay boss, Shadowhorn Greatsword. Moria had a bloodthirsty smile in his eyes and mouth. The already huge sword became even bigger after being strengthened by its own shadow. The pirates around them, who had not had time to figure out the situation, were instantly torn apart. Good Luck was cut in half, showing the last bit of vitality. Ah, help me. The area around the 4 of them was cleared. This method made many pirates around see light for a moment. Large-scale slash waves and attacks were raging everywhere. The Marines guarding the execution ground were led by the radical Marines, Akinu and Aokiji. Both of them ignored all of this. As for pirates, the more they died, the better. Crash. The sound, neither too loud nor too soft, had a magical power that silenced everyone in the training ground. At the end of the voice, the pirate's King Gol D. Roger, with his hands in shackles, was walking through the passage separated by the Marines. The sunlight shines on her body. Her messy black hair flutters and her dark red cloak dances. There was no trace of fear or terror on his face. With a smile on his face, he doesn't look like a criminal who is about to die. Slowly but firmly, step by step, instead, it seems more like He is walking step by step towards his own throne. And what a pity! Such a strong man doesn't even have the chance to fight. Doflamingo could sense that Roger was really going to die. But he knew he couldn't do it because of his fearless mentality. So Doflamingo took out a brand new image shell. I plan to record it and show it to Roger's wife and son. Before the world government officials could follow procedure and read out the laws that Roger had violated. Under the watchful eye of all parties, the golden lion fell from the sky, looking at Roger kneeling on the execution platform with his head bowed. Shiki couldn't explain how he felt and took a long puff of his cigar. Roger, it looks like you're really going to die. Ha ha ha, he's Shiki. I'm really going to die, but I won't die. Roger raised his head with some effort and looked at his old friend. He was almost losing his strength. What are you talking about, Roger? Laozi will rescue you and then let you die in Laozi's hands. Garp's serious figure quietly appeared in a corner. He was not on guard against Roger, but against the madman Golden Lion. No need, Shiki. Dying in your hometown is a rare and beautiful thing. The other end of the image, Den Mushi. In between the powers. The 5 elders also watched this scene. Whether Roger dies today or not. The test shows he will die this week. How long is it from Sengoku to Log Town? Half a day. I probably won't be able to catch up Golden Lion. Golden Lion is indeed a madman to prevent any changes. Notify him to execute him immediately. Looking at Roger's smile, Shiki, who dreams of conquering the world, suddenly wants to understand his dream. Roger, does the final island really exist? Ha ha ha, of course one piece exists. Laozi put all the treasures there. Do you want it? If you want, go find it. After a brief silence, Roger used up the last of his observation haki and physical strength, and the sound he roared resounded in the ears and hearts of everyone present. Go find out where Laozi put everything in the world. Execution. The 2 shocked soldiers finally came to their senses and stabbed Roger hard with their spears. Blood spurted out. The legendary career of a generation of pirates king came to an end. The sky also began to rain some disappointing rain at the right time. His treasure, the pirates king's treasure. Roger died, but the crowd became restless. That's what Roger said, right, Raftel? A unique secret treasure I'm going out to sea. In a blink of an eye, not only the pirates gathered here. The people of Log Town were also caught up in a frenzy of discussion about Roger's last words. Bang between the rights. The tables and floors had to be redecorated. Damn Golden Lion, damn Roger. The expressions of the 5 elders were the same as the sky in Log Town at that moment. Roger's last words not only made their original purpose of shocking the sea go to waste, it makes the situation in the following sea even worse. Notify Garp, bite Golden Lion, Sengoku speed up. Roger is dead. Why didn't the lunatic Golden Lion stay with him? Crack *2. Looking at Redhead and Buggy, who were crying like dogs. Doflamingo smiled maliciously and decided to send these 2 photos to them later. He didn't have such deep feelings about Roger's death. The people of the sea will suffer again next. However, he wanted to thank Roger. Without this increasingly chaotic situation, where would an ambitious man like him be placed? Let's go. With Golden Lion here, we won't be under too much pressure. After saying hello to the people behind him, Doflamingo prepared to slip away. It is better to leave early if there is no fun or benefit in a place. Boom, the shock wave exploded from above, shaking the houses below toppled over. Garp tangles with golden lion, far above the sea. A golden shock wave appeared like a new sun rising. It crashed straight into the pirate's ship on the shore. Buddha's Sengoku, coming from the sea. Will golden lion die here, young master? Looking at the sky, Enel felt longing. He wants to run, and no one can stop him. Doflamingo felt a little regretful while walking on the road. Roger was dead, but the precious panda was not caught. 1498. Doflamingo, the golden shock wave, and the slash collided in Tianji. Boom! The aftermath of the spread knocked the crowd gathered below all over the place. Clean up Log Town, after a fierce shout. The dozens-meter-tall golden Buddha statue leaped into the sky, and shock waves blocked the golden lion's movement. The huge body showed extraordinary flexibility. The Marines were greatly encouraged. Uwo. Sengoku Admiral, don't let any pirates go. The Laozi shadow gathering place is also this big. Moria felt that he was no smaller than Sengoku. Haki didn't consider his own vulnerability at all. Master, I can do this now. Staring at Moria, Enel spoke without showing weakness. Really, let me experience it later. If I'm unhappy, you know what I'm doing. Doflamingo casually gave Enel the next test task and looked meaningfully at the alley ahead. He raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. An interesting person has arrived. A slender man wearing a purple hat, dotted glasses and sunglasses. Exuding a bone-chilling coldness walked out of the alley. As the Vice Admiral of the Three Monsters and the user of Logia frozen fruit. Why are you looking for a businessman like me when the situation in Log Town is so chaotic right now instead of stopping the pirates? Doflamingo said playfully, twisting his wrist. Since when do businessmen need Moria? A West Blue hero with a bounty of 80 million as a bodyguard. Cusin had a serious expression. The current chaos in the sea was a responsibility for the man in front of him. He had come to understand more and more deeply the dangers of the secret medicine in the past 2 years. This time, he had the opportunity to arrest him. He's not a bodyguard, has just a loser and you. Doflamingo smiled grimly and disappeared on the spot. Cusin's heart skipped a beat, and a dangerous voice sounded from behind his head. Will be next. Bang! Cusin's body exploded into pieces. Doflamingo shook off the frost on his fist, becoming a little impatient. Logia just loved playing tricks like this. He locked onto the place where Cusin's thoughts were fluctuating and issued a cold warning. Either get out or die. It's really dangerous. I can't let you go. Cusin decided that it would be better to let Vice Admiral Garp arrest this dangerous person and send him to impel down. Frozen moment, frost spread in an instant, and the world seemed to have returned to the Ice Age. The house ground, and even the air began to condense into ice and snow. The nearby pirates turned into ice sculptures in despair and fear. The ice is growing. Doflamingo had anticipated Sky's path, which lifted everyone into the air. He would not take the initiative to enter someone else's home turf. Ice cube, pheasant mouth. The ice bird flew up from the ground, causing an ice explosion. BIRDC, a GE Chinese letter fretsaw. Birdcage quality lines emerged from under Doflamingo's feet and began to flow like a sawtooth. The huge ice bird was cut in half in an instant. Enel, yes. Enel's eyes lit up, and his electric observation, Haki, accurately locked onto Cusin, who was gathering the next wave of attack in the ice. 100 million volts, heart shock. The electric current, which was concentrated and condensed to almost purple, instantly cut through the sky Buzz. A huge electric current exploded, covering the entire area. Cuson was shocked, but ice is not insulated, and his whole body was covered with armed color, but even so, the body inevitably became stiff for a moment. Oh no. This moment is enough for Doflamingo to use devil mode. Muscle armament and armament color at maximum power. Shave. Doflamingo stepped on Sky's path dozens of times with his right foot, and his body suddenly disappeared from the spot, accompanied by the exploding air. The skill of moving at high speed is the instinct of the strong. You are so G weak at this stage, you idiot. His figure instantly appeared behind Aokiji, and his huge fist covered with spikes as black as ink slammed into Aokiji's temple. At this stage, Aokiji was puzzled, but it was too late to think. As all the armed colors swarmed towards the head, crack, boom, under such a heavy blow, Aokiji's head caved invisibly, and his body flew backwards and embedded in the ice. Ouch. Skull fracture and brain bleeding. Aokiji found that his body was beginning to lose control, and this was not an enemy he could handle. Damn, why is there no information at all? Ice Age. Endless cold, air exploded, looking down from the sky. Icebergs grew out of Log Town, with Aokiji as the center. Attracted the attention of many parties. This must be Aokiji from Vice Admiral, one of the three monsters. It ends everything in an instant. This range is a bit too big. This is the natural disaster that is Logia. Garp and Sengoku in the sky had no time to pay attention to the people below. If one Roger is not enough, then catch another golden lion. Aokiji. Kizaru and Akinu, in the other two corners of Log Town, noticed something was wrong. At this stage, there are not many differences in the ideas of the three. Rushed to Aokiji's location as quickly as possible. Nothing more. The ground on which Doflamingo stood turned into silk threads. Where it meets the ice, it looks like a battle. Various substances are constantly transformed between threads and frozen states. The silk thread will cover Doflamingo. The Xianxian martial god once again stood on the earth. The Marines who had the upper hand looked at this scene with some confusion. What's this? The same mythical beast species as Sengoku Admiral. Where's Aokiji Vice Admiral? None of this affected Doflamingo, who was concentrating his full attention on the inside. Endless cannon. All the armament color condensed from the throat of the Line War God. Aokiji locked onto Bing Yamanaka's heart, and a huge beam of light shot out. Boom. The huge icebergs continue to melt and explode. It really is like a monster. Dig it up, Kizaru. The flashman who ate the vile fruit was the first to arrive at the battlefield. He quickly observed the battle situation and condensed the Yata mirror with his hands. With the help of refracted light, his figure instantly appeared on the left side of the online god of war's head. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Kizaru raised his right foot and kicked forward. So, have you ever been kicked by Reisu? Enel above him spoke excitedly. He had learned something new. His right foot and calf quickly turned blue-white, flashing dazzling arcs of electricity. Zila Lala. It's like thousands of birds singing together, thunder. Kizaru suddenly felt a sense of crisis and kicked it hard. Boom! The head of Xianxian martial god was kicked crooked and stopped attacking. The last beam of light cut the affected area in half like a cutting machine. Boom! At the same time, Kizaru also flew out. He finally understood how his former enemies felt, which was indeed not good. Ignoring Kizaru, Doflamingo straightened his head and aimed at Aokiji, who was condensing ice again. Marine will be an enemy in the future anyway. Today she's going to roast this Aokiji to death. If Haki gets any stronger, it'll be dangerous. Kawarikarai, Kizaru popped out from the rubble, and suddenly felt a headache as he looked at the huge informant who was once again aiming at Aokiji. With the Thunder Fruit ability, user Paramecia awakening, and the demon tribe standing by, Aokiji can't afford to offend his opponent. Yashikani no Magatama. Endless light bullets shot out from in front of Kizaru. Don't disturb the young master's interest, Shenjai. Standing between Kizaru and the young master, Enel was somewhat excited, as he had yet to meet an opponent with similar characteristics to him. Ruling, boom. The lightning column and the light bullet collided with each other, making a sharp buzzing sound at the same time. The iceberg in front of Kuzen melted, and high-temperature water vapor rose. Aokiji was not surprised, but happy, and his already blurred consciousness went out of control. Sakazuki transformed into magma, bursting out from the ground, facing the incoming beam of light. The right arm quickly turned into magma and popped out quickly like a rapidly erupting volcano. Dark Hound, boom, light and heat burst out. The scattered shock waves caused pain in the eardrums of the surrounding pirates and marines. Moria raised his great sword high and slashed at Akinu, who was fighting back. This scene also attracted the three people above. Ha ha ha, what an energetic kid, Golden Lion laughed. And the Sakura 10 and the dead tree in his hands cut through the telekinetic shockwaves sent by Sengoku. Attack Garp again, what a troublesome guy. He took the initiative to attack the marine. The five elders should have nothing to say. Sengoku frowned and glanced at the corrupt situation below. The huge Buddha's palm was wrapped with dark lightning. Danger. He didn't have such a feeling when fighting Big Mom a few months ago. Doflamingo felt that his observation Haki was about to turn into that of Spider-Man. And Peter shuddered. The speed of the heartbeat echoed throughout the battlefield. Crisis from above. The moment Akinu was knocked off balance by Moria's heavy blow. The Xianxian martial god put on a jet-black armor and stretched it towards the sky. Bang! The Buddha's palm did not land effectively. Xianxian Washin was slammed directly into the ground like a nail. A huge palm print appeared on the surface with Xianxian martial god as the center. Ha ha ha, Sengoku. Do you need to launch a sneak attack on a newcomer? Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. Several huge slash waves were released from the Golden Lion's hands, slashing towards the distracted Sengoku. Young master, Enel lost his mind. His hands holding the golden staff lost strength, and he was smashed towards the coastline by Kizaru's Kusanagi sword. Boss, Tesoroho was hiding in the distance, gritted his teeth, and ran towards where Doflamingo disappeared. No matter it was for grace or survival. Now that the boss was dead, there was no chance for him to survive in such a battlefield. West Blue hero, your reward is still too low. As a future wrestler against Whitebeard, Akinu raised the broad blade inch by inch, staring at Moria with fierce eyes. Dog bites Red Lotus. The right arm instantly turned into a magma-like dog head. Like a vicious dog from Helbeting towards Moria's head. It hurts, damn it, Marine, Moria's hand wrapped in Haki. Took the punch, and he felt like it was about to be burned by the high temperature. His Haki was not enough. Bang. Watching Doflamingo's shadow, like a bloody man, jump out from the ground. Tesoro and his companions showed joy in their eyes. On the other hand, Akinu and the other two looked serious. They still looked like they could fight, which was not good for them. Tesk. Doflamingo spit out a mouthful of blood, gushing out of his internal organs, and smiled. Phew, 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 phew. Is this the real tyrant? It hurts so much. Although his entire body, except for his skeleton, was covered in wounds. Doflamingo was filled with excitement at the moment. I have witnessed the true dominance. And the dominance is released from a distance, as expected of Whitebeard's nemesis Buddhas, Sengoku. He's pretty powerful, boss. Tesoro, who was approaching, looked worried and fine. After stopping Tesoro and glancing at the three people who were fighting fiercely above, Doflamingo looked at the two people who were ready for battle. With a playful tone, FFFFFFFFFF, do you want to continue? Marine, 3 against 1, I have the advantage. Moria stood silently behind him, and Enel on the coastline began to gather power with lightning buzzing all over his body. No need to say more. Your destination today is Impel Down. Sakazuki took a step forward staring at Doflamingo and made a sound through his teeth as long as they hold off. Not only Sengoku Admiral, but other vice admirals will also finish the battle and rush over. Really, if this continues, Aokiji will die. I wonder if the naval headquarters can bear such a loss. Enel. Kizaru and the other man were startled and looked behind them to see Kyuzan, who was in a coma. The Thunder Fruit ability users are not targeting them. Gungnir, the golden spear, suddenly shot out. Damn it. The moment Kizaru blocked it, Doflamingo and Moria moved. Sakazuki's face changed. He felt that Moria's strength alone was a bit difficult to handle. With the addition of Doflamingo, I'm afraid he will become a close friend of Aokiji. The arm turned into a giant fist made of lava, which continuously shot at the two people in a series of attacks, blocking their movement at least until Kizaru came back. This was exactly the reaction he wanted. And Doflamingo's eyes lit up. Densely packed threads formed a black-armed spider web to intercept incoming fists, even though it was covered with armed color. The spider web continued to melt under the continuous impact of magma. But that's enough. Doflamingo wrapped Moria and the other man and bounced towards Enel. I don't need a boat anymore. Leozi can fly anyway. Sakazuki's face darkened when he noticed Doflamingo's movements. Unknown deserted island. The huge sword pierced through the sea beast and hit the bonfire. Moria's bandaged hands flipped from time to time. Enel, who was beaten by Kizaru, is now wrapped in bandages and in a coma. Tezulo was contacting the family caravan on the side. Doflamingo looked at the moon, a little confused. Wang Nika is so unlucky. If it were any other guy, he would have been beaten to death by Sengoku. And how did Jack, elephant cub, survive the F***G attack on Sengoku plus Fujitora plus Tsuru? Could it be that he sank 2 ships, then was knocked into the sea with 1 blow and seriously injured, and was then rescued by his own men with the help of his Murloc characteristics? Between rites, the 5 elders sat in a circle. Golden Lion's fleet is almost completely destroyed. This is Golden Lion's most vulnerable period ever. How about letting G5 and G1 march towards Golden Lion's territory? Second, let Sengoku go along as insurance. Garp had a conversation with Roger in prison, and he can't be trusted right now. Second, Doflamingo is an unstable bomb. As a traitor to celestial dragons, his entire family should have been executed before he left about the national treasure. He doesn't know. Let's put him aside for now. The situation in Wano Kuni is still unclear. The sea will become more and more chaotic from now on. Will the 7 warlords of the sea's decision be implemented? The marine force is far from enough to deal with the current ocean. Let's do it. Second, where are the candidates? What are the selection criteria? It's all about strength. It's dog eat dog anyway, and it's also a new target. Douglas Bullet, Devil's descendant crocodile, who fought against the Formorand Dracul Mihawk. The Marine Hunter, first. This is the trajectory of Roger's actions in the past year that CP has collected. South Blue Sabyodi, G5 branch. Alarms rang throughout the fortress, Commodore Virgo. What do you think this gathering is about? Pulling at the cape, given as a gift by his former boss Messinet. Virgo gave his own guess. Golden Lion's news has spread all over the sea. It should be related to Golden Lion. Ah. Are we going to attack Golden Lion? Isn't this courting death? Ignoring the chattering captain, Virgo walked straight into the conference room and sat down in a corner. Soon, all the non-commissioned officers above the rank of general in the fortress arrived. Fangbu Shuniath, commander of the G5 branch, had greasy stains on his lips, and his huge belly was bulging high. Although they are wearing military uniforms, they look more like pirates. Sitting in the first seat, he spoke lazily. Headquarters asked us to cooperate in attacking the Golden Lion territory. What do you think? Like-minded people lead like-minded soldiers. The 3 rear admirals put their feet on the table. Smoked Sigasan spoke in a confident tone. Let the people from the G1 branch go first. Ha. That's right. Let's go grab the treasure that Golden Lion has collected over the years. Golden Lion has such a huge fleet. It must have a mountain of gold. Visiting Vice Admiral Junichi, great news. Ha, you're right, let's do it. Before it even started, many generals had already started celebrating. Mr. Vice Admiral, should we send out all our forces? Should we leave someone to defend the base? The sudden sound was like a bucket of cold water poured on everyone's heads. Chilling the atmosphere, they looked at each other. And no one wanted to miss this opportunity to make a fortune. Looking at Virgo, who remained calm. Rear Admiral Simon's originally cold face turned into a friendly one. Look at your boss, Vice Admiral. Since Commodore Virgo has raised this issue, let Commodore Virgo stay at the base to guard against the pirates' attacks. Others quickly agreed, yes, after all. Our main goal now is to attack Golden Lion. So we cannot reduce our combat power, that's right. And when Commodore Messinet died in battle, Commodore Virgo not only brought back the head of Bloody Darius, who had a bounty of 30 million, but also brought back most of the Marines. He is truly reliable. Ah, yes. Virgo, I'll leave the base to you. Upside Down Mountain, a merchant ship is crawling. Golden Lion, Sengoku, and Marine are fighting against 3 heroes. Golden Lion attacks the Pirates' King's execution ground. The Admiral fails miserably. He escapes with serious injuries. Golden Lion flies away, JPG. The Pirates group, Goldo Roger, has passed away. His last words before his death are a must-read. One Piece exists for real. The truth behind the great treasure, Log Town collapse. Pirates Rising Star, VS Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. You'll regret it if you don't watch it, big shock. The secret between Golden Roger and Golden Lion Shiki. What you see, editor, reincarnation. Throwing away the last, inexplicable newspaper. Doflamingo, began to collect useful information. Golden Lion hasn't been caught. It seems that he is determined to escape. Few people can do anything to him. I don't know if he can be beaten to death by Enel and Moria. Considering his serious injuries now, gurgle gurgle. The sound of the den mushy stopped Doflamingo from letting his thoughts run wild. Virgo, what changes have occurred in the G5 branch? Dover. G1 and G5 will jointly attack the Golden Lion territory, and the naval headquarters will deploy some of its forces. And it is said that Admiral Sengoku will lead the team. I will stay at the G5 branch. The world government should have no time to take care of Dressrosa now. Your plan can be launched. Golden Lion, it's good that you are seriously injured. It's a pity that you are not dead. Doflamingo was stunned by the gift that fell from the sky, but he immediately reacted and smiled. FFFFFFFFFF, my friend, maybe you can go home early. The gift prepared for you is also looking forward to its future glory. I'm looking forward to it too, Dover, crack. Doflamingo looked at Tesulo beside him. Tesoro, please inform Charlotte's family about this good news. I'm sure Big Mom wouldn't mind having a few more territories to make our fire burn more vigorously. Underground bounty order. Take out some gold to reward the heads of Dressrosa's soldiers. I want to make all the seas near Dressrosa excited, and the nearby kingdom of Proteans. Don't let the country thief King Riku get any help from the outside world. Understood, boss. Tesoro pushed himself towards the cabin and began to contact various forces. He was still too weak and could only do these trivial things for the boss. Thinking of this, Tesoro clenched his fists. He also wanted to have the power of the strong. It hurts, Garp Sengoku, you two old bastards. Rubbing his dizzy head, Golden Lion grabbed the two long swords at his waist. However, he caught nothing. Shiki then realized that he was covered in bandages and remembered that the battle was over. Where did he land in the end? Indigo, where is this? Puff, puff. I told you not to make any weird noises, Indigo. Kale, ah. I thought it wasn't there. As for where it is, you have to come out and see. After all, it's the miraculous place where you landed. When Golden Lion walked out of the cabin, he saw a huge giraffe head exploring the floating island in the sky. Wanting to eat some leaves flying in the sky, sea kings. Golden Lion was a little confused. No pure gigantism or ancient creatures, and Indigo pointed at the giant octopus and stegosaurus that were tangled together in the distance. Very aggressive, pulling up the floating island under his feet to avoid the giraffe. Golden Lion looked at the deck full of cats and kittens and asked, "Where are Leozi's subordinates, Carla Allah?" Indigo grabbed his own neck and pulled. Most of them died in Log Town. Some of them even ran out of Log Town and lost contact. Golden Lion, he shouldn't have asked. And suddenly, he felt a little pain in the wound. Puff, puff. Indigo paced back and forth and began to talk to himself. However, I discovered that these animals are valuable as weapons of war. I gave this place a name, Flying Elseland Merveril. The secret land of miracles. Where is this place? According to my observations, the Grand Line is close to the East Blue Calm Belt. Or, in other words, most of the island is located in the Calm Belt. New World. Everyone on the Moby D**K was also concerned about the news from Log Town. Golden Lion is missing. Dad Roger is really dead. Does the one piece that Dad Roger mentioned before he died really exist? Edward Newgate's eyes fell into space. and he thought of the drinking party under the sakura tree. The drunkenness did not affect the sonorous tone of his voice at all. "It exists, Dad, let's go to Raftel." Blackbeard squeezed in front of Newgate, his eyes full of longing. "New treasure, yes, Dad. You are the next king of pirates. Killalala, you are my treasure, Cake Island." Because of the rapid expansion of its influence in the past year, Big Mom was so happy that she showed off 2 more bites of cake. The former beauty is gone forever, sitting on the throne of the castle like a mountain of meat. Prospero stepped into the castle gate and spoke excitedly. "Mom, there is still no news about Golden Lion. The people left behind in the sea area they occupied have begun to escape." And Doflamingo conveyed a very valuable message to Piero. "Well, it seems that Golden Lion has indeed suffered an unprecedented blow. What good news did my son-in-law bring?" A red light flashed in Big Mom's eyes. "New World's Marine Branch. G1 and G5 branches will jointly dispatch troops to clean up the peril in the Golden Lion Sea." "Well, really, my good son-in-law. Let's go to Berry Island in the Golden Lion Sea." Big Mom stood up from the throne. How could she miss such an opportunity? The glutinous rice cakes all over the island look like the incompletely transformed little monsters in Journey to the West who cheered for the king. Whether it was Cakestisetsjamsa, trees, and houses, they all started calling out, "Berry Island, Berry Island." There, crossing the calm belt from East Blue and passing through the accelerated ocean currents of the Enai's lobby gate of justice. Many marine combat forces have returned to the naval headquarters. Sakazuki and several vice admirals walked out of the hospital with gloomy faces. In the other meeting room, Kong's face was full of seriousness. The result of Log Town this time was not optimistic for Marine. The prestige of the world government was also greatly hit. So the world government took out other, after a moment. "Everyone above Vice Admiral is here." Kong began issuing new instructions. "Sengoku, G1 and G5 have been assembled. You will lead the troops immediately, this time. We must completely cut off the wings of the Golden Lion. The world government has been searching the world for traces of the Golden Lion's activities. Next time, we will use the blood of the Golden Lion to deter the restless pirates. Akinu Kizaru Chatan, Onigumond, Huoshaoshan. You all go together. Yes, Marshal Kong." The vice admirals who had just been feeling frustrated suddenly became energetic. "Akinu, you guys go out and get ready." Kong pinched his temple, thinking about how to deal with the next situation. Seeing Sora's reaction, Tsuru and Sengoku looked at each other and felt something was wrong. After a moment, only a few Marine senior executives are left. Staff Officer Crane began to list the dangerous elements that appeared in Log Town as usual and determine the specific bounty. Doflamingo and his Thunder Fruit users, as well as West Blue's Demon Moria, Marine Hunter Hawkeye. Sandstorm, Crocodilined, Roger Pirate's ship. Zyro, wait a moment, interrupting Crane's narration. Sora handed the copies to the 4 people. "This is the new decree of the world government. Please take a look, 7 warlords of the sea. Pirates in charge. Is looting legal? Is the world government crazy? Bang, Zephyr, who had been holding on to his temper for 9 years. Exploded instantly. The still intact right arm instantly smashed the paper with the decree printed on it and the wall behind it into pieces. His entire family was killed by the pirates. The world government does not arm itself in the current situation of ocean erosion. Instead, they recruited pirates. What is this?" Zephyr's hair and beard were all standing up, and his red eyes looked up at the sky above. Zephyr closed his eyes and spoke with difficulty in his dry voice. "Who, Sora, tell me this isn't real? What do the 5 elders think of Marine? What are pirates if they can't be arrested? Another celestial dragon riding on the Marine's head. Doflamingo is also invited to restore the identity of the celestial dragons that are wandering outside. Their actions in North Blue and the secret medicines circulating in the world are inextricably linked to them. Besides, Kuzan is still in the hospital. This is just raising a tiger to cause trouble." Port. Sakazuki and his group looked at the exploded conference room, looking at each other. I don't know what new things the big guys are playing. Wano Kuni, Ghost Island, Quinn's Funk Lab. Shout shove shove, Anko soup is still my favorite. Replenish your strength, Quinn. Wearing black and white overalls. Used his mechanically modified arm to lift the bruised and battered prisoner at his feet, and rubbed the red trophy with his other hand. "Hey, tell Laozi where this thing came from." Quinn was filled with a strong desire to learn about this thing. 3 days ago. I thought it would be an ordinary day of patrolling the sea, and usually no pirates would reach Wano Kuni. I didn't expect to meet a boat full of lucky guys. What was even more unexpected was that the kid in front of him was almost dead when his teammates were almost dead. After taking this so-called secret medicine, he actually showed some signs of awakening. This shows his extraordinary value to the beast's pirates. Ahem, I can't breathe. Nick held on to the robotic arm tightly, as if he were holding on to a life-saving straw. His eyes bulged out, and his spine began to make crisp sounds from the weight that was being exerted on it. "Let me go, I tell you." Nick's eyes turned black at this time. Quinn's hateful face began to blur, and his consciousness was about to enter the dying stage. Bang, hoo tilde, yo, go ahead, kid. Both Grand Line and New World have them. New World is sold by the Charlotte family and can be bought with gold. What did you say? Is it that simple? Quinn's glasses almost fell off in shock. The thing that awakened Zoan is already all over the sea. Times have changed, or are they already behind in Wano Kuni? Yes, Master Quinn. Inside the largest entertainment shop in the flower capital. The Warren is floating on Kaido, Galulu. Kaido looked down at his younger brother outside and yelled, "Is Odin dancing today?" Even though he had no ill intentions. The moody Kaido still put a lot of pressure on the gatekeepers, who were afraid that he would be hit on the head by a stick. Kaido is trembling with fear. "Yeah, boss, that idiot has started it again. Oh, Lolo, how happy I am. If Kazuki, Odin hadn't been so crazy. How could this country begin to fall apart? Jump." The 6-meter-tall fat man ran in almost rolling. Quinn, who didn't understand the situation, spoke excitedly. "Brother, there's a big event. Laozi is doing real work, idiot." Kaido's good mood was instantly ruined, and he shouted. Black and red lightning began to roll, and the people waiting outside the house were spread out on the ground like harvested wheat. Kaido picked up the mace he had placed aside. "Hey, take a good look at the situation in the house and your eldest brother's reaction." Quinn's glasses fell off, and his tongue trembled like the wave. He came at the wrong time. Kaido's massive figure disappeared from Quinn's sight. The mace hit Quinn directly on the round head. Boom. Quinn's round body smashed directly into the ground, and the house was also caught in the aftermath of the shock. Wow! Looking at the big snake that was wet by his own accident. "Lord Orochi, please forgive me." The naked maid had her head on the ground, trembling all over and in a panic, without paying attention to the maid beside him. Kurazumi Orochi looked at the center of the vibration, frowned and fell into thought. Kaido, what are you doing again, brother? The extended robotic arm poked out of the pit, revealing the red pill in the center. Brother. Wait a minute, this thing is very important. Seeing that there was no further attack, Quinn poked his head out stealthily, stared at his eldest brother's gloomy face, and spoke cautiously. This thing can make people possess some awakening qualities. Oh, with a sinister smile on his face, Kaido spoke in a cold voice. Eat it. Interrupting at the critical moment is not okay, even if something important happens. Damn you, big bull-headed brother. Seeing there was no escape, Quinn raised his head and swallowed his spoils. As a mechanically modified brachiosaur, Quinn felt for the first time that the physical part of him was so active, as if I had gained a second life. A primitive throbbing appeared in my heart. Roar. Quinn roared, and his body expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a 15-meter-tall, huge brachiosaurus. Its huge size, like a mountain, is enough to make people feel terrified. This was his usual attitude, but the changes did not stop, and Quinn could feel that the secret medicine was still working. The body size is increasing. The strength is increasing rapidly, and the power is increasing. The effect of the medicine made Quinn feel proud. Brother, you be ****D. I told you something important. Let me show you the power of technology and people with special abilities. Quinn began to act separately. The head and tail fell off with a mechanical sound and connected together like a fat snake. The torso parts that remain in place emit a high-energy reaction. Queen Brachiosaurus Launcher. The high-energy bomb instantly hit Kaido, and flames and explosions shot up into the sky. Quinn rushed into the smoke, with his armed color covering every inch of his body, and like a giant python strangling its prey, he tightly wrapped around Kaido, who did not try to dodge at all. This is my new technology, ****D, brother. How are you doing now? How do you feel? The sounds of bones colliding and muscles being squeezed continued. Well, you did a good job. You hurt me. Kaido was not surprised, but happy about the power Quinn was bursting out now. It was indeed an incredible power, but it just hurts a little. And Kaido saw the blood in Quinn's eyes. His IQ has dropped, and Quinn used to not dare to put his head in front of him. Does it hurt? Quinn's face became more and more angry. What a joke, he is invincible now. Black flames. The scorching laser beam began to gather energy in Quinn's mouth. Squeak, 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 accompanied by a sound that makes your teeth ache. Quinn's entangled body was stretched open little by Kaido. He moved left and right, and his rough hands grabbed the pigtail on Quinn's head. The other hand pierced Quinn's chin hard. Boom. Ah. Bang. The bee and Kaido's rising dragon punch made Quinn's head tilt back and scream in pain. The lower half of his face was instantly distorted, and most of his steel fangs were shattered. Show Leozi your awakening attitude. Kaido grabbed Quinn's braid tightly, mobilized all his strength, and dragged Quinn's fat-headed snake to the ground below. Boom! The delicate ground of Yakuo cracked again, and Quinn's entire head was buried in the soil. Before Quinn could react, the fat-headed snake flew back and forth and came into close contact with the ground like the Hulk hitting Loki. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous bombardment sounds echoed throughout the Flower City, as if the god of smelting was forging his own artifact. The people waiting nearby, who were awakened by the aftermath, turned pale with fright. If this continues, 7 Lord Quinn, a mechanically modified Brachiosaurus, may not be able to withstand it. Sure enough, Boss Kaido is the strongest. What has Lord Quinn done wrong? Don't worry about it. I'll go get Master Jin. Boss Kaido, please let Master Quinn go. However, the two people at the center of the battlefield remained indifferent. Boom, boom. Quinn's headless body began to distance itself and ran off into the distance. This scene left the waiting people dumbfounded. Quinn, Master Quinn's body has escaped. Before anyone could react, the sound of movement approached again, and the frequency was getting higher and higher. After accumulating strength over a long distance, Quinn's body moved his heavy limbs and sprinted towards Kaido. The ground shook with every step, stirring up the scattered smoke and dust. Brachiosaurus bomb. The huge body of the Brachiosaurus ejected like a giant cannonball and instantly appeared in front of Kaido, crashing into Kaido's chest like a huge tank. Boom. Kaido, who didn't dodge at all, couldn't help but groan under the terrifying power of the Brachiosaurus. His body couldn't stop flying backwards and crashed into the wall behind him, and smoke and dust scattered everywhere. Fusion. The head and tail were separated and inserted into the body respectively, and the 25-meter-tall Brachiosaurus stood on the earth again. Quinn looked at the vague figure in the smoke and dust and laughed triumphantly. Brother, this is the power of technology combined with people with special abilities. Then let Laozi see where you have grown. Or does that stop there? Kaido walked out of the cave slowly with his chest slightly scraped. Pick up the mace that had just been stuck in the ground. The flowing, glowing armed color began to cover it. If there is no more, Kaido revealed his human beast form, and a grim smile appeared on his face covered with dragon scales. He threatened, for the next month, Quinn, you should say goodbye to Anko soup. Quinn's bloodshot eyes were full of disbelief that his rough and sturdy elder brother would resort to such despicable means. Reason burned out in an instant. Ouch. The animality and humanity in Quinn began to become highly unified under the same obsession. The beast form man stood up, not the normal human beast form, but it is a new species in orc form. The steel teeth that had just been broken regenerated rapidly. The neck and tail are clearly segmented, with muscles and steel coexisting like countless hinges put together. Mechanical steel claws covered with traces of muscle. Following instinct, leaped towards Kaido, who posed the greatest threat. Oh, Lolo. That's more like it, Kaido laughed. Although there were some drawbacks, he could see the potential of Kiwi's current form. He bent his legs and exerted force instantly. He completely penetrated the broken roof of the veranda. Thunder. The thunder caused by the azure dragon fruit covered the 8 precepts with a crackling sound. The dazzling light even made the onlookers think that their boss was holding an irregular ball of light. Kaido roared and swung his mace, gathering all his strength in an attack from top to bottom, hitting Quinn's left arm hard as he rushed over. 8 trigrams, crack. The mechanical left arm broke in 2 instantly, and the 8 precepts hit Quinn's temple with undiminished force, with a clear sound of bone cracking. Quinn's glasses shattered, and a hint of clarity flashed in his eyes. Why did he want to fight with Brother Kaido? Wasn't he here to offer medicine? Its mountain-like body turned into a stream of light and fell to the ground. Boom! With a roar, Quinn fell into the ground like a drill. All of this was seen by the Black Birdman in the sky. Kaido laughed with satisfaction at his masterpiece. Bang! Yanzaijin stopped Kaido and asked, "Brother, what stupid thing did Quinn do again?" After venting, Kaido returned to normal mode. He's testing out the good stuff he found. Call him over when he wakes up. Big Mom's affiliated sea area, Mingong Island. There is only one huge building on the island, including food, gambling, and brothels, as well as the most important underground bounty market and death-fighting arena in the center. It is called the Palace of Desire by the pirates. The air was filled with laughter and dissatisfaction. Groan, screams, and triumphant sounds. The Hell Pirates slowly approached the shore. "Hey guys, let's go. This time I'll give you 2 girls each." Ooh, dark picking, as the leader of the Hell Pirates. The new leader of the former West Blue Hell Black Hand family. I also had a strong ambition to challenge the top of New World. But now, after witnessing the battle between Golden Lion and the former pirates, King Roger, he just wants to make money now, be pirates. Isn't it just to enjoy freedom? Hello, Master Mingxia. This is your earnings this time worth 10 secret medicines. You need me to exchange it for 3. 0 desire coins of the same value in the Desire Palace. If you exchange all of them this time, I will give you 10 ice and fire D-dragons from the brothel for free. The service staff at the counter approached Mingxia and blinked his big, innocent eyes. Mingxia could even smell that she was using a new type of honey fruit shampoo on her head, which was indeed sweet, but none of this matters. Mingxia has already sunk into the whiteness below him. It seemed like the most sinister abyss, sucking all of Mingxia's thoughts into it. Mingxia couldn't help but speak. Good. The crew members behind him immediately looked as pale as death. The money is gone. The next day, Mingxia and his group, who had lost a lot of weight, walked into the door of the underground bounty order with a staggering step. As soon as they entered the door, everyone finally discovered something was wrong. It didn't matter that there was no one in other places along the way. After all, there were often pirates who were thrown out because they had no money. But how could there be no one to respond to the underground bounty? Looking at the service staff, who were wearing cheongsams, open to the waist as always. Holding his waist, Mingxi asked, "Any new missions?" "Master Mingxia, you came just in time. This time we have a long-term mission to attack Dressrosa and the Kingdom of Proteans, as well as other nearby countries. Every soldier of theirs is worth, really, just soldiers." There was a gleam of light in the eyes of Mingxia and his companions. That's right, it's a long-term mission. As long as it's not cancelled, it will remain valid. Many people have taken on this mission. Lord Mingxia, this is an underground bounty order. It's a benefit for everyone. All you need is the heads of the soldiers from these countries. If Big Mom wasn't heading to the Golden Lion Sea, this mission wouldn't exist. Everyone in Mingxia was excited as they listened. It was great that there was a big boss taking the blame while they just charged into battle and took the money. Guys, let's go grab some money. Oh. On the seashore, pirate ships swarmed towards the Dressrosa waters like arrows. Sabgyodi land. The scenes transmitted by the video made Doflamingo's smile grow wider. Pirates free, maybe it's for the so-called dream. Most people are nothing but vulgar beings who succumb to desires. Of course, so does he, Pika Enel Moria Yuruj Mahabas. Let's go and take back my country. Yes, boss, young Master Dover. 5. The 5 people looked at each other and saw excitement on each other's faces. Tesoro Lau Gan Jora. You stay in Sabyodi and protect Tesoro if necessary. Retreat to Sky Island. I will arrange for Toribol and the others to pick you up. Leave it to us, young master. 2. Lao Ji and Cairo, La responded. They were no longer at the age of passion and excitement. Yes, boss. Kaido clenched his weak fists and said unwillingly. After experiencing Log Town, where many strong people gather. Who wouldn't want to be one of them? But he is too weak right now. Even when he set foot in the new world. The boss did not include him as a combatant. Noticing Tesoro's strange mood. Spiritual mentor, Doflamingo, comforted him. Don't worry, Tizulo, you're still young. Then he changed the subject and forced a meaningless smile on his face. Besides, Lao Ji and Cairo, La will help you. I believe that, after your experience, you will definitely grow a lot, Golden Lion Sea area. Looking at the 1,000-meter-long ship, slowly approaching. In the past, Lang Jira, who used to be the lion's might behind the Golden Lion, had never felt such great pressure. It turns out that Big Mom is so powerful. How dare you suddenly attack us? Our boss is the Golden Lion. I looked around and found that I was the biggest. Forcing himself to hold on to his shaking legs. Lanjiro spoke with gritted teeth. Big Mom. Shiki-sama is about to arrive at Berry Island. If you know what's best for you, retreat now. Remember the smell of fear, life or dead. Facing the people on the beach. Big Mom's eyes showed the same ripples as the Rinnegan. And the soul spell resounded through heaven and earth, along with her loud voice. Life. Well, wrong answer. The price is 50 years of life. The invisible soul is held in the hands of Big Mom. Bang. An old, collapsed body hits the beach. Lanjiro achieved the feat from middle age to death in an instant. If we say that Golden Lion and his group just now felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Now after tasting the power of Big Mom's soul fruit, everyone fell into endless fear. Nanny, what's this? Lifespan. Lifespan can actually be extracted. Biscuit Soldier, Willow Biscuit, Candy Virgin. Of course. Charlotte and her team would not miss this offensive opportunity. Biscuit's glutinous rice and candies completely flooded the coast. The Golden Lion Sea area is close to the entrance to New World. Doubter Island, Marine's fleet appeared one after another. In an instant, alarms sounded throughout the island. Marine attack. The time has come to serve Master Golden Lion. Cut. Shells flew out from the marine warship. Kizaru stood on the cannonball, looked at the bustling Dayot Island, and gave his evaluation. Kawawa. You guys are still so motivated after Golden Lion disappeared. You are worthy of being the pirates of the New World. Boom. Boom. The defensive offensive on the seashore was suddenly covered in smoke and dust. Before the surviving pirates could catch their breath. Yashikani no Magatama. Countless dazzling light bullets shot out from the smoke. On the main ship of the Marine Fleet. Looking at the one-sided situation. Sengoku instructed the people behind him, Ghost Spider. Assist Sakazuki and attack the Gaio Islands on the left. Fire Mountain. You will come with me to the central Mufasa Islands. Yes, Sengoku Admiral, *4 Kaji. You wait here for Borsalin when he is done. We will attack Bishara together. Understood, Admiral. As to why they didn't contact Borsalino, who was cleaning up the pirates. Because he could never tell which Den Mushi was talking. Ghost Island. It hurts. You be ****, D brother. As soon as Quinn woke up, he felt most of the bones in his body were broken. He raised his left arm and found the empty lower half. And he wailed again, "My mechanical arm, damn it." "Damn bullhead brother," after a moment, Quinn, who had just been insulting his eldest brother, now stood in front of Kaido properly, Galulu. After guzzling a jar of wine and feeling a little tipsy, Kaido started to ask about business. "Quinn, what you made this time is very useful." Thinking of the strength he had used to push his eldest brother away before he fell unconscious, Quinn began to feel proud. "Yes, big brother. This secret medicine is extremely useful. Although it affects sanity, it has a great impact on us beasts pirates." He immediately realized something was wrong, and looking at his eldest brother's increasingly gloomy face, he began to feel something was wrong. "Brother, this thing is not made by me. It seems to be the work of my former colleague. I took the only sample, and it cannot be copied. Now this secret medicine has fallen into the hands of Charlotte's family." Charlotte Linlin. Kaido muttered to himself and poured himself another tank. Seeing his eldest brother's attention diverted, Quinn breathed a sigh of relief. The drunk brother didn't know how to control his strength, and he didn't want to be hit by the drunken Dragon 8 trigrams again. Galulu. Kaido, who was 80% drunk, took on the shape of a blue dragon. His body quickly stretched and extended, and blue dragon scales grew on the surface of his skin. In an instant, he turned into a blue dragon that covered the sky and the sun. Boom! Break through the top of the skull and hover in the sky on the flaming cloud. Quinn, look after the house. Laozi will find it for you. The rumbling sound was like thunder, and in an instant, the green dragon soared away and disappeared into the clouds. Big brother. Quinn on the ground held his forehead in pain. Even though Odin was a dancing idiot, it didn't mean he had no strength. Once the eldest brother leaves, what will happen to the samurai from various countries and the Kurazumi snake? A kingdom of prodigy. Boom, boom, boom. The bomb thrown by that idiot blew up Laozi's severed head. Die Laozi, F***KU. You cut off the heads of ordinary residents, right? As soon as Mingjai arrived, he felt the enthusiasm of his fellow travelers. Go guys, the people on this island are our money. Oh, suddenly, a large group of pirates ran out from the island and headed towards their pirate ship. Run, Elizabelo II is coming. Go, go, go. The pirates were deeply moved by the sight of Mingjai and his group going against the flow. Woohoo, he's so nice, taking the initiative to stop it. I cried so hard, King's fist. The powerful golden shock wave swept across the coast like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. What? Mingjai and his group who were at the front melted in the light. The War King Elizabelo II, who was in his prime, retracted his exhausted right fist, took a breath, and gave instructions to the bloody royal guards in front of him. Replenish your strength. Guard against the next attack by the pirates. Send intelligence to the world government. And mobilize the G5 branch marine to come to support. Yes, Your Majesty, the War King. Elizabelo II looked in the direction of Dressrosa with a worried look in his eyes. Damn pirates, I don't know what happened to King Riku. G5 branch, the base command center at this moment. Beep, beep. The alarms of Den Den Mushi sounded one after another. Virgo is ready. The heavy gaze made Captain Corrin suddenly wake up and pointed at Den Den Mushi. Mr. Virgo, is this really okay? These are emergency calls from different countries. At this moment, Sengoku Admiral is clearing the Golden Lion Sea. The alarms that sounded in these countries at the same time are just disguises by the pirates. The purpose is to distract Sengoku Admiral's attention. As those who stay behind, our first responsibility is to guard the rear for the Admiral. Do you understand? Understood, Mr. Virgo. Dressrosa is a place with natural defensive offensive. The battle situation is slightly better than that of the Kingdom of Proteans. Soldiers. Admiral Sengoku is already cleaning up the remnants of the Golden Lion. At the latest the day after tomorrow, all the pirates who killed our compatriots will go to hell. Oh, after hearing the promise of their king, the exhausted soldiers regained some strength, returning to the temporary royal tent, listening to the endless roars outside. King Liku's face was gloomy and uncertain after a long time. He uttered heavy words to his military commander Cyrus. Cyrus, we have completely lost contact with the outside world, and there will be no new reinforcements. At the latest tomorrow, all the defenses of this country will be lost. As Dold I will die with this country. Your Majesty, I can take you. King Riku raised his hand to stop the next words. You easily defeated the sword fighter Riki, whom I pretended to be. No one knows your strength better than me, Cyrus. It is you, Your Majesty. After easing the heavy atmosphere a little, King Riku continued his narration. Buta's a king. I am already incompetent enough for not being able to save my country. To live with my country is my last glory. So please stop trying to persuade me. I hope you can take Scarlet and Violet away. Violet is only 5 years old. This is a selfish request from a father. Cyrus clenched his fists and said in a deep voice without any worries, I will protect the 2 princesses. This is how I repay your forgiveness and kindness, King. Golden Lion Sea Area. The extremely efficient Sakazuki burned through the Gai-Oku Islands. Start burning Raya Island. A huge mass of magma fell from the sky. The pirates who were unable to dodge it let out a miserable scream and then merged into the magma. Looking at Sakazuki, who was driving Kamui all the way, Shunichi Fangbu never expected that there would be such an easy time to gain credit. He approached Ghost Spider with a smug look on his face. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral. Sakazuki Vice Admiral is the next Admiral candidate. Do your job well, after saying this coldly. Ghost Spider fixed his eyes on the coastline, hoping that no one would slip through the net and escape. He really didn't understand how someone like Shunichi Fubu could become the head of the G5 branch base. Marine. The singing ship appeared from the west. A tall figure at the bow. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Big Mom. Contact Sengoku Admiral and Kizaru Vice Admiral. Big Mom is involved. Ghost Spider immediately ordered behind him. Peng. Big Mom displayed agility that was inconsistent with her body and crashed from the deck to the shore. But the distance seemed to be a little too far. The Marines with low combat power looked at this scene and hoped that no matter how powerful a person was, he would be powerless once he fell into the sea. Sugar Cow. A giant manatee-shaped, glutinous rice ball made of candy popped out at the right moment, and Big Mom landed steadily on it. Looking at the warship in front of him, he issued a nightmare call, life or dead. Meteor Volcano. Sakazuki chooses not to answer and gives you a F***** G punch. Dense lava fists covered Big Mom and the singing ship following behind her. Prometheus, Mother. The yellow ball that had just begun the cartoon state was instantly ignited by Big Mom's soul power. Fire from the sky. Prometheus rushed straight towards the incoming magma fist. Boom! The huge explosion instantly deprived most people of their vision. But that doesn't include Sakazuki, Dark Hound. Like a volcanic eruption, spewing volcanic ash into the sky. The magma-like iron fist broke through the smoke and attacked Big Mom fiercely. Blade Mother Flame. The well-fed Prometheus attached himself to the sword that Napoleon had transformed into. Boom! In an instant, sparks and magma flew everywhere. Not paying attention to the high-temperature flames falling on his body, which would only increase the power of his magma. Akinu stared at the face behind the flames and spoke. Big Mom, this is not the place for you. Well. Little lava, kid. It's none of your business if I want to go there, Zeus. Big Mom chopped down Napoleon, who was wrestling with her again. And at the same time, a large amount of lightning fell from the sky. The other side. Junichi Fubuki and Spider Demon faced Katakuri. Perospero and Cracker's three-man attack. And the situation was suddenly dangerous. Kaji. Have Borsellino leave immediately for Rare Island to support Sakazuki. BIGMOM is involved. It's Sengoku Admiral. Cake Island. The sky was filled with wind and clouds. Thunder and lightning, roared and raindrops began to fall. The huge head, with a slight blush, poked out from the clouds. Armand and Yaxiahu were left behind. Suddenly lost their computers, seeing the unusual sky. They thought it was their mother coming back. Who knew it would be the strongest monster in the new world? Lin, come out and see me. Mom is not on Cake Island. She is in the Golden Lion Sea. Armand tried his best to make his voice heard. Kaido was already moody, and he was drunk. Even if the mother has a history with him, he cannot be careless. Cake Island cannot afford to lose anything. Ouch. With a vague response, King Long dived into the clouds again and flew away into the distance in a daze. Dressrosa Lai Cyrus, the captain of the kingdom's army, who once wore armor, changed into the coarse linen clothes of the common people and hid in the houses of the common people. Violet looked carefully at her tears that were about to flow. Corner. The slightly older Scarlet squatted on the ground with her head buried between her legs and asked in a muffled voice, Mr. Cyrus, my father won't come back, will he? His Majesty King Riku will always live in our hearts. King Rikahu used to only wear a piece of armor. Rarely wore a piece of bulky armor and walked to the front line. Looking at the pirates below. Pirates, I am the king of this country. My head must be very valuable. Let me see, his head is worth 2 billion. Ha, let my bloody axe Levin take your head. My axe is very fast. Bullshit, it's Laozis. A group of pirates swarmed towards King Riku. Looking at the ferocious faces of the crowd, King Riku sighed. This is the last thing I can do for this country, Violet. Scarlet, live well. King Riku reached for the fuse inside his armor. King Riku's face turned pale with rage, and his body, which had been under his control before, became like a statue that had lost its rat charm. Unable to move at all, puff. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Levin was right. His axe was indeed very fast, and it was the first to hit King Riku. The pirates looked at the head taking off and sized up each other. They all wanted the 2 billion head. King Riku's flying head looked right up into the sky. A cloud moved away the right moment. A group of people were looking at his dead image with great interest. It turns out that the pirates are not the winners either. With this thought in mind, King Riku fell into the final stage. FFFFFFFFFF. What a wonderful performance. Doflamingo expressed his happiness after personally killing old Biden, who stole his kingdom. Enel Moria, Yurush Marbais, start your performance. Below, King Riku was manipulated. Looking at King Riku, who didn't make any waves. Cyrus knew that other forces had taken action. But now the country is tightly surrounded by pirates. How can I escape with the two princesses? Violet, don't. While Cyrus and Scarlet were stunned. Little Violet rushed towards her father's head. Father, father, father. Levin turned his head to look at the little thing running over. His eyes lit up. Did I hear you correctly, father? How much is King Riku's daughter worth? A price you can't afford, God's punishment. The dazzling column of lightning enveloped everyone. The farce below did not attract Doflamingo's attention. With his current strength and power, Dressrosa is just a mere figure. Apart from the rewards of the Life Channel, it is just another transit station and training point in the new world. Of course, the reason why he brought Enel and others here was for other purposes. Doflamingo gazed at the golden lion sea and fell into deep thought. Without Dressrosa and the kingdom of Proteans to disperse Marine's forces, I wonder if Sengoku can kill or cripple Big Mom this time. I really want to have the Charlotte family. Sengoku-san, give it some strength, Big Mom. Who is loved by Doflamingo, making a big splash at Kamui. A punch wrapped in Zeus's thunderbolt crushed the light bullet shot by Borsellino. With his other hand, Napoleon split the magma emitted by Sakazuki, Kawa. Besides the fire there is also the annoying thunder. Sakazuki, has this woman been injured so far? Looking at the completely unharmed Bigmom, Kizaru asked the slightly embarrassed Akinu. Magma cannot approach her body. Even if her body is made of steel, magma can melt it. Well, then we'll just have to wait for Admiral Sengoku to come. Looking at the spider demon, whose 10 swords were chopped down to only 3 under the siege of Katakuri, and his 3 companions. Kizaru shot over. Sakazuki, hold on for a moment, Yatamira. With the help of the light, Kizaru seemed to be divided into 3 people in an instant, and appeared behind Prospero, Katakuri, and Cracker at the same time. His right foot turned into photons and kicked out instantly. Boom, boom. Prospero and Cracker transformed into 2 streaks of light and fell onto the coast. The only one who dodged was Katakuri, whose observation haki had entered the realm of fantasy. Ghost Spider relaxed and fell to the ground. As for Shunichi Fubu, he has been chopped up by Cracker, ignoring his elder and younger brothers. Katakuri's scalp tingled as he saw the scene with his observation haki just now. He yelled at Big Mom, Mom, Sengoku is coming. There's a problem with Dressrosa. And the Marine didn't split up the troops. Foresee the future, brother Nuomi, you are so scary. Yasukani no Magatama, when the attack missed. Kizaru fired countless light bullets, completely covering Katakuri's position. There is no room to move. So what even if you can foresee the future? Boom. Smoke was everywhere, Candy Virgin, Wave Pretzel. The Golden Sphinx and the huge sword energy shock wave attacked Kizaru from the left and right. Too slow tilde, Kizaru turned into photons and dispersed, speaking very slowly and deliberately intoxicating words. Elbaf's spear, Waiguo. The huge sword energy shock wave blasted Akinu away. Mom Rush, Napoleon was covered with lightning, and Prometheus carried Bigmom, and jumped in front of Kizaru like lightning, forcing Kizaru, who was about to attack further to retreat. Boom! Kizaru pulled the exhausted spider demon towards Akinu's direction. He had no intention of facing Big Mom head-on. Guys, return home. You'd better stay and die. Charlotte Linlin, a huge golden shock wave came from afar. The passing sea surface looked like graffiti made by a child with an eraser. There are dents that show no signs of healing for a long time. Light cannon, one blue and white, the other gold. The two energy beams collided with each other. Boom. It was dusk. But at this moment, it was illuminated by the scattered energy, as if it were daytime. A huge golden Buddha stands on the coast, Akinu and Kizaru, covered in blood. I like the ancient Buddha's messengers trying to subdue the demons, staring at Big with eager eyes situation. Reversed in an instant, well, Sengoku. When will Yuan old man dare to step into the new world? The terrifying power continuously poured out from Bigmom's body. And even Nuamizi on the singing ship behind him began to fall into a deep sleep. The new world is also the territory of the world government. Under this pressure, the conquerors in Sengoku also surged out. This was the conquerors that dominated the world, perhaps symbolizing the hegemony of the world government. Boom, the sky cracked open, holding the triple combined Mingguang sword. Big Mom glanced at the three suns behind her. It looks really dangerous. The soul power accumulated by the soul fruit gathers towards the tip of the Naruto sword under the control of Big Mom. A proportional energy type, Big Mom, appeared in front of everyone. Mothers visit Cannon 3,000 miles away. Thanks to its lack of substantial mass, the energy Bigmom quickly crossed the sky and appeared in front of Sengoku in an instant. Iron body, a Kalinatha. Sengoku radiated a dazzling golden glow, like an indestructible Buddha. In an attempt to subdue the demon, he bumped into it. Boom. The blue and white energy dissipated, and the energy Bigmom turned into a stream of light and flew backwards. Just like the Buddhist statue of Akala, Sengoku Admiral is completely intact. Big Mom followed closely behind, with the Mingguang sword ready to go, and black and red lightning swirling above it. Sengoku Dai, Elbaf's gun Waiguo. The purple tyrannical slash wave split the sky and earth and slashed towards Sengoku. Big Buddha. The domineering shockwave was tinged with a dark color, emitting a deadly threat. Boom, a loud noise. The sound of the violent collision caused Katakuri and others who were watching to become deaf. After a brief stalemate, the domination shock wave broke up the domination slash wave from bottom to top. In Bigmom's incredulous eyes, hit her chin hard. Puff. Half of Bigmom's teeth flew out, and its body floated in the air. The surrounding beaches were like mines constantly exploding, raising huge clouds of dust. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of sonic booms continued to reach Bigmom's ears. It is the shaving among the 6 styles. During this brief moment of suspension in the air, Sengoku's iron fist and shock waves were swung hundreds or thousands of times. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of continuous blows resounded throughout the heaven and earth. Energy Bigmom returns the energy cannon form to blast towards Sengoku, buying precious time for its master. Boom. Sengoku stayed away and breathed heavily. What a freak physique. Big Mom appears in everyone's sight again. The beaten body surface still had no obvious damage thanks to the protection of the steel balloon. Only the bruises and blood flowing from her mouth indicated that Big Mom's current condition was not safe and sound. Admiral Sengoku, we're here. In addition, the mountain was on fire, and G1 Branch Vice Admiral Lin T arrived late. Sakazuki, Borsellino, take down the Charlotte family. Cake Huoshauschen, Lint, Sakazuki, and Borsellino surrounded Katakuri and the other two. Katakuri and the other two stood back to back, with glutinous rice, candy and biscuits forming 3 moats to protect them in the center. Is this the end, Sengoku? Your era, just like Roger's, is over. Big Mom's eyes flashed red. She would not necessarily die, but her children would probably not be able to escape. Light cannon. Oh, Lolo, it's so lively. The sudden intruder made both sides look towards the clouds. A reddish dragon head was poking out from the clouds. It is the strongest creature in the world, Kaido. Charlotte Linlin has never thought Kaido's voice was so beautiful. Before Sengoku and the others could think about how to deal with this changing situation, the dragon head was dyed with flames, like a huge dragon head torch. Let me join in. Rising dragon flame 8 trigrams. The flaming dragon head wrapped around Conqueror's haki fell from the sky like a meteorite. A space-based weapon or a cataclysm, just like that. The soldiers were so scared of death that only a few were left. Sengoku leaped into the sky and used the highest secret of domination. The domineering power condensed in the hands through the air. Great Buddha, may the Buddha bless you. A dark golden shock wave rushed towards the fire dragon head. Boom! The violent explosion scraped away layer upon layer of the ground. The subsequent shock wave swept away the Numizi soldiers and marines, whose combat power was basically negligible. Infinite light, like a second sun at night. I feel dizzy, in the center of the basin. Kaido walked out, touching his horn, which was a little painful from the collision. Kaido, it's good that you came. After looking at Kaido, who was completely unharmed, Big Mom looked towards the golden Buddha shadow in the smoke. Sengoku, it's 2 against 1 now. A devastated island. Like a huge arena with 3 fighters. A glittering golden Buddha. A dragon man with horns on his head and a tail behind him. And an ordinary human being stood facing each other. Sengoku spoke sarcastically as he looked at the 2 people who seemed to be a good match. Do the pirates now live as families? Kaido and Big Mom looked at each other and felt disgusted with each other. If it were not for external forces or coincidence, they would never meet again. I don't know why Kaido is here. Linlin Yu were the one who invented the secret medicine. Right, my lovely son-in-law gave it to me. It's really useful, Looking at Kaido, who came at the right time, Big Mom laughed. Sengoku watched the 2 of them talking as if no one was around. And he did not interrupt them. The treatment of the soldiers who had just fallen into the sea was still going on. And it would take time. However, a few key words made Sengoku's face darken again. Secret medicine, son-in-law. Doflamingo, you really are haunting me at this time. Sengoku Admiral didn't know that he was thinking about Bigmom's death. The filial son, Doflamingo, agreed with him. But you're still very naive if you want to leave like this. Looking at most of the soldiers being rescued by officers and evacuated to the warship, Sengoku locked his eyes on the 2 of them, and the conquerors swept out like wavestone after another. Sakazuki, Borsellino, clean up the Charlotte family. Instead of getting into a conqueror's contest with the 2, Sengoku took the initiative and launched an attack. New World has conquerors, which are indeed numerous. However, only a handful of people have mastered conqueror's entanglement. In time, the 2 will become powerful enemies like the golden lion. Today, at least one person must stay. Punish the evil with anger. The golden Buddha revealed the appearance of a wise master, subduing demons. And the shock waves in his palm collapsed and condensed into two lasers that seemed to be materialized. Lolo. Kaidoho was in combat mode. Began to get excited. And the black and red conquerors were like materialized lightning wrapped around the 8 precepts. The third world, inducing Naraku, stolen fire. For a moment, fire and thunder resounded between the islands. The other side, Yashikani no Magatama. Countless light, bullets smashed a huge biscuit soldier into pieces. What a good dodge! Looking at the candy fortress, surrounded by countless cookie soldiers, Kizaru felt helpless. His physical strength is not infinite. This cookie boy has average physical skills, but his fruit development is extremely powerful. Are all the people with special abilities in the Charlotte family related to food? Can Kizaru break down that candy boy's fortress? Inside the candy fortress, will Mom be okay? Cracker looked at the direction where the explosions were happening. With worry in his eyes, I don't know if Mom is okay, Cracker. If you don't pay attention, we'll be the first to die, Piero. After solidifying the candy fortress that had been melted by the high temperature, Prospero set his eyes on Katakuri and Akinu. Their fruit abilities are all restrained by high temperatures. Even though Katakuri inherited some of his mother's physical condition. How long can they last under Akinu, Dark Hound? Grilled rice cakes, bang, the two collided. And Katakuri fell to the ground quickly, as if he was struck by lightning. Yanajimochi blocked Akinu's subsequent attack. Katakuri was delighted by the fragments he saw in the future and looked towards the main battlefield. The unusual behavior made Akinu look over as well. The smoke disappeared in due time. The palm of the golden Buddha wrestled with the mace in the hand of the azure dragon man through the air. Big Mom is waiting behind Sengoku in an unsportsmanlike manner. Boru Zelino, Kizaru turned around, and the scene made his pupils shrink. And he turned into photons and rushed away, Dark Hound. Mingguang Waiguo, the huge slash was like a real sword, causing Sengoku to stagger and blood to flow out of his mouth. Before Big Mom could take a further step, Kizaru Akinu hit her from behind like she had just attacked Sengoku. Damn lava and those nasty little devils. Big Mom turned around and slashed at the two again. Kizaru's face darkened. Your mother. The war situation has reached a stalemate, Varuro's island. As expected, Doflamingo has a special information channel. Morgans looked at the latest and most exciting scene he had captured, and excitedly spoke to the other end of the den Mushy, with his butt sticking out. The world's strongest being, and the world's most evil woman vs Buddha's, Sengoku Admiral. How about this title, Doflamingo? You mean Kaido is also involved in this war? Doflamingo's voice was extremely calm, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Yeah, I'll fax the photos to you later, or Sengoku Admiral's defeat in the New World. The rise of the new era of pirates. The strongest beast, Dragon Kaido. What do you think of this title? Morgans was in high spirits, but didn't understand the point. Do you know why Kaido helped Charlotte's family? It seems to be a spur-of-the-moment thing. Crack. On a whim. The whim of a powerful man destroyed the good situation I had been planning for nearly 10 days. I really want to have this kind of power. Doflamingo smoothed his unconsciously wrinkled brows and clenched his fists. If you find that he has gone astray, you shouldn't play any conspiracies. Fists are the most fundamental principle in this pirate's world. However, the relationship between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin needs to be re-evaluated. The two of them who are not yet old may have a closer relationship than I thought. Could it be that Yamatoho has the Odin virus in his brain? Was really born by an old lady. His age is not right either. Kachalka, ha. The heavy palace door of Dressrosa was pushed open with difficulty by Scarlet, who was covered in wounds. Is there any cow thief? Go and attack. The hazy moon shone through the door onto Doflamingo's face, half of it in shadow and half shining brightly in the sunlight. Bang! Kneeling in the palace that once belonged to her. Scarlet felt mixed emotions, but she didn't have time to think about it too much. Keep your arms, head and knees firmly pressed to the ground. The lush part of the head points high up toward the sky, like a shower head that has just opened. After showing the most respectful attitude, Scarlet began to repent to the real thief of the country. Dear King, I, Scarlet, ask you to forgive my Riku clan for stealing our country. I am grateful to you for giving Violet a second life. Please forgive Violet for the offense she has committed against you. Grateful, forgiveness is easy, but what's the price? You've lost your former status, money, and identity. What else do you have? Doflamingo's eyes fell on Scarlet's plumpness. I really want to know what this princess, who sacrificed her life for her daughter in the original timeline, can do. The sinful girl is willing to give up everything. Life, dignity and loyalty climb over here. Whoosh. Whoosh, Artilda. Scarlet let out a suppressed cry from her throat. He whipped Scarlet hard twice. Doflamingo looked at the trembling abundance and gave a playful smile. Rebecking this life. Not only will I let you be born 12 years earlier, but I will also give you a new father.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.